everybody. It's the final day of DreamLeague Seasons 25 closed qualifiers for South America. We've got still more qualifiers coming up after this, of course, but South America comes to a close today, and we've got ourselves some very talented teams competing for that final spot. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, of course. Zach, how you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready for some classic South American Dota. Should be some action-packed games, lots of fun. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I am as well. And the thing is, like, looking at the bracket, the way that this played out, it's pretty close to what I kind of expected in terms of like the teams that were going to make it to top four. Waska, Fusion, Hokori, and of course Heroic, all very good. I think M80 is the only surprise, but it was basically going to just be swapping positions with one of those other teams, right? So, um, very, very good performances from all of these teams. Heroic right now looking a little unstoppable after last night's series, so we'll see if Hokori can bring it back against Fusion here, or if Fusion's going to take them and see them in the grand finals.
Yeah, Fusion so far is the only team to take a game off of Heroic. So we'll see. Fusion and Hikori have not played yet, so we'll find out who can come out on top. Sometimes just because you can beat one team doesn't mean you can beat another. Like we were saying earlier at the start of this, all these teams are very close, and maybe Heroic has just been feeling really good, but maybe today one of these other teams, maybe they're on fire today. We'll find out in just a moment, but I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
Either way, it should be just at least one game will be nonstop fighting, is my feeling. Like
I
somewhere
hope so,
today,
dude.
I don't know where, we're gonna get like 3 kills a minute, just nonstop. Respawn, TP, fight, die. Respawn, TP, fight, die. I feel it.
Yeah, I can always see that. There's always at least a game or two that go down that road eventually, right? So hopefully we get at least one of them. I like what you said. Like, just because one team beat another doesn't mean they can beat the next team. But I always have used the transitive property to justify like NA Dota being good. They're like, well, we did beat this one team, so we've basically won TI like
We're
3 times.
practically TI champions.
Yeah, it's like, so you're right though. Like it's always a funny little thing the way that works. Like some teams are really good against certain strategies, and that's something that like people don't really understand. When it comes to the pro Dota scene, like you'll see a top tier team lose every single time, like consistently to the same team, and they don't really get why. It's not necessarily a skill thing as much as a game style or gameplay difference. Um, so yeah, we'll see if any of that happens to make a difference here. But I really am excited to see the drafts. We finally got to see some really wacky and interesting drafts towards the end of yesterday. Some teams trying some new things. Obviously, we got to see Pudge earlier in this event, but
I think the only time too.
yeah, only time that we've seen
You
him.
can't say I'm
But
surprised, but
yeah, they
it
won.
worked. Yeah,
100%
yeah,
won
yeah.
rate. You know who
It
we
was
haven't
cool.
seen?
Who? Ricky.
Yeah, you knew it.
For a second, you almost got me. And I was like, wait a
Almost got
minute. He does this every time. Of
this
course,
every
Ricky.
time. It's all right. The hero will be good eventually.
Yeah, maybe next patch, next year, you'll have your chance.
Next year, dude. It's January. Come on, man.
Dude, not a lot
Oh,
of pub players are hoping for the return of Ricky. Although I really enjoyed the support Ricky. Even I have to admit that sleeping dart was absolutely ridiculous. So that one can't come back.
I agree. I think
I
right
I don't
now
know
he's
what you
mostly like
add
a
to it.
support anyway.
That's what I've heard. I haven't seen it myself. I do know Smokescreen is pretty good.
Yeah.
I feel like, maybe a small buff is needed to make it more consistently viable as opposed to only the desperate Ricky players who are like, fine, I'll play it as a support. Like anything to make it work, please. Right? Like they have all the Ricky experience. I don't know if the average pub player can pull it off without maybe one more small buff. Just the laning
Yeah.
is a little awkward until like it's level 6 with smokescreen. Okay, cool. Very useful. But up to that point, what are you doing?
He's like a worse Nyx assassin in lane because like he could pull, but then he can't farm or do anything. So it's really really sad. Yeah.
Yeah, worse is putting it kindly.
Come
He has
on,
good
man.
stats. I'll give him that.
He has some
Good
of the best
stats.
base stats in all of Dota. But that's because he has like the third worst stat gain in all of Dota.
That's because he has the best ultimate in all of Dota.
His ult
Permanent
is useless, man.
invis.
It's literally
Permanent
just invis.
invis. is the best pub
Oh.
ability you could possibly have.
It
That's why
does
he's
nothing besides provide invis.
that's why he's a double-edged sword. Or that's not the right word, but
Double-edged
it's
dagger.
impossible to balance him
Yeah.
because he's either absolutely broken or absolutely useless.
I'm down to let him be broken for like 2 months. Give me that.
You get 1 week.
All right, I'll take it. Thank you. Negotiation complete. Valve, you heard it.
1 week.
If there was one hero that you could have be broken for a week, who would you pick? What's one hero that you would just love to play if they're like
Hmm.
OP and you got to play them like consistently?
Who haven't I gotten to play in a bit? I was really having fun with Kez 4, but now it's nerfed pretty heavily. I know he's
Yeah.
not supposed to be a support, so like I get it, but I'm not a core player. I'm not gonna play him as carry or mid, so I was having fun while I could there. Um, oh, we always meme about Meepo support, and I've never really played Meepo. That'd be kind of fun if he had some way to be a support. I don't know what that would be, but I know I will never learn Meepo mechanics well enough to be a mid Meepo, carry Meepo player. But if he could have some, you know how some of the like Lycan and Visage, they have the dumb it down facets to make it easy for you. That's what I need for Meepo. Give me the baby Meepo support facet so that I can play him a little bit, have my fun, and then move on.
The Meepo facet is just like it's like a permanent Mega Meepo Ags, but like with worse stats, and you don't have like the sub abilities. He's just like
I
a
think
big
it's
boy.
I think it's auto farm. You toggle a
Okay.
hotkey, and the extra Meepo, just goes camp to camp, and you don't even have to do the micro.
Wow, that'd be really
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Just for people like me right here, you can't press that many buttons
You're really
anymore.
just playing one Meepo while the other ones are just jungling the whole game. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just the workers in the base. I'm playing an RTS now with the
Yes, I
main.
was like, dude, it sounds like an RTS. I love that. That's good stuff.
Yeah, I think something like that could be fun. I think Dota has slowly pulled in mechanics from other games. Not necessarily that they're grabbing mechanics from other games. There's only so many different ideas, right? But that was one mechanic that I thought was really cool from an old MOBA. I was talking about yesterday with the Sepulchre pronunciation Dawngate. The passive GPM came from like workers at a well, and so the roaming hero could go and kill those and reduce the enemy's GPM. It doesn't have to be that, but I would love some kind of mechanic like that that rewards roaming a little bit more in Dota because we have been in this 2-1-2 laning format for a really long time now, and roaming is
We're
just not
becoming League of
rewarding
Legends, bro.
enough. Yeah, it's just not rewarding enough. So something that affects GPM, courier kills becoming more valuable. I keep pushing for fishing, like, I don't care what it is, but I would love for roaming to come back.
Add some koi to those wells, dude, and just let
Yeah.
people fish on the side of the lane. That's simple.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right though. I think there needs to be a little bit more options for roaming and mobility. I think the Lotus pools should just be removed personally. I think they just is another extra little like time mechanic that is in the lane that pretty much makes roaming worse because like the team that just keeps getting lotuses just has such an advantage. Wisdom runes probably could just like they could either be reworked or like moved slightly around on the map, but yeah, I think a map update and then like maybe changing some of the like timed objectives would maybe promote a little bit more of like a roaming or maybe even jungling because yeah, having like a reinforced 2-1-2 meta is always rough. Now we've seen a couple tri lanes here in this. It's so rare. It almost never happens, and especially not in pubs.
Yeah. I was thinking if you want to keep the lotuses, because I'm kind of fine with lotuses, but if you just move them more to the middle of the map, that could also encourage the roaming, because that way you're already halfway there, and now the opponent doesn't know, is he coming back to the lane? Is he going to mid? Maybe we also like move the twin gate somewhere over there. It's like, is he in the other lane? Who knows? So I actually maybe it just goes to map changes, right?
I
It
actually
doesn't have
really
to
like
be
that
any
idea.
new mechanic, just whatever you move the different existing objectives around encourages you to be in certain parts of the map. So maybe
Just
in the
moving those
future.
Yeah, moving those to like the other side of the lane towards the jungle, and like obviously a little bit further, but that makes a huge difference in terms of like where you're playing around the map, and also like where people want to jungle, because this gives you suddenly like a resource that you can play around if you're jungling. Um, yeah, that could be a pretty simple but impactful change. It's time for the draft, though. Excuse me. First pick,
role-playing Bristleback right there.
Yeah,
he was becoming the Bristleback.
Interesting. We get the Bristleback overall first. This is a hero that we have seen kind of ignored from a lot of teams, but picked in like specific situations where it looked very good. This one, overall first pick. I'm trying to think if there's like a certain ban that warrants it, but I guess Mars is removed as well as the Doom. Both those are pretty big, actually.
Yeah, I don't think you have to counter it right away, but we should keep certain heroes in mind, like Viper, Nyx Assassin, these heroes with breaks that aren't too hard to get. We might see them a little bit later in the draft once it looks good for them or not, and especially once you know where Bristleback's going, right? If it's a carry Bristleback, then you can commit to the Viper off lane, just give him a horrible time. Though you have to be careful, like you can mess that lane up. You get tri-laned, all sorts of stuff. That's where we might see something wacky. For now, it's going to be the Shadow Fiend, who's dropped off a lot. He got a nerf to the damage he got from souls. There was some other element stat. When he died, he used to keep the stacks. Now that's gone. The permanent stacks.
To be fair, I think that was just a bug with Aegis.
Yeah, I think that was mainly the fix, but it was really powerful when it mattered, right? Because if you have Aegis, you're probably looking to push high ground, you're taking a huge fight, and you win the fight, you respawn, you still have those stacks, so you're going into the high ground push with like an extra -8 armor aura or something. So it really mattered when it mattered. Do you think he is particularly good versus Bristleback as the counter pick here?
I think it's fine. Bristleback doesn't like to build armor, is the thing, right? Like, Bristleback relies on just straight damage reduction, so if you build a Silver Edge on Shadow Fiend, or you have another form of break on your team, Shadow Fiend rips through the Bristleback really well. And you can flex it between mid and safe lane, so it doesn't have to be the safe lane matchup. I think Raze overall is also a very strong lane mechanic for the Shadow Fiend. So if you have any form of slow or stun, which I think Lich seems pretty sick right now, like Lich Shadow Fiend is not bad. You can also go Clockwork Shadow Fiend to get those souls early on as well, which is always fun. And then you can just run at the Bristleback in the lane. Like, you're gonna have plenty of stick charges to play around, which Shadow Fiend's lane presence is really strong as he has mana.
Radiant team pick.
Hey, there's that Clockwork you were just talking about.
Yeah.
I don't think does the Souls trick still work? I don't think it does.
Yeah, I think it does. I don't think it was ever removed.
I thought it was.
Was it? Oh, maybe it was.
I'm not sure.
I'm just making it up. I don't know.
I'm not sure. Either way, though, the lane combo is nice because you go in with the expanded armature and you pull them in so you can get multiple raises pretty easily. And you're also just the body in front of Shadow Fiend. He is very susceptible to being run down. If the enemies get close and you can't hit all 3 raises anymore, your damage goes down a lot, especially if this ends up being an off-lane bristle, and we saw that Snot Rocket Slow become insanely powerful. SF, not a lot of armor himself at the start, so you can quickly get into this negative armor territory, low HP, get killed, but that's where Clockwork should be able to protect the Shadow Fiend.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, the Phoenix that we've seen a lot. No, not a huge commitment either way for both teams. These supports could move around, but they're both strong supports, no matter what lane they go into.
Team pick.
Lion.
Okay.
Actually, still kind of maintaining some flexibility there. You could move these heroes around. I do like Lion versus Clockwork a little bit more, I think, because you can stun and walk away. Or if he does get the power cogs on you and you know he's trying to kick things around, you can stun him to waste the time. I think Phoenix has a harder time. Yeah. Your dive doesn't really work versus the clockwork.
Just dive right into a cogs and just get punched in the nose.
Yeah, or like an unlucky battery assault just ticks you and your dive is just gone.
You can time it correctly if the battery assault's already going, but it's not easy, right? Like you have to get the timing just right to be able to dodge the next battery assault tick.
Certainly not I. I'd be diving straight into it.
It's just like panic mode. You're like, oh god, and then you like dive as the battery assault hits. Not great. For fusion here, I would think you can look for. Okay, never mind. There's the break I was talking about. If you get some form of break on your team, you can deal with the bristleback super easily. The Nyx assassin does that. Just needs the shard. So hopefully they're gonna probably aim to get that off Tormentor. If you don't get it, then he'll probably buy it. I think Shadow Fiend will still buy a Silver Edge in this game regardless. But
Doesn't hurt to have multiple.
Yeah, having multiple breaks is pretty huge.
I do like that. The enemy supports on Hikori are susceptible to being burst, especially if you can get Phoenix before the egg comes out. So someone like Nyx Assassin to surprise them with a stun and add some burst damage himself can be really nice. They're gonna go for the PA, which does reveal this is a mid SF then, so kind of showing their hand a little bit. But that is yet another source of break versus Bristleback. They are really countering this Bristleback and putting a lot into physical damage.
I'm actually still curious. If I'm Shadow Fiend here, like, do you still go for more of the right-click build, or do you adapt your build into something more of like a magic build, and go like Shadowmire, which we don't really see people go Shadowmire anymore because it was pretty heavily nerfed. For a while, it was absurdly broken. So I think Shadow Fiends nowadays, because of how good Lasting Presence is, especially if you have like a heavy physical damage hero like Phantom Assassin, I think you could just go straight physical damage here and play off of that. She can go Deso if she feels like it's necessary, but right now, like, none of these heroes do well against minus armor. Tiny kind of, right? Because he gets it from Grow. But minus armor is super value in this game at the moment.
Yeah, I was thinking someone with a lot of evasion or armor for either team, really, but especially for Hikori. So Tiny kind of checks that box with his ultimate. Both teams potentially looking for an offlaner, but with this amount of breaks, I wonder if you just go offlane Bristle, pick a new carry so that your carry isn't so countered. Not that you can't play around it a little bit with BKBs and stuff, but this is so many breaks. Like 3 different sources. It's one of the rarer mechanics in Dota right now, and Fusion is really all in on it, grabbing 3 of them. Which actually, doesn't that work against Tiny? Doesn't he also lose his armor off Grow? Or no?
Not Grow, but he loses the damage reduction off of his innate.
Okay. That's pretty nice, actually.
Which is still very good. I will say this. If you don't move the Bristleback, Fusion has last pick, and they will absolutely just pick a Viper into your hero. So
I don't think I have enough break yet, guys.
Yeah, it's like
one more.
Oh, you thought you could avoid the other lanes? Like, you could very easily get last pick Vipered. So I think for them, like, they need to be a little bit careful. They need to move this Bristleback into the 3 position. I'm fine with it just being Snot Rocket at this point and trying to give your team a little bit of utility. But my issue with that is you don't really have any like heavy physical damage heroes to play off of Snot Rocket. So I think it is good enough for the lane, though, to maybe give you space against the Clockwork PA, which could help. As for carries, though, for Hikori that are still in the pool, I
was gonna say Dragon Knight, but actually he also doesn't love dealing with these breaks.
Yeah.
A lot of his armor comes from that passive. I guess you could be someone like Medusa and not care about it.
But PA is good against the Medusa.
That's true.
She doesn't mind the minus armor like that they could be going for. Like she's a hero that just absolutely doesn't care about it. But maybe
Dude, I bet
Terrorblade.
Fusion would go offlane anti-mage anyways. A real classic
right.
pub draft here, anti-mage Shadow Fiend PA.
Dang. Okay, I was thinking Spectre, but I was like, surely not against the breaks, right? But they do it anyway.
Interesting.
It is good
Yeah.
overall for their draft, and I think it does make the Shadow Fiends game a lot more difficult. If I'm Spectre here, I'm going Blade Mail, 100%. I think this is like a Blade Mail first Spectre game. It's really good. So I'm curious if that's what they decide to do. But now you just have an offlane hero that you can run at them. Tide Hunter seems pretty sick. More minus armor.
Yeah,
Really good against the
Dawnbreaker's out.
Spectre lane.
Wouldn't mind that. Maybe you could do something like Timber Saw. Give yourself more magic and pure. Pretty good versus these tanky heroes. Just someone to punish the Spectre. I feel like Nyx and Clockwork cover your initiation.
You may now select
There you go.
Dude, we
Another
don't
break.
have enough break.
Guys, just get us Primal Beast, our fourth potential break. Obviously, we're including Silver Edge in all of this. Like, there's 3 breaks across the board and just heroes, but you have the 4th in the Silver Edge, which is very much purchasable from like Leo style on the Shadow Fiend. Primal Beast is quite good against this safe lane because you do not have a stun. It is Phoenix Spectre. The best thing you have is a slow from the Spectral Dagger, and Primal Beast just eats these lanes alive, so that's a really smart pick. And the Nyx Assassin pairing with it is something we've seen before. Nyx just goes, drags the wave a little bit, takes some creeps, and then the lane's next to your tower. And I don't know what Spectre does at that point.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not a very good jungler. That's Spectre. I really like Fusion's draft. I can't believe they invested so much of the draft into breaks. That first quick bristleback, and then they still got a useful. Like the break is still useful versus the carry in the end. And that's the part that seems. I don't know. I'd have to think like who could have been a better carry, I suppose. But I mean, Spectre's good in the sense. Yeah, if you have the tiny avalanche toss initiation lion, right? Then the Spectre comes in, finishes up a kill, and I think that's kind of what they have to look for, that snowbally pickoff style. But the lanes seem pretty tough, and then the full-on team fights seem even tougher after that.
Yeah, the thing is like the heroes that Shadow Fiend is bad against, Phantom Assassin is very good against. And that is the problem with like the dynamic of these two heroes, because every time I was like, oh, like what about this hero? I'm like, it'll make it really difficult for Shadow Fiend, or it'll be really difficult for PA, but then the other hero just absolutely owns them. So it's an interesting dynamic having these two on the same team. It's a little bit greedy. You have to do well in your lanes.
It's pretty greedy.
I think you're right. Like their lanes are good. I don't think they're going to struggle too much. Like I said, my initial thought was Terribly. It's one of the few heroes that can actually play against both of them pretty easily. But then Primal Beast still would have absolutely owned Terrorblade. So I don't know what the perfect pick was. I like the Spectre. I think it's even more of a Blade Mail Spectre game seeing the Primal Beast come out, because he actually does like 150% damage to himself when he tramples a Spectre with Blade Mail, which is really scary. So we'll see. Right now he's got an Urn queued up. I mean, that's kind of like the classic Spectre build, is like an early Urn relying on like your ult to give you constant sustain. I don't know though. It's such a good
See if he
Blade Mail
commits
game.
to that. You could always go earn Blade Mail potentially, but it kind of depends how your lane goes. You can adjust. Good positioning from Hikori there. I actually didn't expect him to have to go cut the first creep wave, but they were just prepared for it in case. They covered a couple different angles he might walk through, and they spotted him. So it doesn't look like he wants to go try that anymore. But it can be a great way to just quickly hit level 2, and then it's already a good matchup for him. So maybe that's what he was hoping for. Nyx is also not the strongest laner, all things said. A little bit of balance there. Phoenix being strong, Spectre being a little bit weaker, Primal Beast being strong, Nyx not being the strongest.
I agree. I think that's the question, kind of, is how the Nyx is going to play the lane. Because it's on Dire side, it's so easy to just walk to the enemy jungle and just Mind Flayer spam because you have the Wishing Well buff, and you can just keep dragging waves. Or you just leave the Primal Beast 2v1, and I don't think he's going to struggle all that much in a 2v1 here. We'll see how this ends up going. It is going to be a Seeing Red Bristleback, and as for the Shadow Fiend, he's gone for Shadowmire, so he's using this to try and win the lane, which, you know, not bad. I think he will still end up going more of a physical damage build as opposed to the, like, Kayasha, Blink, Yules, BKB builds that we used to see.
Yeah, I mean, even without the other facet, you still have some negative armor in the aura, which is still very nice for PA.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Ooh. Well, I'm sorry. My everything is lagging super hard for me right now. I can't really see what's going on.
Dota struggles. Don't worry, everyone's just farming right now. Nothing much happening. I don't expect too much action level 1. I think like the bottom creep cutting would have been the most action we see level 1, but top should just be, well, actually, Lion's kind of stuck in these power cogs, getting bounced around a lot. Oh, just hit level 2 on PA. I think if she had level 2, they would have committed. I think they're trying to finish up creeps to go on that, but they got level 2 just as the Lion gets away.
I'm good now. It was about like
Welcome
40
back.
seconds of no audio and super lag, but we're good. Nyx Assassin might be yoinking this courier here. Yes, indeedy. He's got them Windlace.
Radiant's courier has been
Quick
killed.
little crab action.
Another one's coming out too. He might grab it.
Oh, I mean, they're trying to micro it through the trees, but he might still go for it. Yeah, they're moving it back immediately. They're like, we know there's a ward back there now. Overall CS in the lanes going fairly even. That's interesting. Mid's courier goes down, and it's a stick as well.
Oh, he might have thrown his tree at it.
Oh, is that what it was, you think? Yeah.
I think you can do that, can't you? It went into one-shots?
I mean, if you can, that's cool tech. I had no idea. I'm not a mid laner. Wow, Genic, that was a ravage to take the Lotus away. He's gonna have to TP, otherwise would have probably died. So smart move from him. But takes the Lotus. That's big.
Yeah, a little bit costly since it cost the TP. But it is nice to, even though he had to use it actually, it's nice to steal that away from the enemy because you're Lion. You want to drain people's mana, and the Lotus securing that is one way that you can guarantee a burst of mana in a key fight. So even though he doesn't have it himself anymore, he's more likely to be the one who doesn't need it, at least for the mana in the fight. So maybe that'll set something else up here. Although they all have sticks. This is such a good stick lane top for every hero, so maybe it won't actually matter that much this game.
Dire's structures are fortified.
A little bit of a fort here on the way. I don't know why, but probably something happening mid usually. Frank bottom, just gonna pop a trample, be a complete nuisance. And like I said, it's super easy for him to do this. He is gonna be 2v1 in this lane for the foreseeable future. I don't think the Nyx will really be offering much. He can just kind of jungle with Mind Flayer, get early mana boots, and chill. Offer some pressure into the mid lane as well with his Shadow Fiend, or just deny creep camps that the Tiny would like to take himself, right? So
Yeah, that's true. This tiny blink is when Hikori can really start making plays, and his jungle's constantly just going to be worth less because of this Nyx. So might delay the blink by an extra minute or two.
Ooh, bottom lane, Frank's actually pretty low, but just onslaughts in, gets a nice stun from Michael, and that will be the first blood. Gardic,
12 health.
no way to secure the kill. Yeah, 12 HP.
That's where all the little stats you buy, every little extra efficiency comes into play in those moments. That was a pretty bold call. He charged in with only 300 health, but knew the stun from the Nyx would be enough.
You have a lot of faith in your support to make sure he hits that stun. Because
Dude, the Nyx stun is so, it's so hard.
Yeah, that's like a questionable one. It's not like you can target it, right? You're like,
Yeah.
you better hit this or else I'm dead.
So you're going to hit this, right? I'm going to die if you don't hit this.
That's a really important kill for the Primal Beast because he doesn't have a ton of CS. He's mostly just getting XP in the lane. Genic here, top side, trapped up, surrounded by the cogs. Really good find from these two. And now Sacred, he's going to just do what he can to harass out these heroes. Lots of quills already stacked up on Kataro, but he's got a Blink Strike to get away.
This lane's going better for the Spectre than expected because the Nyx ended up going in the jungle. But when you add up the net worths, they are winning.
Is it going better for Spectre?
Okay, well now maybe not so
He's
much.
level
That
5
kill-
on Primal Beast now, so...
That kill changed things up.
Yeah, it's a little scary. Trample.
Okay, wait.
Onslaught.
Going
1
back the other
second! Oh, Gardic with the snipe. Very well done.
They get the Tiny in the mid lane, though, knowing that Phoenix can't come in to help. So that's space made. And I think it is really important to slow down this Tiny, because he is the playmaker, so...
Yeah.
Already having a bit of a rough time here versus the SF.
Look at the gold difference between these two.
Yeah. So it's going to be a very slow blink unless they can manage to find, I don't know, some big power runes or something.
You picked this Tiny into the Shadow Fiend as well.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, you will have this Spectre, ignoring the fact that we did just see her get trampled and lose a lot of health, because at least the first few minutes of the laning stage went pretty well with the Nyx roaming around. She is 5.5 right now, getting close to 6. So that can be potentially some of the turning point. Avalanche toss, Shadow Step in should be enough to kill a lot of the heroes. Like, probably not the Primal Beast.
Yeah, no way.
I think everyone else is at risk.
I think you're right. Okay, so Kataro now has his level 6, so he's gone methodical here, which makes it pretty easy for him to actually get some big crits on these heroes, but Bristleback will just turn his back on you every single time. Bottom lane, though, I think we're likely going to see a dive. It's level 6 Primal Beast now. Yep. Ooh, he actually misses the onslaught completely.
Just showing you that I could do it whenever I want to.
Yeah, maybe he's a little bit afraid
I don't want
of
to. No, that is totally a miss, man.
Yeah, was it? I have no idea. Like, I saw it at the last second, but...
I think that was a miss. Even if you thought TVs were coming in, I think you would at least connect on it. It's okay. It happens. It's a tricky one because of the turn rates and everything.
Well, at the rune here, Dark Mago might be in some trouble. Getting chased down here from the Shadow Fiend. 2 raises now to slow up the Tiny. He's looking to get in range for the 3rd. Great Avalanche,
nice.
Earth Spike, and a lot of damage coming in from the Phoenix as well now. He's got to reach
Spectre 6.
Well,
I'm surprised she didn't come in.
Ooh, Spectre is 6, you're right.
Maybe she just hit it. Maybe I was looking too late, but...
Where's they lost vision? They might have lost vision.
Yeah, possibly. And maybe that could have been one way back into this, because it's pretty early in the game, but it's already a 2k lead for Fusion. So that is a little bit scary. They're going to have to really rely on that Shadow Step Spectre making the difference.
Phantom Assassin. There's the Spectre joining the fight now, and she is completely alone. 4 heroes here to secure the kill. Lumiere didn't manage to haunt back bottom, but needs to stick around. Did he go the Urn? Did he actually build it? He did go Blade Mail.
Yeah, he went Blade Mail.
All right. I feel so vindicated right now. I feel so vindicated. I would have looked so dumb if Lumiere did not build a blade mail this game. But no boots blade mail. And like I said, the reason you do this is strictly the Primal Beast. We saw earlier how much damage he can do. He can just pretty much at level 7 solo kill the Spectre anytime in the lane. Speaking of kills, ooh, Dark Mago. It's just too much damage. Managed to run him down here. Good rotation in from the Phantom Assassin. But you can't really go for those types of trample plays if like he has Blade Mail, because between Dispersion and Blade Mail, you're like right on top of the Spectre. You're taking so much damage back yourself.
The extra armor is also fantastic versus the PA and the SF. And the reflection, hold that thought. Let's see if the Blade Mail can save Lumiere here. Scuttle is in the back, so they might keep looking. I don't know if they saw him. Oh, they just put a sentry. They know he's here for sure now.
They definitely know he's here. They're like, oh, hello.
We gotta pretend we don't know he's here, though. Alright, that could have been a nice kill. The PA, Nyx, and the Primal Beast coming in. But like you said, the Blade Mail helping to buy enough time for rotations to come in. Ooh, an invade top. Sacred pretty low while doing these Ancients.
Yeah, very nice find. Good ward placement. Good use of the hook shot. The thing is, the Shadow Fiend is getting a lot done, and he's... How many bonus souls does he have already? I know it's not as important for the spell damage version, but they see the TP's coming. Frank's, he's gonna bail.
No bonus souls this time, because he did go the Shadowmire.
Would you literally not get any bonus souls off Shadowmire?
Is it not? Isn't it? That's the whole thing. You either kill people with a raise or you steal their souls.
Crazy. All right, well, don't mind me.
He was too... He was too powerful the other way.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was why they nerfed Shadowmire and everyone stopped playing Shadow Fiend. Okay, you're right. Big kills in the mid lane. Hook shot doesn't quite
just a little
connect.
late. The cooldown might have been just up or something.
Yeah. Or he was just trying to find the angle, right? It's a hard one with 4 heroes in front of you.
Get out of my way!
It's like when you're playing Budge, you're like, guys, please move.
You're pinging it. Get out! Move! That's okay. That was still a really good fight. They get the mid tower and some big kills. Yeah, 5k lead at 12 minutes. A little expected based on the draft. All right, I'd say Spectre did a little better in the lane than I thought she would, and Tiny did a bit worse than I thought. Maybe that balances out, but this is not easy. You're quickly running out of targets that the Shadow Step combo will work on. Like first it was Primal Beast that, okay, I don't think we can get him. The more this goes on, you know, it's like, can we really get Clockwork? We can't get SF, you know? It's getting tougher.
Boy. Level 11 Shadow Fiend. He did just rush Kayayasha. That's a wild build. I mean, it's going to allow him to flash farm pretty nuts right now because of how much mana and sustain he's going to have. The bonus movement speed makes a big deal. And yeah, he's super rich. 8,000 net worth here. Closing in on a Blink Dagger.
Unlike this Tiny, who is at 900 gold. So still ages away from a Blink. It's a really rough one for him.
Yeah, he's like a full Kaya Sanj up on this hero almost.
Oh man, that was really unlucky on the timing. That sentry just expired. If it had been a second different, then maybe you're setting up on this Tiny. All right, he'll make his way bottom, see if he can find the Spectre, but unfortunately, no global heroes for Fusion this game, so when Nick scouts this deep, it's really just about finding information and not really setting up a sneaky kill anywhere on the map.
I mean, he has a ward, so he is just going to follow Lumiere around. He'll probably just pop the Vendetta, do as much damage here as he can, just to harass him out of the lane. 14-minute Wisdom Room stolen by Prada thanks to the hook shot. A very nice move from him. Spectre died.
I thought a solo kill wouldn't be possible. Oh no.
I don't understand how he got this.
Okay, I'll tell you what happened. The
Did she get
Wisdom Rune.
clapped?
The Wisdom Rune steal happened, right? I bet Spectre was looking. He goes in, burst her, stuns. The Hellbear camp is pretty strong, so she was taking like some of that initial chip damage. Even if Michael dies here, this is so worth it. He kills the Spectre, and now he's wasting so much of Dark Mago's time. Oh my god, he's out.
This is unreal. Top lane, Frank does have the onslaught to get away, and Sacred is stuck inside the cogs. Delivered a kill. Oh boy, this game is looking real rough for the side of Hikori. Fusion up 7,000 gold now.
What's the comeback here? You still just got to keep waiting for the blink on Tiny. He's 400 gold away now. But it feels bad. This is the downside of a hero like Tiny who needs blink. And you pick the Spectre. Technically all you need is level 6, right? And she's had it for a while, but how many times have we seen her actually shadow step in to a play? Not really all that often. And it's because you don't have the Earth Spirit who can gank with nothing, right? You don't need any items, you just need the levels, which you'll definitely hit before the Spectre. Storm Spirits can do it, Void Spirits, all those types of heroes. Certain offlaners can do it. But this game, you got a Lion and a Tiny, but both of them need blinks.
Well, speaking of blinks, here comes Leo Spal. They do manage to get the 2-hero stun. The Requiem deletes the Lion. Oh my goodness, what a find off of the Nyx. What an impale.
Dude, the state of the game, when your SF with the blink sees that the Nyx finds the carry, and you're like, oh, I'm not needed on that kill. I'll just go kill the Lion.
Yeah.
that is not good when you don't even have to prioritize securing the Spectre kill.
Yeah, I mean, this game is completely fallen apart here. It is 2-12. And you're against a Primal Beast who is like 40 gold from a BKB. Once he has that, he will never die. Like, he actually will never die this game once he has BKB. I'm going to make that statement now, because last time I almost said it, and I was right, but I'm going to stand on it this time.
Gotta believe in your statements. Okay, Dark Mago, he's got his blink. They have to start finding some kills.
It has to be Shadow Fiend. But if Clockwork is playing near him, which Prada is, then it at least gives them some sort of like playmaking potential, because Clockwork's also got a Force Staff, so he can like hook shot in, Force Staff his Shadow Fiend out, maybe give him some space.
Lumiere is doing an Ancient stack, though. He's got a TP home, maybe. Because you can't make this play without Lumiere coming in. You're just so far behind, you need him to show up to bring the damage. Okay, just to walk home, he actually didn't have a TP.
Bristleback is farming. Frank topside in trouble. Just gonna BKB TP out. Goodbye. And that's the thing. Now that this BKB is online, you have no way of killing this Primal. And yeah, you did force the cooldown, which is nice, but I don't think they care all that much, because I'm pretty sure they outscale the side of Hikori as well. Blink, Requiem's out. Tiny takes a decent chunk of damage. There's the hook shot. The third raise connects. Dark Mago gets brought down. Leo style mid gets caught from the Finger of Death. All the Quills as well. They get themselves a huge turnaround. And their first Finger of Death stack for the Lion. Now, a little bit of a aggressive jump there from Fusion, but great response from Hikori.
Yeah, they need to be a little more careful. Tiny is tanky. Even though he's been having a rough game, this is just a tanky hero. It's how he is. He's literally a rock. So that kill took a bit longer than they maybe expected. The rotations come in, and that ends up being for 2 kills, that's practically a 2K gold swing for Hikori. That's a lot of money. So you always got to be careful of any deaths when you are this far ahead. Is a ton of gold for the enemy.
Not only that, but oh, never mind. Thought we were gonna see it play top, but the XP is so necessary. Like they're so far behind in experience this game as well. Like they've gotten almost no kills. They doubled their kill score. That's how rough it's been. So pretty rough start. Roshan really easy with a Shadowmire SF. Just so much bonus raise damage. He has infinite mana, so good stuff there.
Fun fact, if you ever go for a speed run on Roshan's, SF is the #1 hero for it.
Like at level 1?
I think you farm up to level 3, and then you go for it.
Oh, you're talking about like solo in the game?
Like literally, you open a custom lobby and speed run how quickly you can kill Roshan. SF's #1 last I checked.
I'm not surprised that you know this, because I know you have done like first like fastest heroes that can end the game type of thing.
Yeah, it's fun.
Is
I actually think it's a good.
#1?
As far as I know, yeah, I haven't checked in on it, and we haven't had a patch in like a year, so it's probably still the same. I think it's a good mental exercise actually for players, especially for a lot of pub players who. Okay, hold that thought. Oh, that's a lot of damage actually. That was half of Frank's health.
That's a phylactery done, right?
Yeah,
so that helps.
Damage is coming in.
Top side of the map though, looks like Fusion is hunting. And here comes the Nyx, deletes Genic from the game. Sacred gets a lot of quill sprays here onto Kataro, but he will just turn around trying to get the crits. Jumps away on over to Michael. Hook shot in, it's gonna block them, but Lumiere comes in on the Spectre, trying to finish the job. He gets him. Big Requiem out from Leo Style, but A quickly cleaned up as well. 3 dead, make it 4 for the side of Hikori, and now Fusion. A big win off that Aegis. I'm surprised they're not getting the Tormentor.
I mean, they might. Oh no, it's already.
Oh, it's already.
It was
gone.
just done
Wow.
before this.
Okay.
Right before this. I was distracted by the speedrun
huge.
talk.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
That's okay.
PA. It cost the Aegis, but I mean, it's not really a huge deal. It was a pretty early Aegis, anyways, so it's not like you kind of expected to play without it. And getting that many heroes was very nice. Spectre, at least you get that. Spectre got a kill, got out. The Radiance, it's so delayed, but it's at this point about 600 gold away, and it'll be useful for a bit because the BKBs aren't done on PA. I guess just PA now, actually. SF and Primal Beast has had his for a moment. SF has his brand new BKB unused so far.
Primal Beast, mid lane. Does he get the BKB off? He doesn't. I was wrong. He died, finally. Leo Style just blink taunting on the high ground. Interesting play there. He does have BKB and the Illusion Rune. He is going to get stunned up. A lot of damage coming his way. Great Spike Carapace out from the Nyx. The Chain Stuns are there. The Raises just delete the Tiny, and there's the Shard from Kataro. Breaks the Bristle back. Now looking for more Garlic on the backside. Doesn't get the TP out. Triple kill. Leo Style is definitely... That was an intentional taunt, I will say. That was an absolute bait taunt. Hikori fall for it, and it turns into 4 kills. Unreal.
We saw some kills coming for Hikori, but Nyx has his shard, PA has her shard, Aghanims is in the works for Primal Beast. This is where suddenly all the quill damage is no longer coming into play. The Spectre is not surviving nearly as long as she would like. Tiny not getting that damage reduction from his innate. The fights just became much harder for them. We were finally getting to the point of the breaks that we were talking about in the draft. They're now in play. I'm not sure if you win very many more fights on Hikori. I haven't won many fights throughout this game. I don't think you're finding much more.
Single fight?
Maybe in like a one-on-one in the lanes, you get a kill.
Yeah.
20 minutes ago.
I think one major problem is that Shadow Fiend, the commitment to kill him at this point is almost impossible because you have to get through Nyx and Primal Beast to find the Shadow Fiend, unless he's just like alone, right? But I mean, in like coordinated team fights, he's gonna be too difficult to find. And here comes the Shard from Michael, just gonna completely rip through the Bristleback, the Requiem to delete him once again.
Doesn't even feel necessary. Pretty sure you could have just raised him once.
Yeah, and Genic, he's gonna have a rough time here. Instant kill from Kataro.
Can't even turn to Earth Spike in time.
And well, Frank gonna look for Dark Mago here on the Tiny. He should have a Pulverize to secure this one, and there it is. Does manage to break the stun for a moment, but again, the chase is just always there. These guys are all over the map. Aghanim Scepter now done. As he gets his 20 town, which is should not be understated, right? The fear duration on Requiem is pretty nuts, and it is now doubled with the Aghanim Scepter. So pretty huge.
As we're playing against the Nyx is also very miserable because you're already losing. The supports have to spend whatever money they have on sentries to try to see him. That's why Scuttle is so good, because you don't have to take the normal paths. You can go through weird angles over terrain, and it's so hard to know if you're ever being watched, which means you got to buy a gem, and then that's really costly, and you lose it. It's very tough.
You mean buy the enemy team a gem, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Facet just gets it, you know? I think you're right. I do feel like the Scuttle facet is going to be one that we're going to be seeing changed quite a bit in the upcoming, and the next update, whenever that is, hopefully soon.
I think it lasts too long. I think it should be shorter.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They're either gonna reduce the movement speed or the duration on it. It's too good. Well, Sacred once again gets found. Quick delete there, thanks to the Shard from the Nyx Assassin. There's just nowhere safe.
Yeah, they have a ward in their triangle, or not triangle, the safe lane jungle. They have to play down here as much as they can.
Hookshot in from Prada. He's waiting for his Shadow Fiend to get here. He's under the cover of a smoke and does have a Requiem available. He's gonna throw it. Does he blink in? No. Interesting. Something must have... Oh, the Radiance, I think, broke his blink. I was confused. I was like, why didn't he blink after the Requiem?
Yeah, that's true. That Radiance just... I think touched it, because he was kind of far back. But it must have clipped him. Radiance is pretty wide, I gotta say. 650? Sometimes I forget how large it is. Peepo wide ability.
Dude, no way he actually finds the Phoenix, right? He's actually
got a glimmer like right now. Oh no, he's
got dust.
He's been found.
He literally has dust on the Shadow Feed. Like, this is unreal.
4 players by dust.
Picks up range creep worth 333 gold there.
In a way, okay, it looks a little silly, but you kind of need to do that stuff, right? Yeah, you try to have to cut creep waves so that if you do get killed, that was in front of their own tier 3, right? So you're hopefully giving some space back to your team, so even when Nyx is watching you, you know the SF follow-up is actually killing your Phoenix on their own half of the map. Oh, there's the courier top for Nyx has a gem on it, and Spectre was kind of close. That would actually be such a huge play to kill that courier and get the gem, but he doesn't know it's there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Man, they're just gonna double wisdom rune them again.
That's painful.
Oh, that hurts so much. Sacred mid lane. I was like, the problem is like the moment you start triggering quills, he can trigger a uproar to start breaking you.
Yeah. There is a 5 level difference between the supports.
Yeah. Well, a 22 kill difference between the teams, so it kind of makes sense. Oh, Shadow Fiend mid lane. Stun is out. Do you have the damage? It does not appear so.
What was that? About half his health?
Not even.
Yeah. They didn't use Finger, so with that, they could have gotten him to half health.
True, true.
What say you now?
Frank. I was gonna say, what does Frank go next? It's just a Heart of Tarrasque. I thought he might go for a Blink Dagger, but yeah, just tank up, become unkillable. Why not? Nyx Assassin's just sitting in Roche Pit. Yeah, he's just like, all right, I'll let you guys know when it's up.
I think it's kind of fine. He doesn't have his ult, right? Every time he does it, something, it's with Vendetta. He's gonna like, Vendetta's off cooldown now in 10 seconds, so he's like, okay, I'm gonna go do something. And once it's done, he's like, all right, I'm a ward again. I'm gonna go sit in the Roche Pit.
He's gonna go kill the lion. He's like, someone get down here. I need another hero to kill.
Desperation smoke. We gotta find something, man. Blink, blink, avalanche toss, lion finger.
They might find Shadow Fiend, but Nyx is en route.
Radiant's top
What is-
tower.
This is a very unfortunate.
This is really unfortunate indeed. The incoming Primal Beast, the BKB's out from Liaison, the Requiem just removes them from the game. How did they know?
I was about to say, was there a scan I missed or something?
No, they just
It
knew.
might
They
have just
actually
been a
GG
hard
out.
read.
Yeah, I think it was a
can't blame
really
him.
hard read.
Well, I didn't actually mean it when I called that a desperation smoke. Like, you know when you smoke as a team and then you go, you give it one last go, you die, you GG out. I thought that was just another play happening. I
The
can't
Nyx
blame him.
Assassin drew the line. Like
Yeah.
he was initially saying, "Hey, come bottom, I want to kill them." But then he saw the lion start to head north through the tree line, and then he was just like, "Oh, they're probably smoking into our triangle." I guess like it had to be the Nyx making that call because Primal Beast TPs. He had already Vendetta started running that way. That is just you're just in the brain of your opponent at that point, and yeah, getting absolutely mind flayed. I don't know. There's literally nothing they could have done this game in Hikori.
Yeah, I think that one comes down to the draft. That was not going to be easy for them. I'm not sure Tiny was the pick against the SF. I think you need a stronger showing there. It kind of made sense when we saw it. It's like, oh, it's got the armor, but needing the blink before you can do something, and then picking a Spectre as your carry who's kind of like weak in the lane, so you know you need to set up for her, and she's going to struggle against the breaks. They had such a small window to find success on Hikori, which is that we need to do okay in the lanes, and then we need to start getting the blinks at a much better timing and use them to set up constant shadow steps to get kills and snowball effect into this. There's a very tiny window of that, because otherwise we lose the lanes and we lose the late games because they have 4 million breaks. So it's this 5 to 10 minute window we can do it, and it's just too hard. So I think in this break right here, they're gonna reevaluate that order of heroes they went for.
I feel like the Spectre pick is. I know people might flame me for this. I feel like it's actually a good pick. I think it is definitely like one of the only carries they could have gone here that would have potentially won them the game. I think the main issue is the mid lane, where you pick this Tiny into the Shadow Fiend and it just ends up in such a disastrous state because you need a hero to make space for the Spectre, and that is ganking, that is enabling the Spectre's ultimate. And because you don't have this game, the Spectre just looks super weak, and I think people are like XD, Spectre, but it's really not on the Spectre. I think it is actually pretty good because it is a super tanky hero that can build Blade Mail that really kind of can shut down some of these playbits that Fusion could go for if you're in a good spot. But playing so far behind this whole game, it just ends up looking really sad. And the kill score reflects it, right? 6-30. Really, really good performance from Fusion. I think you're right. They need to reevaluate the draft here on Hikori, or at least the order in which they pick some of these heroes. I don't think Fusion's going to matter like mind at all. They're going to be chilling. They're going to have first pick in second game. Unless they, choose not to for some reason.
I mean, they just won really handedly with second pick, so I wouldn't blame them if they just do it again. But right now there are a lot of power picks on the first pick. Unfortunately, it seems Bristleback did not pay off for them on the first pick for Hikori.
Yeah. All right, everyone. We are going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here in this lower bracket finals, Hikori versus Fusion. We'll see you in just a bit.
Step into my time. TV. The city lights a neon aglow. We are stars covered in gold. Covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams. We will shine, only believe. Only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Taking down liquor and juice. Come alive, nothing to lose. Starting something, blood comes rushing, rushing. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Yeah, just let it go. Gotta let it out. Wanna shake it out. Gotta let it out. Wanna shake it out. Yeah. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now. No stopping. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Whoa, burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. Ooh, we just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to Dream League Season 25. We've got the lower bracket finals of South America happening right now. It's Fusion versus Hikori. And yeah, it's been an interesting series so far. A little bit of an outdraft, I would say, in game one, and a massive beatdown from Fusion. So we'll see what Hikori can do to bounce back.
Yeah, I think straight back to the draft. I think the Bristleback first pick is fine. Bless you. The Bristleback first pick is fine overall, but I think as it got heavily countered by breaks and they felt they need to pivot, Bristleback is greedy. The support duo can't initiate. You need a blink on the Lion. You pick a mid who needs a blink, and then you pick a weak carry. So there's a very key weakness in starting things if you're not ahead, and they didn't give themselves enough wiggle room in the draft to have winning lanes. So that's where it gets like you could have given Tiny a better game by rotating in, but Spectre is so weak against that Primal Beast. Phoenix had to just sit in that lane so much. There was never any time to go stack, to go help with runes, things like that. And that's where maybe you pick a stronger carry, you can bring more heroes into the mid lane, or maybe the carry can set things up for you because maybe it has a stun. I don't know, right? I don't know. Somewhere in that needed to change. We've already talked about it a bit. But as we hop into game number 2, something more cohesive, something with more forgiveness in falling behind and catching back up, I think would do Hikori well here, because that was kind of a brutal game, and sometimes you're a little off tilt, going into game 2. Hopefully they do a quick mental reset in that break.
Yeah, I'd imagine they're just going to kind of chalk that one up to the draft and just kind of approach game 2 a little bit differently. And as expected, it is going to be first pick for Fusion. This is just what most teams tend to prefer. So we'll see how this changes the draft. Another Mars ban in the opening, which is pretty interesting. We'll see Bristleback and Magnus removed alongside the Alchemist, their last ban here. And give us an
Mars
idea
is
of where they
a-
want to go.
Flex pick for Hikori specifically with Dark Mago over there.
Yeah,
Willing
exactly.
to play it in the mid lane.
His Mars is actually so good.
Let's see. At this rate, unless they want to bring in a new strategy, which would be fine, a lot of Fusion's first picks have been either Doom, Phoenix, or Batrider. And all three of those cannot be banned by the time we get to the first pick. So,
Here's
all right,
the Doom.
so
Good
we're
call.
going to take out Doom. So I imagine you could go for your support. It's gone well for them before.
10 seconds remaining.
Trying to think if there's another. Sometimes we see Gyro in that first phase.
Dire team
Awkward ban. So yeah, they go for the Batrider.
Okay.
Nice.
Do we want the Phoenix for Hikori? Get your own flying bird. I'm always a big fan of parody.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant
We've seen it
team
picked
back.
quite a bit as a response, but they go Dawnbreaker. Okay. So not a lot of flexibility here. The heroes mostly ran as an off laner, occasionally and very occasionally as a carry, but strong hero, at least for the lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think you might want to ban out the Nyx Assassin. It just makes Dawnbreaker's life
5
so hard.
seconds remaining.
Though I guess you actually have the next pick. You could pick Nyx Assassin yourself. He's not bad versus the Batrider. Though it's not as strong as a lane combo I would like for Dawnbreaker, but you can do you can go do the creep dragging, get Dawn some an extra level while you also get some levels because you're killing creeps, and then when Nyx is level 3, that amount of burst is not too bad. But Dawnbreaker is such a strong hero, level 1, level 2. I'd kind of like something to go with it there. Something like Muerto. Oh, said Muerto too
Got
late.
banned, unfortunately.
Banned already, but that would have been a good one.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think pairing Dawnbreaker with a very aggressive lane partner is typically the play. Because she's so good at securing kills, she just needs a little bit of help to do so.
Dire
Let's see
team
what they
back.
decide to do. They go to Snapfire, an interesting pick. Very high damage, does kind of fill that role. I wonder if you want to go for something like a Dark Willow, maybe. Or if... I'm trying to think what other, 4 positions we've really seen. The big one is the Batrider with Dawnbreaker, but obviously no hope of that now.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, it's been a lot of Dawnbreaker Morta, Dawnbreaker Batrider, but Hoodwink's not bad, Dark Willow's not bad, Nyx is okay. I wonder that Snapfire ban. Snapfire actually would have been okay. That's a good level 2 combo. I'm wondering if they're thinking about the Phoenix, because that's often when we see the Snapfires come out.
Could also just grab the Lion. That's the other one.
Oh, that one's good too.
Beastmaster ban. And they do grab the Nyx. Great call. A little bit of deny pick, but also very good against the Batrider.
Let's see. Batrider's not... Batrider likes to play aggressive. He maybe can't be as aggressive as he wants in that lane, but if he saves Flame Break, it doesn't stop the Starbreaker, but you can push her away and make her miss. And that's pretty good at preventing the aggression on your carry. So you could just do Batrider 5. I wouldn't mind a stronger position 5 or one with a more instant stun that can interrupt the Starbreaker. Oh, or you could just go for a really tanky carry that maybe doesn't care if he gets initiated on.
Dire team pick.
There's that Phoenix. Alright, so Dragonite Phoenix versus Dawnbreaker Nyx. Phoenix just has to be careful to not get stunned on like Carapace on a dive, and otherwise I'm not sure you can kill either of those heroes.
Remaining.
It'll be tough.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think how this Phoenix weighs into the draft. It's typically a 5 position. I think it can bully the Nyx assassin enough. It does do a pretty good job at preventing him from dragging waves as well.
Dire team pick.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're going to grab
there's
the
the
Morphling
Morph
before it
counter.
can be banned out.
That's really smart. We've seen this hero over and over picked against the Dragonite, and it has absolutely crushed the Dragonite.
I would just like to throw out that Dragonite mid
10 seconds
is
remaining.
occasionally still done, and you could possibly grab yourself a different
5
carry.
seconds remaining.
Like the Drow or something?
Yeah, if you want. Though Drow into Dawnbreaker Nyx might be slightly scary.
A little sussy.
Yeah. The Enchantress out. I actually wouldn't mind... well, it's tricky with a Nyx, but... Someone like Puck, for example, a lot of burst damage early, very good versus Morphling and Enchantress to up the
10
tempo
seconds
against them,
remaining.
but a lot of those heroes don't like playing against Nyx Assassin.
5 seconds remaining.
You could just do the Tiny if you want and ban for it. Because Tiny's also similar from the mid lane, a little bit more reliable. Still has a lot of burst damage against Morphling Enchantress. And isn't as susceptible to the Nyx. Otherwise, you can pick your off lane here. You see the duo, right? Morphling, Enchantress. You have a Batrider 4.
Radiant team back.
Okay, very cool pick. Now, that being said, Dawnbreaker can always cancel this ult.
Don't you need the Ags, though? Or the
Do
regular
you?
ult? No, actually, sorry. I think you're right.
Through BKB.
Yeah, but you can't... It takes time for the regular ult. And then Black Hole's usually done at that point.
Oh, yeah, I
But
see what you're saying.
with the Ags, you can drop in whenever. You're right.
Team
Yeah,
back.
end it slightly early. It is just really solid for the lane, though, because
Yeah.
neither of these heroes play into Enigma well.
It also frees up the Batrider to be very greedy in the jungle, to farm up his own quick blink, or to help the mid matchup.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm curious what he's going to build. I'm guessing it's mostly
5
going to be
seconds
auras here.
remaining.
I think so. I think you can go pretty fast with the Dragonite carry, but we'll see what mid they want to round it out. They don't have last picks. They're going to have to reveal something relatively stable,
Radiant team back.
but any kind of
Shadow
initiator,
Bingo.
I think sounds good.
I mean, I still think Tiny is good for Fusion.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind Tiny.
Is Monkey King banned? It is not.
You know who's not banned, actually? Invoker.
That is true.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
Invoker has some counter picks. So I don't know.
5 seconds remaining.
Also, I don't think you would ban Ember if you were thinking of Invoker. And Nyx is also a bit of a pain.
I mean, this looks like a pretty free Tiny pick. Like, there's not many heroes left that can shut him down. Dark Mago does play some interesting heroes, though, so I'm wondering if there's something that I'm not considering in his specific hero pool.
I think for Dark Mago, something that initiates as well could be good, because right now it's all in on the Nyx, which at least compared to the line in last game, you just need level 6 and you can start doing things. And with a Dawnbreaker, that's really nice. The lane is not as strong as it could be, but the game combo of Dawnbreaker Nyx is very strong because you can always show up.
True.
But everything being on the Nyx is a lot. So another mid who can do things for you, especially to potentially find this Phoenix or Enigma before they can get their ults off, would be huge. Because otherwise the team fight from Fusion is overwhelming with the Black Hole and the Egg, BKB piercing Lasso. That is not easy to fight into at all.
Team pick. Dire team pick.
They ban the Timber Saw and go the Tiny. Okay.
Great call.
Pretty much what I expected. It's really good.
Let's see.
10 seconds remaining.
We've seen things like Earth Shakers just kind of go even in the mid and go make plays elsewhere. Now, I don't know if it's the greatest Earth Shaker game.
Choose your hero.
Okay, Queen of Pain, a little bit more harass in the mid lane, slow down that Tiny, but also be able to jump around, perhaps pick up like an Orchid or something could let you kill the Phoenix or the Enigma early game. I don't think we see very many Orchid Quaps nowadays, though.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time we saw that. It's pretty much always like the Dagon build because of Masochist, right?
Yeah. But maybe you could burst the Phoenix. You know, Phoenixes often approach the fight a little bit low because they expect to egg. Maybe you see him, you can ult Dagon before he pops the egg. It is at least a very mobile hero, so if Nyx finds someone, say on the other side of a cliff, you can always jump in to help out. I do like that.
10 seconds.
Even if it's not a global hero, just very mobile heroes to help the Nyx.
5 seconds remaining.
This draft, I think, is much better than the last one.
From Hikori.
Or Hikori, yeah. But I am still a little worried about the lanes of Frank being able to just pull the Equilibrium back and then Michael being free to did a very nice timing with a Dragonite carry we have seen find so much success. You just can't really shut this guy down. Farms fast with the Facet, and then just hits so hard in the late game. It's absurd. Though this game, he doesn't have the usual buffs we've seen, like the Bloodlust and Powers. You'll just have the auras from Enigma. And I guess you'll be tankier than usual because you have the Sunray healing you, and you end up with like 4,000 health in the late game. So that'll be quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that part out as well, because for the most part, we've seen Morphlings like really excel against Dragonites, and if he has a good game, if they don't manage to shut this hero down at all, I feel like we could see Hikori push a game 3 just off the back of a Morphling. It's a little bit more difficult when you have something like an Enigma, though, right? A hero that can kind of all in lock down one specific target and try to kill them. So Dawnbreaker definitely needs the Aghanim Scepter this game to try and get that online fairly quick. You could go like the Echo Saber and then like disassemble into the Ags just as fast as possible. But yeah, I agree with you. It's a much better draft from Hikori at least. We're gonna jump into game number 2 here of this lower bracket finals. Fusion currently up 1-0 after a very impressive game.
See all the wards placed in smoke. Eidolon dying one hit.
Oh my god.
One hit away. Despair. The Eidolons are worth a lot. It's kind of nice to get the free last hit quickly.
Yeah.
No one else wanted to break the smoke though to reveal it. Someone should have helped him.
Do you think they know about the ward? In the river there? If that's
They
where, like, the Morphling was?
Might. Yeah, but I don't think you would tempt the D ward just off of that, right? You might have a
Yeah.
rough idea it's there and use it to affect your play later, but I'm not sure it's worth a sentry, especially versus Enchantress. You're interested in blocking the camps and making sure when you pull the lane back, she doesn't have the camp to pull, things like that. So, and he's got 2. If he really wants to go for it, he could.
Ooh. Dude, is Sacred actually gonna beat him to the rune? Alright, that's pretty sick.
Oh, he didn't even deny it either.
4 runes for the side of Hikori.
It's over. That's actually insane. That is.
Prada should know they have a ward back there, right? Like, there's no way he makes the call to just run for the rune unless he knows there's no other heroes back there, right? But
They might, but it's again a situation of it could be in a couple different places, and I
yeah.
don't know if it's worth the blind check.
Wow.
That
really good
is-
start from Hikori.
It's a 1K lead, man. That's so much gold.
4
How
bounty
did that
runes. We've
happen?
talked to different pro teams about it in the past. They say it actually is like something that like takes 5 minutes sometimes to recover from. Like, just because of how much of a disadvantage it puts you in every single lane.
Yeah, like a first blood is one hero being, let's say like 300 gold over their counterpart. 4 bounty runes is every hero being 160 gold over. It's crazy.
Pretty big. Luckily for them, they do have some strong laning heroes, right? The Enigma, fantastic at holding the lane. Can deny actually against a Morphling, which a lot of heroes struggle against. But having just the extra damage from the Eidolons, as long as you micro the attacks correctly, you can usually do enough damage to secure last hits and not let this Morphling deny you out. Oh, bottom lane. First blood comes out onto the Nyx Assassin, and Sacred almost dishes enough damage back to finish off Prada, but the level 2 of the Phoenix, we actually were worried about this. The Nyx Assassin, a fairly weak lane hero, and doesn't fight into the Phoenix lane super well.
Yeah, they opted for the more late game value in the Nyx Dawn combo, but they gotta get through this lane. Thought the bounty rune might help them, but yeah, just goes to show the strength of the hero. Continuing to lay on the pressure on Sacred as well.
Yeah, I'm
Not
curious,
giving him any breathing room.
did he send out any extra regen, or did he kind of go greedy for like Sage's Mask into boots and stuff?
Regen is on the way, but it's like a Tango, Mangoes. It's gonna take him a while to heal up.
Okay, yeah, Genic went super greed as well, actually. So he just went straight into like Windlace and stuff, and didn't like use that extra money to buy some regen, it looks like.
What? Yeah, Greevil laughter it up.
I don't think that's supposed to happen in this match. I was literally just about to compliment the Queen of Pain on how well his CS is going, and now I'm really glad that I didn't, because I would have felt really stupid. Genic is just burning to death here from the Phoenix, and just needs one Fire Spirit to secure the kill, and now can turn it around over to Sacred, who will not be able to catch this Dragon Knight. It's 4 seconds away. Now mid lane, Leo style gets a toss back, pulls the Queen of Pain under the tower. 2 deaths in a row for Dark Mago would just seal this mid lane's fate. And with Michael, he can easily just walk her down. Just needs one more auto attack. Does he get the high ground miss? He gets the blink. Oh my goodness, so close for Dark Mago. That would have been a game-winning kill.
Avalanche, though, catches
Eventually.
him. Oh, it doesn't have enough mana for toss. That was
Wow.
so close. That would have been the second kill. But now this Queen of Pain has no regen. Okay, she is going to go get the bounty. It is still there, fortunately.
They're scanning it.
They fight bottom. Dude, this is the action-packed game. I think he's safe.
That's everywhere. Yeah, Phoenix too strong in the lane. There's a reason we see this hero banned out so often. She is just such a beast. Quaps. Oh my
Whoa.
gosh.
Another fair fire. Yeah, she's got to get those raindrops out.
Yeah. Level 3 crash landing now with the lead that he has makes this game so difficult. They're doing so well in their lanes again from Fusion. Now, Morphling is farming, which is expected, right? Like, the lane isn't going to stop the Morphling from farming. It's just going to stop him from finding kills, really, and it allows your Bat Rider to kind of roam a little bit more. Come through the Twin Gate will be the Enchantress. Gets a deep ward. Starbreaker does connect onto Prada, and he's about to walk right into the Enchantress. So Gardic cleans up that kill. Guitaro should be okay underneath his tower, but they get a kill onto the Morphling in exchange. He just sniped him at 1 HP. Oh,
Dude,
no, he was
Michael. Michael's on fire.
And Dawnbreaker's getting stunned under the tower. Like, he's taking so much damage for this.
Michael's
Phoenix is
coming.
just gonna dive in
Oh, no,
and
it's
kill him. This is just a free kill. Hikori are falling apart right now in these lanes.
It's such a strong start with the 4 bounty runes, too. But it feels like they're just getting outplayed in the lanes now.
Yeah.
Maybe that game 1 was a little tilting.
I mean,
Middle tower is under attack.
you have to be so careful as a Morphling when you morph down to use the wand. The fact that Michael got that kill is absolutely wild.
Gonna get another kill.
He's got 4 stacks of Singing Napalm. He's gonna have to morph up to the north. He actually
doesn't
gets
reach-
the dodge.
Oh, he's
so-
out of mana.
Yeah, that saves his life. But
Still,
I mean, that
misses
was
a good
full
amount of
set wand.
CS because of that.
Radiant are scanning.
What's
I mean,
Enigma
just-
going for? He has his drums, and he's got the Vlad queued up. So yeah, they are going for an earlier game
like this
plan.
build.
Dire's middle tower
It's
is
like
under
Vlad's
attack.
drums, and then you eventually get the Boots of Bearing. You just play around the Enigma. The ability to use Black Hole is always really scary. Sacred in the bottom lane has Starbreaker, but there's the Dragon Tail every single time just being held to secure it. And another kill against this first pick Dawnbreaker.
Why?
Dire's top tower is under
I don't know.
attack.
I'm just so hesitant to do the Dawnbreaker Nyx pairing unless you can see more of the lane matchup. Because once you reveal it and you know Nyx is not that strong of a laner, you just pick strong, safe lanes like the Phoenix, DK.
He's level 5.5, bro.
Dude.
Bottom lane, Kataro is in trouble. Sacred can just ulti him and absolutely will. Gets the follow-up stun, trying to finish this kill. Getting low, 50 HP, but they've done it. Meanwhile, Prada chasing the Nyx Assassin all the way across the map, gets his own, and he's now level 6 on this Phoenix. Gardic will be next. Sacred in some trouble as well. Dark Mago comes in. Sonic Wave off the mark. He's forced to pop the egg. They will grab that kill. And they get more. Dark Mago needs more. They don't know where the Tiny is, though. They're a little bit afraid.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Especially with the Dragonite coming back in. Avalanche toss into Dragon Tail.
They're going to try and turn it around. You do have a lot of damage just from these two. Big Stick comes out from Leo's style. The stuns are there, but here comes Frank, the Enigma. offering some assistance. Now the question, how many more kills are they going to get? It looks like it's just going to be the support Nyx. Maybe looking for a black hole here, but there's no top tower, so Frank's going to commit bottom for this one.
Are fortified.
Or not.
Or he's just going to go mid, I guess.
I mean, bottom lane's been going pretty well, even without him, right? So Dragonite will get it eventually. Okay, the one worry for Fusion right now is that Morphling is having a pretty decent start, and in a vacuum does outscale a Dragonite. But that's where things get tricky with the black hole and the egg and the attack slows, lasso. You have the Dawnbreaker ult to protect you, but she needs to get to an Aghanims, and she is behind. So
Yeah.
I don't think you can rely on it to protect you from the black hole.
Nice steal on the rune there. That would have been a big pickup for either of the mid lanes. Sacred gonna get stunned up. Drums are out. Do they get him on the Malefice? You need to get in range, but Sacred gets far enough away. He just drops the egg and tries to burn him with it. It's
quite
not
enough.
enough. Fire Spirit missed. A good attempt from Prada, but just barely off the mark. Good dodge, though, from Sacred. All right, Corey's stabilizing a little bit. It's only a 2,000 gold lead, despite it being 11-4. The biggest question, I think, for me is what this Bat Rider is going to get done with this early lead, as well as the Phoenix, because these guys are super high level and high farmed.
Yeah, Bat Rider. So usually you'd like the Bat Rider to be the one popping off, but it's actually the Phoenix who has found a lot of the kills, been the one to survive to get CS. So Phoenix is pretty rich, and Bat Rider needs time to actually farm up the Blink. That's a little bit of a saving grace for Hikori, that you don't have to deal with early Blink lassos, but you will have to deal with Blink tosses soon, because that tiny Blink dagger is only 100 gold away.
Yeah, they're going to smoke immediately upon getting that and look for the Morphling, I'd imagine. Because that's the reason you pick the Tiny, right? As soon as you get this hero with Blink Dagger, you're hunting the Morphling around the map constantly.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Have we seen a black hole? I don't think so yet.
No,
right?
not yet.
Okay, yeah. That should come up with the Blink. You can just toss someone in. Morphling would be ideal. Queen of Pain's not bad. Might happen here. Oh, it's bottom. How awkward.
Well, some big stacks for the Dragonite to finish up now that he's got the armlet completed. We'll drive by Drums action there from the Enigma to help him out, but they're smoking to the bottom lane, actually going to the Dawnbreaker. So we see this a lot when you're playing against Dawnbreaker teams, just smoking into that hero specifically, but she can't save or bail anyone out, and they have a ward that's going to reveal her right now, so. Sacred finds the Avalanche, gets caught from the lasso. They've got a top well in a moment, and there's just no way out from this. He could ult potentially if he wants, and he will. It will bail him out for the moment, and nicely done. The egg comes out. They don't manage to get Gardic on the attack slow, but
Oh my God.
missed. No way! They actually miss on the final attack and allows Prada to survive. 2-for-1 trade in the end. As you're going to lose your mid-tier 1 tower to the Enigma.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I
In the
cannot
end-
believe that this happened.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker kill was not as clean as they would like, but in the end, it's a pretty good trade, and it didn't require your Enigma or your Dragonite. So both of them are just solo farming. Enigma even took the mid tower. That was a very big win for Fusion.
Absolutely agree. Well, Gardic, level 6, he makes it out.
Still
No
down.
stuns. And Frank's like, all right, guys, I've gotten 2 of the towers. I'll get the 3rd. Just leave it to me.
Leave it to
Mr.
me and the
Enigma.
boys.
He's got Vlad's drums. He's been popping these drums constantly. He's just rushing the bongo boots, which is what we typically see out of this hero, right?
Yeah. The Eidolons are so powerful. You know, just make use of them with the drums.
Ooh.
Pub players, stop building Midas.
He's dead. Does he get the dive? Oh, he gets the deny!
Deny! Oh,
You're
no.
kidding, bro.
Oh, man. Give him a break.
His dive was like 1 second on cooldown going for that rune. But yeah, then just gets denied instead, so that's perfectly fine. Wow, I cannot believe that happened. So all tier 1 towers now down, as they are farming still pretty heavily on the Dragon Knight. Now, Morphling is having a great game still. We knew that was going to be the case playing into the Enigma lane, and the Morphling does have the potential to outcarry the DK. He does need a little bit of help, though. He can't do it by himself. Mid lane, big Sonic Wave onto 3 will save Sacred. Nicely done from Dark Mago.
Has fallen. Dire's top tower is under
Bill, these are a lot of Queen of Pain ults that aren't getting her kills.
Yeah.
Many of them just end up saving teammates, which is, you know, not bad, but Queen of Pain, she wants to snowball. She's a burst hero.
Goodbye. D-ward for the Phoenix. Nicely done. And they get the counter D-ward. That Rider closing in on the blank is actually a lot slower than I thought it was going to be this game, because he was involved in some kills earlier, but you're right. Like, it was mostly the Phoenix benefiting. Sacred now, he's dead. Dragon Tail, toss, lasso, everything is available.
Here comes Enigma. This tier 2's down if you don't amount a big defense. Fortify's out, but the next creep wave is pretty close if they want to stick around.
I thought they would, but instead, looking for the power rune and guard it, gets a haste. That actually is going to save his life. Enigma will just stay up top and push the lane himself. The rest of his team's just going to go back to farming, it looks like.
Yeah, you know, kind of fair really to think about, because Hikori needs to drag this game out. That means you have to creep cut, avoid the enemies. So actually by protecting your towers, you're making it a lot harder for Hikori to do it. And you didn't get the tier 2 tower now. You'll get it at some point, right? You'll win a big team fight. You'll get there with your Eidolons and your Dragon Knight. You'll take the tower at that point. So, along with the power rune, I actually like that choice. I think at any point you could go do Roche once you feel it won't, give up too much map space. But I think they have the capability of doing it.
Yeah, they've got Boots of Bearing now as well, so that's a big pickup for these guys. It's going to allow this Enigma to position a lot easier in these fights. They have another ward scouting out this Sacred Dawnbreaker, and just like that, the blink comes in. Lasso not available. Oh, just comes off cooldown. Genna comes in, gets a nice stun, but Dawnbreaker's going to buy back into the fight. Sonic Waves taking Frank out, so a nice turnaround, but Michael... He's got to blink up in 1 second, slowed up by the creep. It's almost enough to get the kill, but he will
my
TP
goodness.
out.
Okay, I like the idea of the buyback turnaround, but unfortunately they only get the Enigma. Now, that's not a bad kill, but for a buyback, you were certainly hoping for more. At least pick up the Bat Rider.
Yeah. And these are just like... That was, just 2 heroes from Fusion, and it forces a full 5-man rotation again from Hikori to try and get something out of it.
Dire are scanning.
But you've got Phylactery done on Leo style. He is really farmed. Going towards his Conda, of course, which we see.
I think in the last game, Tiny was getting the blink around now. It's just the difference in how the game's going for Tiny. I think it was a little sooner than this, but yeah, you get the idea. Okay, Morphling at his Manta, and now working on Phylactery for himself, and then into the Conda. That is when Morphling really comes online.
Yeah.
And hopefully for Hikori, right, they can just keep... It's been rough, but they've slowed it down. The goal difference has not gotten too crazy. 4K at 19 is rough, not the end of the world. If you can just keep maintaining this, get to the Conda on the Morphling, get to the Aghanims on the Dawnbreaker, I think you'll have a little bit more hope in taking a team fight. Especially if maybe you can find some Vendetta kills here. Look, we got a smoke up.
It's a good smoke. If they can find the Tiny, it'd be huge. I know last time I saw him, he had a bottled shield rune. It's actually still got half of the HP on it. This guy is
Dire's top tower is
not going
under
to be
attack.
easy to kill, and he's actually just dodging the gank completely.
They didn't see him in nighttime.
They know something's up. They're not in any lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Phoenix.
When you see a Dawnbreaker pushing a lane top on her own,
Oh, they run into the Morphling of all heroes. They know they've got to all be here. They're going to be able to reveal. Dragon Knight pops that dragon form. Enigma's coming in on the backside, and they're going to just try and focus them instead, and that is it. He's the first kill. A big pickoff here for Hikori, but the question is, can they get more? Toss can do some serious damage on over to Sacred. Michael being protected at the moment. They
missed the
actually
lasso.
they both blink each other dodge, but there's the egg trying to look and finish off this Queen of Pain. The
Blink at the last
Avalanche
second.
comes out at the last second. He gets the blink, trying to survive, but Prada will chase. And the toss to secure the kill. A 2-for-1 at the moment. Now looking for Ganek. The pushback. Does he get the lasso? He does. Last possible second. A 3-for-1. Honestly, Hikori, good targeting, getting the Enigma, but there's so many other things you have to worry about.
yeah, this is where execution was pretty good. We still haven't seen a black hole. Finding the Enigma in the last two fights is excellent, but that's just where being behind is coming into play. And if there was an even game, I think Hikori takes a much better fight there. But you have to blow everything to take out the Enigma, and you just don't have much left after that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Do you think he'll use it this game? Maybe he can win this game without a
Yeah.
black hole.
He will, because even once they call GG, he'll just black hole the throne.
Oh,
you know?
you're right, you're right.
So I think, like, usually it'll at least go on cooldown once. But this is the thing, it's the fact that he forces the enemy team to kill him. It's kind of like a weird, like, oh, well, if we
That
don't
is my
kill the
black
Enigma,
hole, right?
Yeah,
It's like I
right?
pulled them all into me.
every spell gets committed onto him every time. And, you know, that might change a little bit once Dawnbreaker gets closer to the Aghanim Scepter, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
at some point the Enigma won't just get bursted.
Dawnbreaker changed. She's going for Sanj and Yasha. I don't think I like that.
Uh,
I mean, I guess there hasn't been a black hole. So he's like,
Yeah.
I don't think he's leveled it, guys. I'm just not gonna do it. But I really feel you need that Ags to guarantee the cancel to protect your Morphling.
yeah, I feel like you go this build if you feel like you lack damage. And I don't feel like you lack damage. Dawnbreaker just needs to keep the Queen of Pain and the Morphling alive. Like, both these heroes do so much.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See with this smoke up if we can finally get a black hole going.
Oh, Nyx Assassin tries to go for the
Dire's top tower.
Watcher there, gets deleted by a hasted Tiny, and they actually scan out the Morphling. They didn't really know it was him, but he's going in for the
They
Tormentor.
can snipe this. Go,
Oh
go, 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 go,
my
go.
goodness. Yeah, quick lasso. He's strength morphing.
Black
but-
hole.
Yeah, black hole instantly canceled now by Sacred to jump in. He's got an egg. He can easily use it here. Go to dive to safety. The egg comes out. Dark Mago able to finish off one. Frank's going to go down as well. If they had gotten the kill on Tormentor as well, I think this would have been really sick. But Tiny and Dragon Knight just didn't want to show up. Well, Sacred's just dead. Dude, Prada
Or
is...
is he? He is.
They had Vessel, right? Like, Prada is just...
He's
This
doing
way.
so much.
Phoenix gets banned for so many reasons. This is one of them. You're
Ooh.
kidding me.
Turns right back on the corner at the last second.
Yeah, he was dead otherwise. We saw what happened last time Tiny got the toss combo on him.
Actually, you know, I think... So Tiny has a gem. I think if he had used the gem active, it would have shown Nyx, and then maybe you can toss him
you're
out.
right.
But that's a pretty fringe case.
Are scanning.
Okay, that's... That actually works out for Hikori. Even though you lose your Morphling. Okay, after Sacred dying after, maybe not so much, but Enigma and Batrider, I think is kind of good.
Smoked up Tiny, dude. He can one-shot the Morphling if he finds him. And they're definitely hunting. They want to stick around mid, though. Try and pressure this tier 2 tower. I do not blame them. They got good control on the triangle. Some wards placed as well. It looks like Hikori's just going to stick to cutting lanes. Got Heroes bottom, Enchantress mid. Oh, boy. Goodbye, Genic. it was nice knowing you.
So much damage. How have we been saying that for 9 months now? It's like,
Dude, remember
Crash Landing Conda Tiny is so much damage.
Remember when it wasn't nerfed and like people had like just figured out how much damage Crash Landing was, and at level 7 he was literally just tossing a single creep and one-shotting supports for like 800
Tiny
damage.
was first pick, first ban at that point, because you could flex him as a 4 support, carry, whatever. It's so many builds.
Yeah, when Crash Landing was doing 800 damage just for fun. No other upgrades. That was a very interesting time. And AoE, mind you, and a massive AoE.
Maybe we should make the AoE bigger.
Yeah.
I don't think he's doing enough damage.
And it slowed a ton. Like, it just... There's so much utility on that spell that, like... Man. A wild ability.
Alright, finally clearing up the last tier 1 at 25 minutes. Is it going to cost you your life? Okay, no. He's got enough armor, unfortunately.
The enemy team.
Oh no, it is.
Yeah, the whole team came through that portal, and
Sacred wants to be here.
Yeah, he kind of got baited by this one as well. That's what we refer to as the bonus kill. They're just so far ahead.
One day when Dawnbreaker needs a buff, I think she's going to get the quality of life to be able to cancel Solar Guardian. And then one day we'll be talking to Cass, be like, oh man, remember when you couldn't cancel Solar Guardian? You had to just commit to it? But it always feeds an extra kill like that when you try to save someone and then it's like, oh, well, I'm next. Here we go.
Aghanim Scepter done on the Queen of Pain. It is a pretty substantial boost in damage, but we're not really seeing their ability to fight quite yet. It will scale, and especially when she gets things like the Kaya. But for now, we'll have to see what she can do with it. Or get done on the Dragon Knight. Well, that's nice.
Yeah, I think what that Ag is going to be really useful for is just continuing to delay this game, trying to creep cut, kill waves as quickly as you can, 1Q and leave. Looking for a kill near the enemy base. If you get this, I mean, you can kill it so quickly with the Eidolon to the Dragon Knight.
They're going to look for the more... Oh, they actually see them.
No
They
way.
got him. That's the Orchid. He just happened to Manta to try and push the wave, but the Orchid just pays off immediately, and now Dawnbreaker tossed out of the base again. Dragon Tail to follow. Another freebie for the side of Fusion as they might just dive for more. Prada gets that vessel out on over to Gardic, and Kataro's just going to walk him into the base. Orchid, Dragon Tail onto the Queen of Pain. The top! Sip enough!
Have
Oh
mercy.
my goodness. And Prada's fine. He's got an egg. He doesn't care.
There's the
That's gonna be a
fortify.
dieback.
Oh, this is the dieback.
Yeah.
I think the GGs are coming out soon. Even if you don't
Dude.
GG here, you're gonna lose 2 sets of lane, 2 sets of barracks here.
Fusion looks so good in this series. I am really excited for the grand finals now. Because like you said, Fusion's the only team that took a game off of Heroic. And they made it a really close series as well. They almost 2-0'd Heroic. So it is very... It's not super surprising that we might be seeing them in the grand finals again, but it's definitely going to make for a great best of 5 if this is what happens.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it is a shame. I think Hikori can play better than what they showed here. I think the Game 1 draft really was quite rough. And I don't know what happened here in Game 2, but I feel like they got outplayed. And maybe Game 1 kind of got to them.
Right. Is it black hole time? Nope. It's egg time. and they're all alive. Dawnbreaker goes down. Nice lasso to find the kill. We've seen the one black hole, right? You use it on the Morphling at the Tormentor. But
Dire are scanning.
we'll see if we get another one here. They know exactly where they want to farm too. Kataro immediately pings bottom. They're like, guys, they're probably going to be over here farming these Ancients. Yep.
There's
Scan
nowhere else
comes
to
out
go.
next. Immediate Dragon Form. Ward's placed. Going up onto the high ground. Tormentor. It goes
Yeah, he's
down.
going
And he
for a
just
free
flicks
kill.
right in. Yeah. Why not? Gardic, you get the shard. Gonna cost him his life.
I forgot they never finished this Tormentor from earlier when they got the Morphling.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it is the same one from
Yeah.
earlier.
Maybe they needed to, because maybe if the Nyx break on the Dragon Knight, yeah, maybe that. I don't know. He's got the BKB anyways. Just gotta try to come up with ideas for them. We're gonna play it out. Respect. I mean, if you
If
lose
Dragon
this,
Knight's
you're
flying
out.
straight to pain, she's dead. Yep. There's the Orchid. Actually, rather, Bloodthorn just has to stand and watch. There's just no surviving this. I'm surprised he's going Overwhelming Blink as opposed to the Swift Blink. I feel like a lot of Dragon Knights we see go the Swift Blink.
Maybe some of it is that he has the Phoenix on his team, so the Sunray heal is even better
Ooh,
if he
that's
has
true.
that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You're right. We usually do see the Swift Blink.
It's a 22k lead. The thing is it's not even been the biggest gold lead that we've seen in this tournament, right? But it just feels like Hokori can't find anything. Like, Fusion has done so good at shutting down every possible attempt. And even though they've got, like, a decent amount of gold, it just... It feels bad. Oh, hold on. Dragon Knight. They think the whole team is closer. They just don't see Fusion, and they're that afraid.
I mean, you
That would
need
have
to
been
be,
a
man.
4v1. Would have been a 5v1 with Dawnbreaker. You actually could have killed the DK there, but they have no idea where the rest of the team is.
You gotta be scared. Though, at the same time, maybe you have to take some crazy risks to come back in a game like this. For now, Genic trying to scout things out. They're playing it safe. They just want to get the Roshan, end this cleanly. I don't know how you would kill Dragon Knight twice, so can't say I disagree.
Amplify damage Tony wants to be put to use first, though, so... See if they can connect off
Always
of
headed
anything.
towards the Morphling. Dude, he sees him.
It's... Yeah, that's going to be rough. Dragon Tail actually dodges it with the Manta. The Lasso's going to miss as well, but there's the Bloodthorn. They pull him right back in with a Harpoon. Nyx Assassin nearly dying to the Phoenix as well, but without your Morphling... Man, that hurts. Into the base we go, looking for the Dawnbreaker. They do get a nice stun from Genic to buy her some space. Oh my god, that damage.
Tower is under attack.
Creeps are in the bottom lane, so backdoor is down. They can finish up this mid-rax, and you could try to force Morphling buyback if you want. Maybe you just get the Megas, play it safe. The Blink, oh, the stun's off!
Oh, it's not gonna connect. Black Hole only catches the Nyx, but
Doesn't even
it's more
matter.
than enough. Who even can stop these guys? Or dead. They're gonna buy back on the Queen of Pain. Grasping for straws here. Hokori don't have a lot of options. The Harpoon, Dr. Mago's able to just blink away. The Morph is gonna buy back. Not saving it for next game. Clean disengages. Prada puts his life on the line and just drops the egg. He says, screw it. What are they going to do? Try and kill me? And there it is. Blink, Dragon Tail, Bloodthorn. That's the dieback. No way out. Sacred comes in once again just to his death. Double kill for the Dragon Knight. And the team will fall. GG. Good luck next. Hokori, good sports at the end of the day.
Good
As
sports.
Fusion, an absolute masterclass performance in this lower bracket finals.
Yeah, looking really good. I liked the way they were drafting, playing. We don't really see very much SF in that game 1, but that was a very clever pick. The way it played out. Game 2 here, fairly standard type draft, I'd say, but just a very clean execution. Outside of getting 4 bounty runes lost, like that was kind of a slip up. That was like, that's bad. But I mean, in a way, it's even more impressive. They gave up 4 bounty runes and then still won the laning stage. They really outplayed here. So that is going to be a big confidence boost going into the grand finals now coming up versus Heroic.
Talked about this before, that I think Fusion, one of their anchors, is carrying through their mid laner, Leo style. When he's hot, this guy plays out of his mind. And the fact that he gets a solo kill against the Queen of Pain at like level 3 or 4, it can't be stressed enough that like his final score of 11, 0, and 14 is a direct result of that first solo kill, right? Like it was already a decent tiny game. The lane was going to be a little bit difficult or maybe like somewhat even, and then suddenly it just snowballs out of control for him, and he ends up just absolutely destroying this game. Most kill contribution by far, just a huge performance.
Yeah, I mean, we see the massive difference the early game can make for a Tiny. Last game, he's having a rough start, can't find anything, and he's just so poor, not a threat at all. But a Tiny who does have a stable laning stage into a pretty decent blink timing, suddenly you're all over the map, either getting solo kills with a crash landing phylactery, or you're just tossing them back to your teammates, like, here you go, Dragonite, kill this guy, Enigma, kill this guy, right? That's exactly what you want from the Tiny. And it's very impressive he did that after into a Queen of Pain and having lost all the bounties.
Yeah, really good stuff. Fusion absolutely deserving their spot in the grand finals, and we've mentioned, right, they're the only team that took a series, or at least a game, off of Heroic. They almost beat Heroic, but they will be rejoining them in the grand finals for a best of 5, and it's sure to be an exciting series. I honestly don't know which team's going to win. I think it's very neck and neck between these two. I think Heroic, if they are performing like we saw yesterday against Hikori, they could definitely do it. But now that we see Fusion up against the exact same team, kind of do the same thing. Like, both of these teams seem like they're on a completely different level. So I am really excited. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a great conclusion to these closed qualifiers. The downside is that it's in 2 hours. So for those of you who are watching, if you have some time to chill, there is another qualifier happening. I believe Eastern Europe is underway right now, or maybe it's Western Europe. I think it might be Western Europe. I'm not sure. But on one of the other ESL channels, we have some other qualifiers happening, and you'll make sure to come back here in just about 2 hours.
Make sure.
Covering the grand finals of Heroic versus Fusion. It's going to be a blast. My name's Cryptic. Here with Z Quixotics. Enjoy the break, everyone. We'll see you in a bit.
lost by the avenue under the trees. She was safe in the song for everyone, drifting away like a whisper lost on the breeze. Ooh, yeah. She was the first of the high achievers, but you never seem to belong. She wears roses to remember where she's from. I flew back to the city by the lake. When I got there, she was gone. She has a high taste for adventure. She makes everywhere a home. She wears roses to remember where she's from. I flew back to the city by the lake. When I got there, she was gone. But I carried on. She was gone. She was long, long, gone. Long, long gone, gone. How long has it been? We can bring it back again. Anything to spend another day with you. Without your glowing light, I won't find my way home tonight. And there's no point of sleeping in an empty room. You said you want that perfect fit. If I'm running through your head, run back to me instead. There's only one thing I'm dreaming of. If I'm holding out for love, the reason the sun comes up. You're the light. I saw your signal in the night, a blessing in disguise. But we were doomed for a miracle now. Paradise, it's not so hard for me to find. You're finally by my side. You're in my life forever. We're in paradise together. Paradise together. Why would I pretend to fall if I'll get hurt again? Your touch is just too much for me to let go. I would bare my soul. I'm not ashamed to show it all. I'll open up my heart if you guide me home. You're the light. I saw your signal in the night, a blessing in disguise. But we were doomed
It's that time of the day, everybody. Grand Finals, best of 5 between Fusion and Heroic. The South American team that will advance to Dream League Season 25 is about to be crowned. But until then, we've got a lot of Dota before that decider. So my name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, here to bring you all the action. Zach, we had a little bit of a break, 2 hours. Fusion also had 2 hours. Heroic has had plenty of time to be researching and planning for this series. What can we expect here?
Magnus, high priority. I don't know if we'll even see him or he'll just be banned every time, but very, very important for Heroic. I think they prefer it, but Fusion is capable of playing it, and they don't want Heroic to have it. So you're either just banning it or stealing it first pick every time you can. Beyond that, I just know it'll be interesting drafts because I feel like both these teams have had the, well, I mean, they're here at the end, so maybe it's, a little biased, I guess, but it feels like they've had the best drafts, and they've both been a bit creative in how they approach their opponents. So now it's kind of fun. You put the two teams against each other again. This is the second time they're playing, so full 3 games in the last best of 3 they played. It's a good amount of experience against the same team, and now potentially five more games. That's when you get some really specific drafts. That internal meta that only matters between two teams. I want to see what that is.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? Like eventually when two teams get good enough at playing against each other, there does develop like a meta between the two of them. And I think I could definitely see that being the case. I think it's unlikely Analog will get his Earth Spirit in these series. He's too good on it. And I think Fusion just would rather put him on something different, give Leo style like a better matchup in mid. I think it's very important that they give Leo style the better matchup because I think he usually does a lot in terms of like making plays and helping secure his team the victory. And Analog's kind of similar. Like he can carry from the mid lane like all the time. So I think we're going to see potentially two mid laners clash in here that can make or break for each of their teams.
Yeah, I hope to see at least one cheese pick as a response because I feel both teams have been showing the mid a little bit earlier. Sometimes you just, it's a tiny, do my Earth Shaker, goes relatively even, right? But at some point, I feel one of these teams is going to call the bluff. Just go for the Huskar, the Viper, the Timbersaw, whatever. Just the hard shutdown in that lane.
To see it. I'm kind of surprised we haven't really seen it yet, but there's been some fun picks this tournament. I definitely think like Heroic has probably one of the most varied hero pools just between like their cores specifically as well. Like Analog, Whisper, and Yuma all have like niche heroes that they can play in their role that like are a little bit off meta but are still very good. And it just takes me back to like Whisper yesterday on the Bristleback, getting it on like 23rd pick, I think, which we're like, wow, I can't believe Bristleback made it that far. But then goes Snot Rocket and completely ruins the game of an Ursa. Just makes it so that the Ursa never gets to play. And it owned. Like that's just not something we see all that often.
Yeah, we got to see some really creative stuff. And sort of on that note, maybe slightly tangent, I don't know. What do you think on this? Because I was thinking about this, how every region has its own playstyle, right? And South America has typically liked more early fighting, more counter picks in the lanes. And sometimes there's this meta going on, which is, for example, I'd say Shadow Demon's pretty popular. Dragon Knight picks have been pretty popular in other regions. And we don't see that as much here in South America because it's like, oh, Shadow Demon, I can't fight with him level 1, level 2. They move away from it a little bit. But I feel Heroic, of all the South American teams, has had the most, I don't know, like Western European style picks, right? And I don't know if it's because they have the most international experience, at least based on last year, or if it was the different players in the team. But it feels like if any team is going to follow something a bit more in the meta that other regions are doing, it's Heroic. And Fusion has seemed to be very much still in the style of just classic South America drafting.
Yeah, I think that's got to weigh in for sure. Like they've played a lot of international events, so they maybe had to adjust like their drafting and play style a little bit to play in those regions or in those tournaments in the past. But they still also like are very much sticking to heroes that they believe in, right? Like the Earth Spirit was primarily like this team's doing. Like it was a lot of other teams that kind of saw the strength that Heroic was bringing to the mid lane with Earth Spirit. It started getting really, really popular, and now it's getting banned every game. So it's a little bit of both ways, right? Like they take influence from the other regions, but a lot of other regions also looked at Heroic and was like, all right, they're doing some cool stuff. We need to take notes and.
Well, let's see what is going to happen. We keep seeing these Invoke. I haven't even gotten to see Invoker this whole qualifier.
Heroic's turn to
You're
No
right, actually.
Alchemist.
I'm like thinking back and I'm like, have we? Yeah, he's actually been banned. Alchemist has been 100% banned, if I'm not
10
mistaken.
seconds remaining.
I can look through. I'll pull up some stats in a moment. But if
seconds remaining.
I know in our games he was banned 100% of the time, but
Heroic's turn to ban.
pretty sure Alchemist
Other team ban.
is up there. Yeah, 100%. contest rate, banned 117 of 122 matches,
10 seconds
picked in
remaining.
5.
Not in any of our 5.
5 seconds.
Nope,
Team
nope,
pick.
nope.
Heroics turn to pick.
Dire team back.
Phoenix, can't say it's too surprising. We've been seeing so much Phoenix, unlike Invoker. But it's just been so stable. Such a strong lane. Either lane as well, so it's flexible. And the egg is just classic team fight.
Everyone loves this hero. It seems like in this region, it's in the top 10 most contested. It's got a pretty solid win rate as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Doom, Magnus, Gyro, Earth Spirit, and Clockwork, the other bands. And the Magnus makes sense too. We've seen this hero really pop up quite a bit. And this does mean the Bristleback is available if one of the teams do want it.
We saw this
We
first
saw
pick Morphling yesterday. Or was it first pick or second pick? Either way, it was in the first
overall
phase.
first pick overall Morphling.
Yeah. It didn't quite pay off. It ended up being swapped over to position 4. Curious to see what's going to happen here this time with it. I don't think I've ever seen Schofield play it. That doesn't mean he hasn't been practicing it.
10
That's true.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I also don't recall the last time I saw
5
him play it,
seconds
but
remaining.
Yuma, quite talented. The other thing as well is it's great at dealing with the egg. You either can escape fairly easily with waveform, or you just have so much attack speed you can kill the egg yourself. So it is at least a decent hero at dealing with Phoenix.
Heroics
Turn to ban.
All right, Snapfire ban. We saw this earlier, which we were kind of surprised we hadn't really seen the hero, but great against the Phoenix. Has really strong offlane combo pairings. Predominantly the one that we were going to see it with was the Dawnbreaker.
10 seconds remaining.
I wonder if you just ban out another carry.
5
Because I feel like some of the idea behind the early Morphling pick is that he is one of the better carries after all the other ones are banned. And if you take out, like, who else have we seen? PA, Drow, Spectre, sometimes Medusa. Actually, Monkey King has slipped through this draft so far. Maybe
Yeah,
keep
you're
an eye
right.
on that. We might see a
Mid monkey for sure.
Mid
Is
monkey.
an option.
Heroics turn to pick.
the Nyx.
Dire team
Maybe a Dawnbreaker coming up.
Lion.
Not yet. Lion for now.
Now we did see Nyx absolutely destroy earlier in this in the day. Fusion just completely picked apart a draft with it.
10 seconds remaining.
It's very annoying for Morphling. You never know. You don't feel safe. You want to farm efficiently at low health, but you're always nervous. it's not a comfortable feel. Take it out. But maybe we'll set up for the Dawnbreaker later on.
There he is. Bristleback makes it through. They're seeing Morphling line, and they're not worried about, any of these heroes causing some issues. So they'll go ahead and pick it up early. It's mostly been played as an offlane.
10 seconds remaining.
And into the Morphling, I feel like Morphling
5
doesn't
seconds
mind
remaining.
Heroics.
the
turn
Bristleback
to
matchup because you just get so many stick charges. Holy stick charge, Batman. That is so many stick
This
charges.
is the
now.
greatest stick game in the world.
Bristleback Bat Rider offlane, most likely. So if you can pick a 5 here to deal with Bristleback Bat Rider, it could be someone that just roams eventually, because once Morphling gets like a mask, a Morbid mask, you can go for an early Vlad's this game. And I think this is like the exact type of lineup you'd want to go for Vlad's.
So this goes back to where I think Shadow Demon's good. Like it's a save versus the Bat Rider. The ultimate, if you ever get an Ags, but even without the Ags, is very good versus the Bristleback. I guess not the strongest laner is the downside, but I think Morphling's kind of okay just trading farm, and you just can't get knockbacked and run down by the Bat Rider, which is what Disruption does for you.
This is definitely a
5
deny pick.
seconds remaining.
Like, Tiny's good for Heroics draft, but this would have completely owned them if it got into the hands of Fusion here.
team pick.
Okay, a little bit of an ogre here. A body to put in front of Morphling gives him the Bloodlust. The Bloodlust is okay this game. Tiny can kind of benefit from it. It's just not great. But yeah,
10
should help
seconds
slow down
remaining.
the Bristleback Bat Rider lane just enough to give Morphling some space. Now,
5
we did also
seconds
see in our last series Bat Rider snipe a Morphling at 1 HP during a morph, so you do need to be careful of that.
That doesn't usually happen, though. Yeah, you always got to be careful. I do think the Bloodlust will be very nice for the Morphling later, of course, but it will be a little bit of a tricky lane. You got to be careful there. That Bat Rider Bristleback. Maybe you could even put Phoenix there, depending on what matchups you end up seeing, but it's a little scary. Maybe Phoenix into line could also be okay. You don't really need that much mana on Phoenix, so you don't have to be annoyed by the mana drain.
Yeah. I would like a mid lane hero here. You could go, actually, you could pick your mid or you could pick your off lane. I think both are fine. Like, you see your matchups. But I think it's a lot more important to try and shut down the Tiny before some of his counters come out. And then save for your carry pick. Because that way you still kind of hide the flex of the Bristleback, in a way. The question is, in terms of mid laners, wow, they go Pango. That was not the one I was thinking.
Roly boy. Well, the matchup is fine into Tiny. Diffusal is very annoying for Morphling.
Yeah.
Until he picks up a ton of stat items towards the
10
end
seconds
and
remaining.
has a bigger mana pool. The early game without mana,
5
you
seconds
just...
remaining.
It's tricky to join the fight. Like, you have to be careful about waveforming in and then losing all your mana and not being able to waveform back out.
I feel like at this point, you need to ban out something like a Beastmaster. Roar, very good against both of these cores, as well as the Mars. Mars can be super tricky for this lineup. It's not something we see a ton,
Heroics turn to
but I know they
ban.
can do. I think go rid of the Dawn. They get rid of the Dawnbreaker first. In terms of carries for Fusion, is there anything that stands out to you? Like the Drow you mentioned earlier, I think is still pretty good.
Yeah, I think that one's not too bad. I don't think it should be something
10 seconds
too
remaining.
greedy because, well, I guess Pango can get very active, but I'm just worried because if you have a Bristleback off lane, he's very greedy. Bat Rider wants to farm up a Blink, right? So if you end up on the back foot and you also have a greedy carry, there's just not going to be a lot of space for Fusion esports. I kind of feel like a stronger carry could be nice.
You can't pick TA into this lineup. One of the stronger, more active ones, but Slark's pretty sick, right? Really good against both Morphling and Tiny. It just is one of those things where you're going to be blind picking into the off lane. So if you pick a Slark and they have like a great counter pick, you're going to have a really rough time.
Could you just do
Heroics
Bristle carry at this
turn to
point?
ban.
Pick an offlaner to try to shut down the Morphling?
They
I think we
banned the
saw
Drow.
like
I think you can. You could. It's not impossible.
I think we saw, what was it, Enigma earlier? Just try to pull the lane back, free up the Bat Rider to go jungle because you're just holding it by your tower.
Interesting. They still go for the Dragon Knight ban there.
I mean, I don't think it's a completely one-sided matchup, the Morphling versus Dragon Knight. I think in the late game, the Morphling is favored, but you can bring the tempo with the Dragon Knight and win the game before Morphling is really online.
Yeah,
5
that's true.
seconds remaining.
We have seen that happen.
I think it literally, wasn't it the game 2 in the
That's
last
our
series?
game, yeah. Last
Yeah.
game. He ended up with like Bloodthorn. I mean, granted, there was a lot of other problems. There is the
Yeah,
Beastmaster ban. I think it's just too good against Pangolier. Like Rolling Thunder just gets shut down from a roar. It's way too good a lockdown.
Heroics turn to pick.
Earth Shaker.
It is a carry bristle. Actually, it has to be carry bristle, right? There's no way they'd run carry shaker, certainly.
Unless it's carry Bat Rider.
Oh, dude, that'd actually be so hype. The Bloodthorn,
10
like,
seconds
Witchblade build.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So, for Heroic here, can you not just pick Timbersaw? Oh, Timbersaw's banned. Never mind. Timber's banned.
It would have been good.
God, it would have been way too good.
These are all very tanky heroes.
I don't mind Primal. I think Slardar is also kind of cracked.
That could be good. A break is always nice versus Bristle. We were talking about that earlier.
Choose your hero.
You finally got it. You finally got it.
I didn't say
No
it, but
way.
I was wondering about the tiny offlane earlier. It's something we occasionally see. Even though his better role is mid, and well, that's kind of it
It's
right now.
actually Carry Shaker. One
We got to do
position
some.
shaker.
I got to do some thinking here. Hold on. Okay, so Huskar should definitely win mid, and you just got to do what you can to get level 6, and then start making some rotations. But you do have to be careful because Batrider and Phoenix could both come over to the mid lane, and they're pretty good against Huskar in the early game, where he doesn't have as much like regen going, so you can get burned down if you're playing too low.
10 seconds remaining.
Carry Earthshaker into the tiny.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the tiny offlane makes it odd. I thought they might run Carry Shaker because it is pretty sick in terms of timings against the Morphling. Because you'll just actually hit him for like 900 damage. But yeah, this is gonna be a little bit interesting to see how this. We were talking, we wanted to see some fun drafts, some interesting ideas, possibly some cheese, and we get everything of like all of that in our very first game. The mid Huskar, the Carry Shaker, the offlane Tiny. I don't know, man. This is wild.
I'm just okay. We'll have to see the timings because it is worrisome. Morphling copying the Earthshaker is very scary, and you're gonna have that Huskar going with Bloodlust from an Ogre Magi.
That's true. The Bloodlust now also kind of cool, especially with Huskar, dude. Imagine how many Burning Spears are going to be coming out from this guy.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried for Fusion that this Huskar is just going to take up so much space at the start of the game and going to be so focused on trying to deal with him, trying to avoid him, and then a Morphling is going to pop out, farmed, copy your Earthshaker, and one-shot you. And it's tough to deal with that. Like, this needs to farm, Earthshaker, Core needs to farm to get to his items.
Oh, sorry to disappoint.
Yes, if you can get past that, though, they do have a timing after that.
Some good sportsmanship coming out at the start of the game. Everyone's saying good luck.
That was lame.
Happy to see that. Very interesting, like ideas here from both these teams. I gotta say, I really love this new Huskar set. It was one of the ones I really wanted out of the treasure, but I ain't gonna get caught up in that FOMO, man. I ain't buying that stuff. No more.
Is it the recent treasure?
Yeah. There's like 13 sets in there, so it's like it's hard to come on, cut the tree. Oh. It's like hard to like gamba, and be like, I want like 2 sets out of here and then potentially get the other 9 before I get the ones I actually want.
So I buy 13. Duh.
Yeah, just casual $30 or somewhat down the drain. All right. Well, both teams kind of dodging things out for the moment.
The battle begins.
Both mid laners ready to block right away. I think Huskar got there a little sooner. Should have a slightly better block, which will just make his life even easier. Some body blocking here, trying to get the lane to push out right away. Ooh, Yuma's got to be a bit careful here.
I don't know if he's going to actually survive this. The pushback is enough, yeah. First blood goes to Prada. A great start here for Fusion to kick things off. And, well, he's going to miss a lot of XP on this first wave as well. 2 creeps dead.
Why was he
Potentially a
moving?
third by the time he TP's in. Yep.
I swear I saw him switch shift between strength and agility. Would you not just go full strength in that situation?
I don't know if you can build strength up fast enough, and so you kind of like toggle back and forth between damage, maybe. Kind of like almost like armlet toggling. I'm not 100%.
Alright, I'm not sure, but... Oh, I love this. They send Michael to go creep drag for Leo style. Oh, that's very smart. Especially off that early aggression play, so that Bristleback is in a good spot. He also did his own creep drag as well. This is a very clever way of trying to address the Huskar. It's tricky though if he ends up reconnecting the creeps. Dude, I don't know where to keep my eye. We got like a wild laning situation in the mid and the bottom, and then top we have a carry Earthshaker. I don't know what I want to watch.
Yeah, this is one of those games where like you'd want to like go back and like rewatch just the laning stage to see what's going on. Oh, top lane Prada might live. No, just gets tossed in there. Well played from Whisper and Schofield. So far mid lane looking a little rough for the Pango as expected.
Having 7 creeps at this point is actually pretty good though. Like usually this is such a shutdown. The creep drag over to him really helped him out.
Yeah, that's such a cool idea.
Swashbuckler for Elastic, gonna cost him a lot.
That's the problem with the matchup, right? You're kind of just swashbuckling for any Elastics you can find.
Yeah, and you gotta be so
end up taking
careful.
just a ton of damage in the process. Did he go boots first? Yeah. Yeah, that's expected.
Especially into Incendiary.
Radiant's courier
You
has
gotta.
been killed.
Courier gets killed at least.
So many sticks, like in this bottom lane, that's just so value.
Well, they're going for a toss back in the top lane. Earthshaker's under tower. I don't think they have another stun though. Just gonna get about half his health, which is still pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fortify mid to dive the Pango, looks like. Oh, I had to TP
Avalanche,
home.
Earth Spike, a toss comes out. Do they have the damage? No, Kataro's still alive. Trying to hobble away, but Whisper doesn't have the tree toss in range, so instead we'll turn and just do a little bit of damage back on over to the Phoenix. Which, Schofield, nice use of the stick. Gets a little bit extra mana, but Prada kind of baits it back the other way. Ooh, bottom lane Bristleback's gonna go down.
Got a bloodlusted Morphling whacking you away.
Yeah.
Michael might be in a little bit of trouble here. He does still have the flame break, so looks like he'll be okay. Earlier I said it's pretty good to have 7 last hits. Hasn't really gone up much since then. He's 8 last hits at nearly 5
He got
minutes.
1!
Yeah.
I was like, how? What do you mean hasn't got up by much?
Dude,
He
he's
only
here
got
to
one
gank,
last hit.
and he's the same level as the Lion. This
He
is...
might get it though. He might get it. Buckle, shield crash. Do they have the dive? With the stun coming out, that should give Prada the ability to just chase after, and yeah. They're just trying to give this kill to Leo. Right? Well, they were gonna give it to Leo style. Instead it will go to Prada. It's the most gold he's seen in the last several minutes.
This is why you gotta watch out for these Huskar cheese picks, man. They thought for sure it's tiny mid, right? Oh,
The tiny
no.
was just a deny pick. That's the crazy thing. Like I don't even think they needed
Dire are
tiny for their draft. Like it's not like an exceptional tiny game by any means, but it is just the
An
freest.
exceptional Huskar game.
Yeah, it was so good against Heroic's lineup. Oh, Avalanche. Toss back again. Shaker. Just getting
line
toyed
here
with
this
by
time.
Whisper.
Yeah, and this is at least the nice thing about the carry Earthshaker. He's very sturdy, so
Yeah.
this combo does not really threaten him, though you can't let it happen too much. It looks like the mid tower is going to fall here. They're completely zoned out of this area. There's a catapult here. They've even placed a ward already in the mid lane, expecting that tower to fall.
radiant are scanning.
Yeah. And they've got like even ogre illusions as well. Just everything they can possibly do to slow down this
Leo's
or like
trying to,
speed up the siege rather.
he's trying to kill a courier over here. He's got nothing to do.
It's all right. I'm sure Leo style will find a way back into the game. Top lane, Whisper
I don't know if he will.
in some trouble. Gonna take a lot of damage there from the Phoenix.
He's almost
7-minute
level
rune's
4.
coming. Dude, surely you give the Wisdom Rune to your Pango, right?
I mean, he's not there. There's an illusion that's going to deny it. You got to take it.
He's just dead,
Oh,
actually.
he killed it in time. Okay.
Well, Leo style's dead.
Oh, yeah. He's
He has
definitely not going to
6
get it.
burning spears on him. So he's definitely not gonna get it.
Is under attack.
I feel
Oh,
like he should've
man.
just jungled, man. I don't know about... Well, I guess he did get that lion kill, but I don't know why he didn't just start jungling. Like, go to that top jungle and just get going up there, you know?
Like, it is still kind of forcing heroes into the mid lane by Pango being there, as opposed to, like, if he just disappears off the map, like, maybe your side lanes
But he
start
wasn't
getting
there. He
absolutely
was,
wrecked.
like-
I don't know.
He was, like, chasing couriers. Alright, well, now that Huskar's won the lane so hard, the lane's actually up to the tier 2, so Pango is finally going to get some space.
Classic. Frank bottom lane, getting beat down here by this Morphling, but does have a lot of Quill Sprays already stacked up, and yeah, as a result, he's gonna live. Analog looking for another kill here. Will not find the Pango. He jukes him through the trees, and instead, we'll look for the power rune. It's gonna be top. And amplify damage as well, which is pretty scary.
Armlet's on the way as well. Oh, just delivered. So you could pick up that amplified damage, go to a tier 1, and I really don't think they could stop you from taking it.
Could he not just Roche with this?
You could, and I wouldn't mind it, but we don't really see that so often anymore. The Huskar timings feel like they've been pushed back. A lot of people prefer to just chill till either a BKB or an Aghanim's. Sanj is really good nowadays, so maybe he'll go for that. But he is coming top at least. See what he can get done. Oh,
They're
he's
gonna beat
definitely a
Dota.
Phoenix.
Yeah. Toss on in, looking for Kataro. The slow might be enough
Ogre's
to get
here.
the kill. Yeah, he's looking for an echo. He's like, come on, come here. Not gonna happen. They get the double kill. Now with 5 heroes in the top lane, they're gonna try and take the tier 1 tower. I was gonna say, with amplify damage, he might have enough to actually kill Roche, like armlet toggling, but
Actually, with the Bloodlust, I think you could
Yeah.
if you wanted to, but we'll
I
see
think
if
you could.
Has fallen.
maybe he just didn't want to give enough space back to the enemy team. He just
Yeah.
heads right back. Speaking of the space, there's been a big stack here. Bad Rider would usually love to farm this on his own, speed up the blink timing, but he's got to share with his poor Pango. His literally poor Pango.
Yeah, I think the other downside with that is it's kind of a high risk, high reward, right? If you get the Roche, the risk is definitely like what happens if you're sitting at like 1 HP toggling and then someone walks in and just snipes you.
Because as it so happens, there is an observer up there, so perhaps if Phoenix dives in, snipes you.
Yuma getting dove here in the bottom lane. Whisper is just gonna tree toss down the Bat Rider. Very good TP in from the Tiny, and mid lane, they want Leo style. Ooh, that Hex almost locks him down long enough to get the kill. And it will actually prevent the shield rune from going into the hands of the Huskar as well.
That would have been a very scary Huskar with that shield rune. He would dive your fountain with that.
Nowhere is safe.
He got an Ogre Axe, but he's switching over to the Dragon Lance. So maybe he wants to go Dragon Lance BKB now instead of the Sange.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of people go Sange just for the early like benefits that it grants you, and then you can turn it into Sange and Yasha, but would rather, I guess, fight for now. So Frank bottom lane, no way he gets away from here. Analog's just gonna keep burning down every hero he finds. Schofield's now level 6 on the Lion, so we might be seeing a Finger of Death come out in a short time.
I mean, with Bloodlust, Analog is 6,000 net worth. I don't think any individual hero can even approach him. I think you need 3 heroes to approach him, and I don't even think you'll get a clean kill at that point.
There's the Roche. Okay, they just wanted to wait till Radiant side. I think that's also another pretty fair option, right? It's a lot more difficult for Fusion to contest this, especially now that the tower's gone. Whisper running a distraction campaign topside. Pretty tanky hero, this Tiny. Does have a toss to try and make some space. Ends up almost killing one of them, but will end up dying in the process. So a very nice find from Fusion, but there it is. Roshan dies. Analog's got himself an Aegis. 11 minutes and 50 seconds into the game.
He's straight back mid trying to get this rune. That's so funny. The regen rune.
It's like worse for Huskar.
Yeah, it's a power reduction for him.
Yeah, you never actually want full HP on this hero. I had the misfortune of playing a Nyx Assassin mid recently, and they Huskar'd me, and that was unlucky, because you literally can't Mind Flayer that hero.
Yeah, that is true.
He's not targetable. I was like, uh-oh, what do I do? We lost, but it was okay. Right? Bottom lane, Frank. He is level 9. Like, despite everything that's been going on, Frank is at least somewhat high leveled. And not too far behind. It's just the Pango that's going to have to find some recovery here.
Yeah, the thing is, this is kind of what I was mentioning in the draft, which is that as you're on this back foot, you have an offlaner who needs 2,000 more gold to finish his Aghanims. Your carry is trying to finish an Aghanims, which at least he's only about 100 or 1,000 away. And then your Pango is struggling, like just trying to work on his defusal here. So who does anything, right? And that's why Heroic has a 4K lead right now. They're taking control of the map, and no one can stop them.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so dead.
Oh boy, yeah, that offensive swashbuckle into the life break. Hex to follow, silence as well. Now, Inner Fire is one of those things that we've talked about how the changes to this ability affect certain heroes. Pango is also one of the heroes that is massively kind of owned by the change to this. Frank somehow gets the Wisdom Rune here. Nice pushback from the Bat Rider, but the dive away from Yuma as turns himself into the Phoenix. He's okay.
Two and a half minutes on the Aegis left. You interested in poking this tier 2? It might
Schofield
be.
wants to use that finger so bad. He saw that Phoenix walk by. He's like,
I do the math.
I mean, 2 minutes left on this Aegis.
I think they're just going to take this tier 2.
Yeah, I think so. All right, what's the deal with Earthshaker? Where are we at on his timings? Is it still just blink first? Oh no, he just rushed the Ags, and it's done. Okay. We have an Aghanim Scepter completed on the Shaker. Michael here is going to get popped, take a lot of damage from the Tiny, but there comes the lasso, Rolling Thunder as well. Yuma showing up, as well as Schofield if they can get the right stuns, but what a fissure. Kataro just blocks them off. And they'll be able to grab the kill and disengage.
In the meantime, Huskar's almost finished up this tier 2. But that's still pretty good for Fusion. Finding any kill on the map is really good right now. And especially that Pango got to be involved. Desperate for anything to go his way.
Yeah, that's true. Well, tier 2's gone. Analog closing. What did he end up? What did he end up building? Does he have his Dragon Lance? Yeah, he's going Hurricane Pike first item actually.
Yes. It ended up being this casual ogre axe. I don't know if he just changed his mind partway through. I kind of doubt it's optimal to just hold this ogre axe so early, but who am I to question the Huskar specialist here?
It's a pretty sick item early because it does give you just a little bit of HP to kind of tank with, and then like you're obviously going to turn it into a Sange later. But
yeah, Sange or BKB, whatever you choose.
Yeah, I think for now getting his Silver Edge is kind of wild. Or not Silver Edge, I'm sorry, the Hurricane Pike.
Silver Edge would be pretty wild.
Yeah, if he ults someone and then silence, like inner fire pikes them, he's gonna get like 10 auto attacks into any hero, and that's gonna kill everybody.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's actually kind of a sick build. I've not seen this before on a Huskar, but I get it.
Alright, there's the Aegis expiring. The nice thing about picking up that tier 2 in the bottom lane so early is that the next Roshan will most likely be in the bottom lane, and there's just no way for Fusion to go contest. Which, if they do fight, like they've got some good heroes for it, right? You got Egg, Roll, Echo. It is pretty scary, but the threat of buybacks or TPing in to help defend is not there.
Yeah, we've got the Vlads and the Manta done on the Morphling. He is going to go back for the Sange here on Analog now. Hold on, let me see here.
Analog just
that
cutting
right?
creep waves to take tier 2s. He has no fear, especially with the Ogre behind him.
Dude, the drums online is kind of sick.
He did go Fist of Death again, and it's really good for the Huskar. Having said that, has not used Finger of Death yet, because Fusion has just been completely avoiding Heroic.
Yeah, it's only 8-4, and there's honestly not the biggest gold lead in the world. It's only 3K.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive that they're maintaining this gold difference. A lot of it is in the Earth Shaker though, so if he gets killed off, which they have some very good pick-off heroes, suddenly you're at a huge deficit.
Alright, smoke up here from Heroic. They're tired of playing this cat and mouse game. They're going to just take the fight directly to Fusion. Now, Shaker would be an amazing find. He's a little bit slippery with the Aghanim Scepter, but they've happened to find him. The Blink, the Avalanche Toss. He's dead. Whisper. Great grab there. Man, just barely off his enchant totem timing as well. He had just jumped to that camp. Otherwise, maybe he gets away.
Right after that, decides to go for the BKB first. He had a lot of money saved, deciding between Blink and BKB. Once you have the BKB, you can push very aggressively and pop BKB to TP out, and no one can stop you. And I think that's what his team needs more than the surprise Blink Echo.
I mean, they've done a really good job at keeping this game even. Or not even, but like at least not out of control. Like 3K at 19 minutes is nothing in terms of what we've seen. And the biggest thing you're gonna have to deal with is, like you said, kind of the BKB timings. You really do need BKBs, but also this Pango needs like the Blink Ags. All right, they see TPs coming in. They know they're under vision if that's the case. Dude, look at that ward in the enemy base. They have two right outside their
yeah, very sneaky wards. Lets them completely dodge this movement, though maybe it will become a Roche fight.
They're all gone. Wow, I'm surprised that Heroic's the ones bailing.
To be fair, you're fighting on the enemy's half of the map, and I think it was 3 or 4 of them there, not the full team.
Yeah, you were missing the
So-
ogre.
So maybe you can take it, but also why
Why
risk
risk it?
that? Yeah.
They can just get their own Tormentor. They have Morphling Huskar there, plus an ogre. Should be pretty simple.
They do have to-
45 seconds till the Roshan.
Yeah, they've got to get back over there because if Fusion manages to steal that Roche, they're going to buy themselves a ton of time. So I think Roche's got to get over and make sure they can fight for it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, so Yuma has his Phylactery, a pretty big boost in damage for him on his way to the Conda, which is kind of one of the big breaking points for Morphlings in a lot of games. So he is doing quite well. That being said, this Shaker is catching everybody, despite having multiple deaths. He is neck and neck with the Morphling and Huskar in terms of net worth. And, you know, Bristleback's not that far behind. The Aghanim Scepter gives him so much farm speed.
Yeah. At this point,
they're catching up.
At this point, it's kind of like you had a mid-Earth Shaker carry Bristle with this off-lane Pango who is struggling behind a bit.
Yeah.
And that's kind of okay, you know? You just kind of have to roll in the fights, so... If he can finish his Ags, which he has been working towards, he'll still do a lot in these fights.
Ooh, Avalanche toss. They've got the Bristleback push back again with the Inner Fire. He's just so dead. What? Okay, that's a really good find because now you can go Roshan.
I don't think you can fight without the Bristle. You need the Bristle to walk in to get you vision of the fight so that you can find the
Yeah.
Blink Lasso, Echoes, Rolls, whatever.
They know this is happening. Look at the ward. It's not even on the high ground. It's on the low ground in front of the Roche pit.
It is pretty sneaky. Unlikely to get caught.
Radiant's top tower.
But can they get over here to actually fight? They are going to smoke. Have Earthshaker cut the next wave. Not really cut, I guess, just to clear it out.
I mean, his Sanjanyasha is done. They need to kill this really fast. It's going to be close. It's going to be so close. Kataro, he's going to get caught. He pops the BKB. He's just going to try and run right on in. The Aegis is picked up by Analog, though, and now the real fight begins. They managed to
Aegis
take down the
down.
Aegis. Bat Rider's gone. They're getting the Lion as well. But the respawns are coming. Your BKB's done on the Shaker. Yuma's going to chase. Analog's going to chase. Do they get the vision that they want? Oh, baby. Yeah, that is so good. The damage from the Morphling, just too damn good. Whisper on the backside. Getting lasted up by the buyback from this Bat Rider, but he's got the help. It's coming in from Analog. Frank's going to burst him
big
down,
hit.
but can they actually kill this Bristleback? It doesn't look like it. Ends up being a pretty decent fight for Fusion. It is a dieback on your Bat Rider, but you get the Aegis and a few kills.
Yeah, I think all things considered, that's pretty good. I think what really helped him in that fight is that Huskar was close towards the Twin Gate stair, so the Pango roll was actually able to chain stun him to death to get the first Aegis, which bought a lot of time because this Huskar's damage is insane with Bloodlust, but the fact that he was spending most of it respawning allowed them to get a couple more kills, and then the Huskar respawned and then started killing people again. But it did make that fight pretty good, especially because they got the Aegis, so it's not like you're stuck against the wall for 5 minutes here. They're riding out the storm. Like, I'm pretty impressed by Fusion. I really thought this Huskar pick was just
Gonna
gonna
end it at 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've definitely, like you said, kind of weathered the storm a little bit. It's still going to be very difficult because you are closing in on some very big items, and the Morphling has the Conda now, and it's a carry Shaker, so that's like max enchant totem, obviously. We've seen games where Earthshakers just don't put a single ability in this when they're playing against Morphlings, but it's carry Shaker, so you don't have a choice.
Dire's top tower is under
I also wonder who's gonna get a... It looks like Morphling wants to get BKB and then Silver Edge. I'm a little surprised someone isn't... I guess not surprised, but... I feel like these fights would be a lot easier to navigate if someone had gotten an early Silver Edge to break the Bristle, because it's him and Earthshaker, right? They're 70% of the team right now. And if you can take them out, he doesn't have a BKB, so break would allow you to kill him super easily.
The graph actually tells a really good story there. Like, you can see what we were talking about. Fusion just stalled out for almost like 5 straight minutes, like not really moving the net worth, and that was the best thing that they could have done. Working towards that Blink Dagger on Leo style, and he's actually fairly close as well. The Ag's Blink, one of those big timings for the Pangolier. Wow, he actually has Bloodstone on the Bristle. We do not see this item very often anymore on this hero.
I guess he knows they don't want to focus him too much, so he has a lot of room to potentially heal up. And maybe he will need that healing versus incendiary burning spears.
Yeah, we see it a lot of just like BKB Sanj and Yasha as the priority, and he has that queued up going forward. But yeah, early Bloodstone for Frank. Bottom lane, we might see a fight break out. See, they're gonna smoke up. They do have some good vision here on Heroic, but Tiny might be walking right into it. Now they're going to go through the twin gate to top, and they will not find their target.
Or are they looking for the Huskar, who is jungling on their half of the map?
What is Analog doing over here?
Yeah, I don't know
crazy.
why he's over here. It's kind of sneaky. This is like as if you're playing like you're the losing team, you know? Like, oh, I gotta find farm somewhere. Let me sneak to their half of their map. I'm not fully sure what he's doing here, but he is farming, and they did not find him.
They haven't found him. He's getting stuff done. He's good.
Coming mid. Maybe he's the bait for this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're gonna tag him. However, that ward did see them pass the smoke over to Analog, so they know that this smoke is happening.
All right, they placed a sentry where they could see it, so they know what's happening.
They're just gonna push bottom, dude. They have a Roche banner. 28-minute Wisdom Rune spawning. I feel like you could just threaten a high ground.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I
Or
think
at
so
least
too.
force them back.
But it is, yeah, it's a little scary into the Blink Echo, Blink Lasso, roll. Right? They do have good high ground on Fusion.
Radiant's middle tower
So
is
it's-
under
Yeah.
attack.
That's why they would have liked to keep the Aegis for longer than 10 seconds. But they are going to get chip at it with some Morphling Illusions, and if you don't address this, I mean, you whittle that tower down. It's already at almost 50% health.
Dire's bottom
Yeah,
tower
more
is
solutions
under
are
attack.
very scary. And they're going to be able to continue just holding mid and bot lane like this, right? There's no way that they can prevent the cut of these two lanes, and that will eventually force Fusion back, because if you don't, they, like you said, will eventually just chip through these tier 3 towers.
Dire's bottom tower is
Here
under
they
attack.
come. I mean, they're kind of getting there, man.
Dire are scared. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm surprised Schofield just still does not have a blink. He's gone Glimmer Cape now. He's just very
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
sacrificial play on the Lion. Like, a lot of times we see, like, you know, an early Blink Dagger or something along those lines to try and find kills. But instead, trying to help his team out a little bit. BKB done for Analog. That's going to be coming up on the Courier right now. So Huskar are going to make it a little bit more difficult to bring him down. Do you see the Hex here onto the Bristle? Avalanche toss. The burst damage from Yuma's way too much. Oh boy, the Morphling is very much online. Dang, that is so much burst. He did get his BKB out of it, but now you can easily threaten the high ground. No Blink Lasso like you were talking about.
Yeah, I think you can test if they have buybacks now. Perhaps commit that banner. And these are all melee cores. They're not going to have an easy time killing that banner. You have to commit, push them off, and then kill it. And that's pretty scary to do. especially because you don't actually have buybacks, and that Fortify might give them a hint. Ooh,
Trying to
half his health,
force
pretty
something out of
much.
Prada. I mean, if Tiny sees them, Tiny can just kill them too.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, we're gonna work on the range barracks first. Makes sense to me. They still have the Roche banner. They never had to actually drop it. As Morph will send his illusions over to finish the ranged. All right, yeah. Nicely done. Blink lasso, but he gets caught from an avalanche at the worst time. Michael still gonna set up this fight here as Whisper likely to fall, finished up there by the Earthshaker. And now the Lion, caught out as well. The Rolling Thunder doing what it does best. Kataro just slaps him for the double kill.
A little bit on different pages there. Or maybe he thought he could just get one more creep wave and then get out, but the rest of the team had backed off, so they're not ready to fight that at all. It seems like they wanted to back off and wait for Roche, which is the correct call because it ended up being a really
fast.
quick Roche. And if they go scout this on Fusion, they're strong enough to take this. You really don't want to have to
could
buy
get
back.
buybacks.
He's going straight. They're going to get it. Dude, Fusion's going to get this.
This would be an insane take if they actually get the Roche on.
Fusion is so back.
They're
If they
up
get
in
this.
7 seconds. It's not fast enough.
Yeah, not without the
If
rest of the heroes
Heroic-
here.
Yeah, if Heroic actually figure this out, they can easily contest.
They have to go now, though.
Yeah.
They're too far
Yarr.
behind. I don't think they're going to make it.
Scan's gonna connect. They know.
I think they were hoping it would be a
late.
longer Roche spawn.
Wow. I would not have guessed Fusion getting third Roche on. Aegis Cheese Refresher. And the banner for themselves.
That's how it's done.
That's so massive.
Who took Refresher? It's on Pango.
Yeah,
Double
double Rolling
roll.
Thunder,
I was
right?
wondering if you'd want double Echo instead, but I guess you can pass it over if later the Aegis, you know, after it expires, if you still have it. But double roll is also still good. I mean, at this point, we're pretty much in an even game.
Yeah. 6K
It
is
really
not
comes
much.
down- yeah, it really comes down to how these fights take place. Mainly got to be worried about the big echoes, big team fight spells from Fusion. But the pick-off, like with the toss back, the condas, you got a lot of burst pick-offs to just like delete the Phoenix, delete a hero here and there. Like we even saw the Bristle, right? He's supposed to be so tanky, he got deleted in a single avalanche toss. Especially now that the Silver Edge is done on Yuma.
Yeah,
They finally
that's a
have a
big
source
deal.
of break.
Yeah, Yuma can just solo the Bristleback at this point. Between like the break attack into like waveform, it's a lot. Whisper bottom lane. He actually just gets the
This
BKB
fissure?
delivered.
Okay.
He's gonna get it off. There's gonna be the nice lasso. Pulls him right into the corner. He's gonna be forced to TP on out under that BKB. Very good play from him, disassembling that Echo Saber the moment he sees them. Now, meanwhile, you're losing a lane of barracks bottom.
They make it back just in time to defend it.
Oh, the
Looking at
stun
Yuma.
comes out. Earthshaker, you're in a little bit too far. That's going to burn the Aegis. But Schofield, how many times have we seen this get chased down here from the Rolling Thunder? Frank trying to do his best. Will finish him off. But Analog, he's got a BKB, going to stand his ground. Looks to go for Frank. Hurricane Pike is out. Throws so many of those burning spears. Kataro pops his BKB, forced to run now. But Yuma, happy to stand his ground, chases after the Phoenix with his own dive. And Frank still burning, trying to find his way back to the fountain. But will he make it?
One more
Yuma with
Conda.
the chase. It's not enough. Will barely survive. And the bottom lane of barracks now exposed. They'll have themselves the first lane, and now looking for mid and top. I mean, I feel like they can do it.
Daedalus just delivered to the Earthshaker.
Oh.
You can get an insane hit, but they're staying scattered right now. Well, I say that, they all just clumped up.
Lasso, pull back. He's got a fire shield on him. Echo comes
Oh,
out.
the Hurricane Pike!
The Hurricane Pike just saves him. Oh my goodness. That fire shield is actually doing so much work against Shaker. He can't hit these guys. The waveform out. Yuma gets the ranged barracks.
taken a little longer than we thought. It's been a little closer than we thought, but Heroic is slowly getting there. Now a 1.5 barracks. It felt like Fusion with that Roshan, Aegis, Refresher, maybe they could use it to come back, but they slowly lost all of the things they got from that Rose. The Aegis is gone, the Refresher Orb used. Now they're just on the back foot again.
And they're about to find potentially a very big kill. Ooh, a little bit too slow. Never mind. Shard for Kataro. It's, you know, it's okay. Not bad.
And another reason the Sanjin Yasha has been so popular. The lasso ends a little sooner than they expect. He manages to get the Hurricane Pike off, and that prevents him from being echoed. If you could finish the chain stun and kill him, perhaps with a big crit from the newly acquired Daedalus, maybe that fight starts going their way instead of just whiffs. I don't think we've seen a huge echo this game.
No, there's just
Not
been no
trying to
opportunity.
flame, but yeah.
This is looking like a potential pickoff here onto the Shaker. Silver edged up here in the mid lane though. Every single hero on Fusion. Trying to protect themselves on the high ground.
One more big pickoff on someone without buyback, and I mean, you're strong enough to finish the rest of the barracks at this point. There is no fortify. I think it's... Oh, no, it's still 3 minutes off. Yeah, so you got to be real careful here.
This might be the first game I've ever seen a Lion not go blink.
I think some of the idea of it was... You really should just sit behind the Huskar, ideally, right? Let him hit things. And if you... Like, usually you get blink on Lion because you want to jump, you want to blink Hex. It's like, okay, guys, kill this guy. You're doing that into an Earthshaker with Echo, into Egg, into Roll, right? So I feel like those two things lined up where he didn't want to bait his team to get echoed, and he also knows he shouldn't really be initiating. He'll let the Tiny toss people back, and otherwise you just watch Huskar hit things. And... Ideally, you don't lose the second Roche so quickly. Like, if we go back to that, you lost it in 10 seconds. I think that's where this build, the Glimmer and the Drums, makes a lot of sense. Because you're just watching Huskar hit the high ground with a second Aegis, and you never put yourself at risk, so you never need the blink. But then that didn't happen, and you entered this awkward period where they did have to just look for kills, and I kind of wish I had a blink for that. So that's where the game plan maybe gets a little messy sometimes.
That was lame.
I'm trying to figure out what the game plan is here for Fusion. Like, they kind of just have to hope Heroic overextend, because Morphling is almost unkillable at this point. Like, this guy is so tanky. You have Fire Shield, which is actually, like, there are certain games where you get like the Ogre Shard and you're kind of bummed. You're like, oh, well, we would have rather had it on a different hero, but this is an insane game for Ogre
It's real
Shard.
good here.
This is like the best game for it's so good. Like, Earthshaker wants to preemptively enchant totem, blink in, hit you, enchant totem, and hit you a second time. Both of those hits will be reduced by what, 80% or something like that? How much is it?
I think 85%. And right now,
85.
Earthshaker, he's got the totem going, so he's sitting at 1,200 damage. So you're right. You would love to be doing just about, the 2,400, praying for a huge crit on the Daedalus, and 85% of that is reduced by that shield. You're going to have to hope... I think Swashbuckle actually goes through it, right? Because it counts as an attack. So you're going to have to hope you can Swashbuckle the shield off before Earthshaker can go in.
Yeah, it's just not something... Like, if you see him, like, the Morphling approach in the high ground, it's not like a simple... Oh, okay, I'll just blink Shaker and try and pop him. Like, you need someone else to try and break that shield before you can do anything. So, very cool. Use of the Ogre Shard this game.
For now, they're playing the economic game on Heroic, just trying to farm up the Fusion's half of the map, and then just back out. So that you see Fusion moving onto the map, and well, there's not actually really that much farm here because it's all been taken from us. I wonder what they're waiting for, though. I feel like Heroic could have pushed this game a little faster. This is a slower pace than I expected from them. Maybe trying out to be a bit more patient, because historically with the old roster of players, there are some games where they just go a little too ham and throw. So maybe trying to be a bit more disciplined.
Yeah, he drops Ward Sentry and like immediately realizes he's like, I'm dead. Like Yuma just comes out of Invis, just pops him. There's not much you can do about that, being a support at this stage of the game against that farmed of a Morphling. They did drop a ward up on the high ground. I think they know about this.
And the Bristle's got a gem. I think he pinged it out.
Okay. And they definitely know about it.
Maybe he was playing with his eyes closed and missed it.
Dire's top tower is under
Classic.
You ever think about that? Just start playing Dota with your eyes closed?
Are you playing this game with your eyes open? Jump in. There it is. Fire Shield already reducing a lot of the damage for the Morphling. He gets the Morph off. BKB's waveforms to the low ground, and Whisper maybe able to survive for the moment, but Analog's in pretty deep. Gonna pop that life break, try to get away, has that silence, but the only thing that happens here is BKBs and ults. Like, no one actually dies, and I think that favors Heroic. The lasso comes out, the Hex immediately from Scopefield, the tree toss finishes the job, and Yuma's still plenty healthy. Mega Creep's gonna be secured here for Heroic. And as the horn sounds, I think might be the seal of defeat for Fusion. They've got to find some sort of play here to keep themselves in this game.
Heroic is not a big cooldown team, so when that fight happens and they don't lose anybody, it's like, well, we can just keep fighting. We're perfectly fine, but you guys don't have your role. You don't have Echo. They've got Egg available now since Phoenix was dead. You can't fight without the other parts.
This Shaker should get out. Yeah, he's out. All right.
There is one thing you have to be careful of now, which is that because you have Megas, there might be a lot of your own creeps in the enemy base, and that could be a lot of echo damage if you're caught off guard. But as long as you don't do that, and you don't all group and hit the throne, things are looking very good for Heroic. And with that said, it's amazingly only a 14k lead for them. I don't know where they found it, but Fusion has been farming up well, but unfortunately just never able to find significant fights.
It is going to be a very fast Roche respawn again. I don't know if they're going to sniff this one out, but Amplify damage will be scouted topside, and we've seen games end in the blink of an eye with an Amplify damage Morphling. They're going to grab it on the Tiny, and I think this one's perfectly fine. He also is a huge burst hero. Also very difficult to see on him, just due to his model. And Frank needs to be careful here in the mid lane. The wraparound, they're gonna get the break, and just like that, the wave form in. The avalanche is enough to take him down. 85 seconds without your bristle back. The 4-stab forward, they're trying to finish off Leo style. He gets the TP out just before the tree connects.
Look how many hats he has. What a show of power from Yuma.
It's so funny the way he's just whirling his hands around, stuck in
I
that
know, he's
animation.
stuck in the stun animation.
Oh, the blink, the Echo Slam, it catches Whisper, he gets the BKB off, trying to just hobble away, but he will be brought down at the end. Big damage there from that toss, and with this Heroic, might respect the buyback, and they're looking for Roshan now.
Was that the gem?
They already had one on the Bristleback, right?
Yeah, I guess he passed it off. I thought he was holding it earlier, but Lions got it now. Okay, so didn't lose the gem. Getting a little scattered in the enemy base.
Yeah, he needs to get the heck out of here. He's sticking around a little bit too long. Ooh. Nice attempt on the fissure.
Well, that should be space to secure the Roshan. Cheese. Refresher. It's actually not... I was just talking about them being a low cooldown team, so it's not the greatest refresher, but double BKB is always nice to have.
Yeah. This Huskar attacks so fast with Bloodlust.
Alright, how are they divvying this up?
Yeah. Refresher for the
Aegis.
Morphling. That one makes sense to me. Aegis on the Huskar.
He's got the most active items. Dude, couldn't be me, man. You've already got 4 active items, morph, all your different abilities. Now you're like, yes, double that with the refresher, please.
Of course, yeah. More buttons equals better. The line is being drawn top. They're trying to find someone farming the jungle, but at the moment, nobody from Fusion is willing to leave the base, and I think should probably end up seeing the movement from Heroic here to try and end this game. 44 minutes is not really where I expected this draft to go, I'll be honest, but they've been in control for most of the game. I'd say all of the game, really, outside of the one Roche snipe from Fusion.
I would say the second Roche fight, and then the third Roche steal, where the big points from Fusion that have kept them in this game. But like you said, although it's been closer than expected, it's never really felt in their control. Perhaps that will change here at the 44-minute mark. An amazing Blink Echo against all the Mega Creeps, instantly deleting the entire team of Heroic. Then the death timers are so long, you run all the way down and clear out some barracks. That would certainly be one of the most amazing recoveries I have ever seen. Analog doesn't think that'll happen.
Yeah, I think Analog's just been having a very chill game as the Huskar player.
All right, here I think you go back to what the strat was at like 20, 25 minutes, which is that Huskar has the Aegis, you got Megas. I'm pretty sure you banner those Mega Creeps. Maybe you don't banner. Maybe that's the bait. Maybe that's what gets you echoed. I'm not sure on that part yet, but you just watch the Huskar hit the last tier 4, work on the last building. You're only worried about this Blink lasso, and he does have telescope, so he can jump from further away, but Huskar has a Cedix cap and Sanj and Yasha. I really don't think he can be dragged back very far, and even if he is, he'll have his Aegis as he respawns, and then the BKB, Hurricane Pike, all of that. Is anyone working on Lincolns? Because I think once you have that, like, you don't even care anymore. But
I mean,
man,
Lincoln's
no
or
one
just
knows how to
Lotus,
build it.
honestly. You could just put a Lotus on someone and that would be
Yeah, that might be better because Nasal Goo is really easy to break the Lincolns. I'm actually a little surprised we didn't see one of those. I guess maybe they never thought the game would get to the point where they needed it.
All right, we'll see what they can do. Starting to chip down the tier 4s, like you said. There's going to be the Roshan's banner now. Earthshaker. Good echo off knees. The lasso is going to connect, pulls back the Huskar, but they delete the Phoenix right off the gate. Whisper with the toss. They're going to do some damage to Frank. Now Lion is dead, and Yuma, under his own BKB, gets caught up now, pulled back towards the fountain. He's fallen low, and he's dead. They get the morph. The buybacks pay off. He doesn't get his refresher off in that process, and now they need to cut and run. Heroic in some trouble. The Rolling Thunder is out. The Echo from Kentaro isn't enough to find the kill. KJ just barely surviving, but now he's in trouble. He's gonna burn, baby. Analog doing too much damage, and Morphling with the buyback. He's in the base, finishing the game. He's got his eyes on the prize, trying to finish off Frank. He's got him. And now Analog with his boots of travel will rejoin. And that'll do it. GG comes out, and Heroic finish this finish game
He's
one.
so tanky,
in a
actually.
stylish fashion. Yeah. Very cool game one.
Earthshaker. Yeah, props to Fusion. They really tracked from a terrible position, being Huskard on the last pick. We saw, what was it, level 3 Pango versus level 7 Huskar. It was absolutely brutal. And yet they made it feel like it wasn't the easiest game, right? Even though it felt Heroic was in control, felt like if they slipped up, the game could go back over to Fusion. So
Yeah.
I would really toss this up to more of a draft loss here in game number 1. And Fusion will have to rethink the potential of Huskar in the games. But I think the fact that they dragged it on so long shows that they do have the play and the skill to keep up with Heroic, given a better draft.
Yeah, I was looking through the drafts or through the graphs, and Heroic really didn't even have that much of a lead the entire game. They finally broke like the 10K mark around like 30-ish minutes. So to be that close despite getting absolutely bonked in lanes is impressive. And it is kind of what we expect. Like Fusion is a very skilled team. They've done really good job to get here. They beat Heroic in one game in the upper bracket and almost beat them in a second. So this should be a close series. A smart draft from Heroic, though, gives them the edge in game 1. But for now, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with game 2 of Heroic vs. Fusion here in the South American Grand Finals, the qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 25. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back to the closed qualifiers of Dream League Season 25. We're in the grand finals here for South America. We've got Heroic versus Fusion Game 2 about to begin, and Heroic are looking real clean. After game number 1, a sick draft. Actually, kind of a bizarre draft in general for the game for both teams, but kind of a last pick Huskar seals the deal, it seems.
Yeah, you got some thinking to do on Fusion now because that was a very early Morphling pick that worked out, right? Anytime you can prove you can pick a carry that early and still win and you can't be countered, I gotta, do we ban that? Do we have to counter it harder? And that's going to open up other things in your draft. For example, you then get Huskar last picked, right? You didn't expect that. Now Tiny, who's almost only been played in the mid lane from what we've seen, they do the old switcheroo, stick him in the off lane, grab the Huskar last pick. Now you got to be worried. If we see a Tiny, is that actually the Tiny mid? Am I going to get Huskar? Now I got to ban Huskar. Now I'm going to open something else up in my draft. So a lot of holes in the boat to fill. But Fusion has shown us some really cool drafts. I hope I don't know if they have a coach. I don't know. Maybe they spent some of that game. They had a lot of time sitting in the base. Maybe in that time they were discussing how to adjust the draft. But I hope here in game 2, right, they come in with a different idea. Maybe just having first pick, or were they first pick? Maybe second pick alone will swap it
They
up.
were first, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they were first because it was second pick Morphling, right, in the response.
Yeah.
But
Oh, you're right.
either way, it's now going to be Heroic going first pick. So we'll see how the draft changes a lot with one team having first pick versus the other. So we'll see what ends up happening. A lot of the same heroes likely to be banned out: the Alchemist, the Doom, the Earth Spirit. I mean, to be honest, Heroic probably won't ban the Earth Spirit. They're gonna force Fusion to, because if they have first pick, they're always gonna try and grab the Earth Spirit if it's available.
Yeah, if I had to guess, Fusion has to ban the Magnus. Also probably has to ban the Earth Spirit. And then maybe the
And
Invoker as well, that we've seen constantly banned out.
Well, you also have to ban Alk. Like Heroic will
That's
probably
true.
ban Doom. But if you're second pick, it's like, especially against Heroic, it's gonna be Alchemist, Mag, and Earth Spirit. You pretty much have to, unless your goal is to leave Earth Spirit, Mag in, and then kind of force Heroic to do one of the bans for you. Of course, then that kind of changes things. But yeah, Alchemist and Earth Spirit are pretty much must bans for these series. So we'll see what happens. We're going to be jumping into the draft here in just a moment, but I think very different drafts in game 2 here from what we saw in game 1. I don't think we're going to see the carry shaker. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Huskar mid. I'd love to see it, but it probably won't happen. So here we go. It's exactly what we expected. Doom first ban from Heroic. It's going to be the Earth Spirit Invoker from Fusion. A little bit of a change up, but we'll see what they do with these last set of bans.
10 seconds remaining.
I think you're going to have to see... I think Fusion's going to have to ban Magnus Alk for their next 2 as well.
Yeah.
Heroic.
Team ban.
Take out the Nyx. Maybe suggesting Dawnbreaker. Something they got
Or
in
just
mind.
Morphling again, honestly.
Ooh, Morphling again, yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Because the thing is with first pick that is so strong is you don't really reveal too much with your first 2 bans, but the third ban into pick is really powerful. It's why a lot of teams prefer first pick. I think one way to balance it would be to literally just move that third ban
10
into
seconds remaining.
like where you ban your second one, so it's not that
5
OP,
seconds
right? You could
remaining.
change that ban order a little bit.
Turn to
Dude,
ban.
we're about to see Alchemist.
Wow, Eng Clockwork. I mean, they leave in
10 seconds remaining.
a few heroes, but yeah, I think you're right. You probably
5 seconds remaining.
ban, like, dude, what can you ban that would really hurt your game? It's definitely going to be Alchemist pick. Yeah, you ban the Mag. Okay, I was like, you could ban the Mag or like the Morphling if you're worried about it, but I think you're right. I think we're about to finally see an Alchemist. There it is. The king of the tournament, Alchemist, contested in 100% of games. The only hero to be contested in 100% of the games. And the response is going to be the Beastmaster for the lane. I'm not sold yet, but the supports will decide a lot here.
Now, they already took out 2 of the stronger supports to mess with the Beastmaster, the Clockwork and the Enchantress, but you pick up a Phoenix. Phoenix is shown to be very
Yeah.
strong.
I feel like you have to ban the Phoenix, dude. There's no way you can
5
leave it in.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, but there's...
Unless Fusion take it.
That's true. There is a good chance they'll take the Batrider or the Phoenix for their upcoming pick. We've seen a lot of Muertas with Beastmasters as well. That ends up being a pretty strong lane. But it will reveal your full off lane right away, which Maybe then you get a very strong position 5 to ensure the Alchemist has a good start.
10 seconds.
This is the thing that's so dumb about Alchemist is that even if he has a bad start,
5
he just
seconds
farms.
remaining.
there's no stopping this hero from getting like good item timings, you know. It especially on South American teams. I was gonna say you probably just ban out your hard carry matchups. So Dragon Knight, Morphling are probably some of the best. And now with an Alchemist, you have the opportunity to, I don't know, just play your own game. Like you just farm for your own
10
items.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I was going to say that, which is even in a bad matchup, Alchemist usually just farms the camps behind the tower and gets a good start. I think that's part of why they went for the Beastmaster, is that if it takes you forever to take the tower, then yeah, Alchemist just jungles and catches back up. Or if he had a good time, then he's accelerating even faster. So you have to be able to take towers quickly to get to him to threaten the invade. If you try to invade without taking the towers, there's a good chance rotations come in, he actually ends up getting kills. You're actually just feeding the Alchemist even more gold. So I like that idea of grabbing the Beastmaster, try to up the tempo. You don't kill the Alchemist in the lane, but you know, here's another hero, a very fast tempo with the Ogre. Learning curve makes the laning strong. Bloodlust speed up his team. Doesn't reveal the full off lane either, so you can kind of see a little bit more info. Still try to get a good lane matchup. I like the idea so far.
I agree. And they
5 seconds
planned for
remaining.
this clearly based off the first phase bans, right? Like if you see this and you see Enchantress Clockwork in your bans and you're expecting first pick Alk, the Beastmaster response is pretty much right on point. They get the Chen as well. So they are protecting the Beastmaster as much as possible, try and give him a solid lane. And they haven't revealed the full lane duo, like you said, which is really important because right now, if you're heroic, you probably want to double pick your supports. And that will give Fusion a little bit of an advantage and maybe kind of shutting down the Alchemist lane. You could go for something flexible between mid support or off support.
There's the Bat Rider that we've seen do a lot.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if the Bat Rider Phoenix is just the picks here. But
I guess Bat Rider's slightly greedy because he does like to farm up, and that's kind of what Alchemist is doing.
you could do something like a Lich. Very strong 5, who also makes it difficult to take towers.
He get a little bit more mana from the boars as well if he goes for that.
Yeah.
Heroics turn to pick.
Okay, I'll take the Muerta. A little bit of a deny pick, but also just generally a good 4.
Also quite
The other
annoying for
heroes Crystal
Ogre.
Maiden.
Yeah, you could do that. Kill the boars so that he probably has to go for an axe build.
Dire team pick.
There's the Phoenix. Okay. So it is just going to be the Phoenix Bully for the lane. Probably one of the strongest 5s in Dota right now in terms of being able to pressure out enemy heroes.
You do have some attack speed buffs on Fusion, so as long as you pick up a ranged hero or two, I think you have some tools to answer the egg. Though that's where the Muerta combo is actually kind of nice, because the calling makes it difficult to get over there. Deadshot could knock a hero away. It's a cool idea to protect the egg, as well as you don't have to be counterpicked by it.
Heroics.
So we get our own flying guy. And then Gyro. I was thinking Gyro, if you're going for a fast-paced game, Gyro's pretty much the best carry left. Very consistent laning stage with Flat Cannon. You can fight pretty early, rotate through the Twin Gate, try to dive the Alchemist or something like that.
10 seconds
Yeah, I'm not really
remaining.
sure who else you could have gone for.
5 seconds
Heroics
remaining.
turn to
Oh boy. We saw Whisper do some fun stuff yesterday with a Snot Rocket Bristle. And I feel like there might be a case made here for another Snot Rocket Bristle. You have minus armor on the Alchemist. You really just want to amplify this hero, give him as much to
5
play around.
seconds remaining.
And you also have heroes on Fusion that are very susceptible to minus armor.
Muerta doesn't have a physical damage spell like Hoodwink, which we saw, but I think you can buy Blightstone and just poke from afar. which would be cool. And then wait, if you're slowed and then you get dead shot, do you also run back really slow? Maybe dead shot. Maybe that's a nerf to dead shot.
I don't really know, right? All those like fear mechanics that like increase your movement
They're
speed as you run
weird.
is very
Yeah.
weird. Yeah.
But that could okay if it's not affected by the slow, that's insane, right? Because you get slowed down to 100 something move speed, and you're slowly trying to crawl back to tower, and then you get dead shot all the way back, and you have to do it again. You're so dead in that time.
It also makes it impossible to get out of the calling now, if you think about it in that
Yeah,
regard.
yeah.
Now, when we saw them do Snot Rocket last time, they ran it with a Hoodwink, who's a natural Blightstone builder, has a lot of physical damage from Acorn Shot. So you're not going to have that kind of potential, but you have still a decent ranged hero with damage. So I think you could still warrant going that build in the lane. The problem is, like, Ogre is so tanky.
Heroics turn to
We'll have to
ban.
see. Final phase of bans here. It's going to be mid laners from both teams. So we see the Ember Spirit and the Primal Beast Pangolier removed as well. It's not a great tiny game for either team based on like the drafts at the moment.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Heroic just needs a playmaker. Analog got to have his fun playing Huskar, just doing whatever he wants. But now you got two greedy side laners. Like, okay, Analog, your turn. You go make the plays. You make the space for us this time. Something to protect the egg, initiate. I think it's really important to have. If you could benefit off the negative armor, that could also be nice, because you're going to have Acid Spray, plus, even if he doesn't go Snot Rocket, just the nasal goo's already something. But I don't think you want to lean too much into
Heroics turn to pick.
all in on the physical damage, right? You got some good magic from the supports, but I think a mid hero who actually has magic could be good.
Well, they go for the
Back
tiny
to the
anyway.
tiny.
Yeah, why not? Like you said, it's a playmaker, an initiator. It's safe. It's not like an amazing tiny game, but tiny is just very good at helping set up kills. So I guess that's the idea
10
behind it.
seconds
And now
remaining.
for Fusion, is Leo style going to get his revenge? Just
5
go for
seconds
something
remaining.
like the Shadow
Get his
Fiend?
own
Does he want to
Huskar.
cheese him? Yeah, we'll see.
Something fast paced. You gotta bring the pressure to the Alchemist. Could you do something like Timber Saw?
You definitely could. This would be a mean Timber mid game. They're really just calling his bluff on if he plays it, because I have not seen Leo style play Timbersaw lately. But it is a pretty dang good Timbersaw game.
It's a very tanky lineup between the Alchemist, Bristleback, Tiny, and then you'll have the heals from the Phoenix as well. So you need something high damage, perhaps percent HP. A Shiva's builder could be good, though I think Beastmaster can do that if he goes for the Ags build. I think this game you do. I think Helm of the Dominator. Well, Helm of the Dominator will help you push towers a little faster, but it will also feed more gold to Alchemist at some point. He'll just come in and farm it. Not sure.
Leo style is really crunching the numbers on the best possible pick mid. I think I'm with you. I think Timber's okay. I'm okay with
Whatever this pick is about. Yes!
Now
Let's
select
go.
heroes.
good call. It really is a great mid pick here. There's not many other options, and in turn, like you could have gone for something like a Monkey King. I don't think Monkey King was banned, but I think the Timbersaw here is just a safer, less greedy mid lane and can maybe contest the tempo of the Alchemist, which you absolutely will need to do.
Yeah, you have to be a little careful. The calling is a bit annoying for Timbersaw to play into, but besides that, there's not a ton of control, at least until Avalanche Toss leads into a kill with a really farmed Alchemist. You can usually still get
10
away
seconds remaining.
with Timber Chain after that combo is done.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Whisper not going to opt for Snot Rocket this game. It's not as valuable as we saw in the previous series. Like, you're not against a melee hero, you're against Gyro, right? You can kind of just use flak without and still do damage back without being slowed too much. Timber Saw is Timber Chain. It's, you know, we'll see what they end up doing. This will be a very more regular, normal game, right? Not as many kind of odd picks. I'm excited to finally see Alchemist because you and I have not seen it yet. It's only been picked 5 times in the entire qualifiers up until this point, out of like 123 games, I think. So not bad.
Yeah, he's a tough one to deal with. I think Fusion Esports have a solid draft to go quite fast, but you can't really make many mistakes. It has to be fairly clean from them. Win the lanes, especially starting in the mid lane. Tiny is, again, this focus point because he is the main playmaker. And that's why I think this Timbersaw pick will work out if it plays correctly. You shut him down in the mid lane, the blink comes 2-3 minutes late. Both side laners are just farming the whole time, so the supports are just twiddling my thumbs, waiting for this Tiny to get a blink. And that's how you slow down the Alchemist, by being able to invade at that point without fear of use the blink. Tiny.
I think you're right. And we'll see how this plays out as we jump into game number 2 in this grand finals. It is Heroic taking on the side of Fusion. Current 1-game advantage for Heroic off of an absolute sick draft in game 1. That being said, Fusion held their own for a very long time. These guys are very good at playing the map, finding gold even when they're down. Smoke's gonna pop. They see everything, but both teams have their heroes here. Timbersaw kind of the furthest away. The concoction's gonna connect, and Heroic trying to finish off Michael. Is the damage there? They need one more auto attack. The Fire Spirit, and Muerta will claim the kill.
Both teams with a similar idea. Oops.
30 seconds.
8 Smoke now.
He accidentally threw his blood grenade instead of pressing smoke.
Oh no.
Don't worry, he didn't need it. He didn't need it. It's fine. One team wanted to get in the back to block the camps behind the Alchemist, which you know he wants to farm, while also potentially going in to invade the Beastmaster, prevent the stacks he wants to set up and farm, which just led to a natural fight down there. And now, quick move top to see if they can get more, but I think it'll just be a quick grab of the runes and then get out.
They
So
got
3
of them.
going to Heroic, which is very nice for an Alchemist.
Yeah, that combined with seed money and first blood for the Muerta. Quite an economic win here to start things off, but again, mid lane is where I'm going to be kind of keeping my eyes on. I think there's just a lot that's going to come out of this lane. Both Leo Style and Analog need to kind of help their side lanes out. I see a lot of battling in this bottom lane as well. It's one of the things that makes Alchemist just so good now. He used to have absolutely no contributions in the early levels, and now you just get to have Concoction at level 1. You can max out Acid Spray and actually do tons of damage.
Oh, that's a TP to the tower. That was kind of close. Oh, Salve delivered just in time.
Nice.
Perfect.
He knew.
It was all calculated. Fortunately, the supports should be able to move over to help Tiny with the runes. Alchemist can always just jungle on his own very early, as soon as like level 3. While on the top lane, Bristle's very sturdy, and odds are Gyro's going to push the lane in with Flak anyways. So both supports should be able to come help the Tiny, and he will need it.
I am curious to see what Whisper is going to get done on the Bristleback as well. Yesterday's series, he definitely kind of made a case for Bristleback needing a little bit more of a ban priority. He's just very creative on what he was able to do with it. And now that you're level 2 on the Ogre, you gotta be careful. Oh, nice silence from Schofield though. Pulls him back, the blood grenade just trapping him, re-silencing him. Dude, Schofield actually such an insane play there.
That was a really nice use of the tree line there. In the meantime, Michael managed to kill a courier that had boots on it. So it's nice. Literally slow the Alk down a bit. Bit of a slip up from the Ogre, though. Didn't really get to use much mana either once he hit level... Like, if you hit level 2, you throw out all your spells and then die, it's like, okay, I get to come back with full mana, but he'd barely used anything.
Yeah, he was just trying to get vision of the Muerta so he could throw it onto both Bristle and her. But he knew that entirely. Like, Schofield just baited him. Like, waited for him to walk into the tree line, drops the calling. Like, it's just such a heads-up play.
Lotus fight.
Alk always wins. There we go. Granted,
Gets
he's
it,
got
but he's pretty
5
far back.
stacks. Yeah, he's forced to TP on out.
Good decision to TP out right away. If he had waited much longer, he would potentially die, or at least get even lower where he can't even approach the lane. Gotta say, Analog's doing better in this matchup than I thought he would.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny doesn't have to play super close to the lane, right? And you have tree toss, or just toss in general that can do a lot of damage bottom lane. KJ will end up going down, and Yuma with a blood grenade trying to hobble his way back to the tower. Michael with some really nice body blocks. I think they got him. 7 wand charges aren't going to be enough to save him, and Frank will get a double kill on this Beastmaster. Very nicely done.
It's great for them because he is one of the tempo heroes for his team. So if he's having a good start, that means he can push towers faster, maybe take the Aegis faster, steal that away from Heroic. He is going for the Aghanims build, it looks like. Doesn't want that Helm of the Dominator. I think that's nice because then you can justify a Shiva sooner, and this is a really good Shiva's game.
Yeah. I agree. I think it makes a big deal having the Aghanim Scepter early on Beastmaster, especially on Dire side, because you usually see that come out around like that 13 to 15 minute mark if you're having a good game. And then you can just, Roshan goes top as Dire, and then you just go take Rosh. Top lane, Schofield in some trouble. Nice fear onto Kataro. Whisper is going to try and join the fray. Does have a lot of damage coming out from the Bristle here, and he might be able to just find himself a quick pick onto Prada. A nice exchange, though. Fusion very happy to get themselves a kill onto the Muerta. Also good Phoenix in the bottom lane.
And Michael moves in while looking for the Alk, gets a D-ward.
No, it's fine, never mind. He's doing his best to just block these camps. He'll put like maybe a deep ward back here as well.
Genius.
Yeah, looks like it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just wants
A
to be able
lot
to
of
keep
commitment.
eyes on the stacks being made.
6-minute rune time.
Radiant's
Schofield. He's going to be able to force the pick up there onto Prada, but Schofield not looking super hot. I think he's going to go down. Yeah, one little timber chain there from Leo Style to secure it. Bottom lane, Frank. We're seeing TP come through from the Tiny. The toss comes through. It's a lot of damage, but there's the Avalanche. Needs the Soul Ring. Tree toss in will secure the kill. And now Michael on the Batrider should be okay.
There's a toss in 2 more seconds. Do they have vision of
Not
this?
gonna make it.
Not
No.
quite.
Batrider's too quick.
Radiant's middle tower is
Gonna be
under
from
attack.
KJ to go unblock these camps back here. Gonna stack on these for the Alchemist. Now, you actually talked about it. These camps are incredibly hard to stack for some reason.
Yeah, let's see if you can do it. The boxes, if you do one, it's fine. But obviously, you want both. Fortunately, Phoenix has Fire Spirits, which makes it way easier to stack those camps. Frank just TP'd back in. Okay, he's
That was a
gonna be
nice
okay.
attempt. Good damage being done. Now that Timbersaw is 6, you kind of want to be in mid lane a lot less as the Tiny.
Yeah.
Prior to 6, it's fine, right? You can kind of just sit back,
Radiant's middle
hit
tower
things with your
is
tree,
under
toss an avalanche to clear the wave. But now it's a lot less chill. So they're going to have the Muerta kind of soaking mid for a little while, which is really good for the side of Heroic. Like, they're going to actually manage to get themselves a lot of XP on that Muerta, a little bit of extra gold. She's having a great game already. Yuma, bottom lane with the help of KJ. Looking to find a kill here onto the Batrider. Prada's going to come in, hits the stun. Ignite is going to connect as well, but will burn down to the Phoenix. TP is coming through now from Muerta, trying to chase onto Prada. Deadshot just to slow with a blood grenade for the assist. Sunray will finish him off as well. Nicely done. The supports doing a really good job at protecting this area of the map.
That's a little bit of the danger we talked about in the draft, where you want to contest the Alchemist, but it's a very fine line of going too far, because Alchemist is not weak in the early game, and he can fight and actually get you killed with a little bit of help. It's not like invading a Spectre or a Medusa, where they'll probably just run from a support on their own. He's very strong with Acid Spray and Concoction.
Especially level 7 Alch with 4 points Acid Spray now. The money's going to start rolling in for this guy. And Whisper is not having too bad of a time top as well. He has got stacks galore on this Ancient Camp. We'll stack the Hard Camp as well. He's very happy.
I'm actually
With
a bit
4 points-
surprised Gyro's at the bottom.
It's not a great game, honestly, for him.
Dude,
and
that's
seeing
4 hits.
Oh my. I guess
Dude.
220 damage.
That was an ogre.
His
It
life
was.
is ogre, dude. What do you mean?
Oh no, they didn't see a tier 1 token drop. It's just sitting on the floor. Hopefully someone sees that later.
Bottom lane, Yuma is going to get roared up. They drop the egg immediately to try and bail him out, but Leo Styles' rotation in should help secure the kill, and it does. Now the TP coming through from Whisper. They want some revenge, trying to take down Frankyar on this. Beastmaster will be easy enough. They need to be careful because Leo Style can turn this around real fast. Silence out from Schofield, has the dead shot, will hold him in place. Here's the Veil is out. This guy's level 6. He might just finish off the Timber. He's so dang low, trying to get the job done. Instead, we'll turn their attention to Michael, gets the kill there. And Leo Style forced a Timber chain away. Prada. We saw what happened last time you went toe-to-toe against the Bristleback. It did not go super hot. Dead shot to slow him down one more time. Triple kill for Whisper on this Bristleback as he now pushes himself near to the top of that net worth.
I thought the early game was going to be tougher for Heroic this time around, but once again, it's 10 minutes and they've pulled out a 3k lead for themselves. The blink for Tiny is about halfway there. So all their
they
timings
steal
are
these
pretty
stacks.
solid. Yeah, that would be huge.
They already
Well, I
stole
guess
the
not
hard
the
camp,
most.
but yeah.
It's fortunately not too big.
The whole point is you need to like continuously stack here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they got him. Nice tree toss, great kill. In comes Timber Saw as well as the Beastmaster, but can you actually find the damage to get the kill? Analog willing to go toe-to-toe as Muerta shows up as well. The Calling just going to try and do a bunch of damage to these Ancient Camps and maybe find the kills herself. Now Roar is there,
Ara's
but
here.
feared away in the process. Bristleback in some trouble, brought down by the side of Fusion. Now they bring the whole team to defend these, and they get a Bristleback kill. It ends up being pretty worth it, but it is indeed a lot of space for this Alchemist.
Yeah, that's the scary part. If you could get, you know, maybe at least one more kill, I think that move feels better. Because unfortunately, they didn't even... You still end up splitting some of that stack too, you know? So it's not like you
absolutely.
fully defended it. So I think Heroic won't feel too bad, especially because Yuma is telling them, yeah, I just finished my sacred relic. I'm getting pretty close to the Radiance.
I'm just going to smoke and run right back into the triangle instead. We'll run into the enemy team. Analog does get the bottle off. Grabs himself an Arcane Rune. Ward dropped on the high ground, trying to get some vision on where these heroes are coming from. The dive on in. Should be enough to find the kill. A toss will secure it. And they will just reblock the Ancients and walk away.
As a support player that constantly gets tossed in for this kind of stuff, I think I should be accredited with the kill.
I feel like it's my body.
Yeah, exactly. I am the one doing the damage. I think I should get the kill. What is it? A 12-minute blink off that earlier play. So this Tiny is now very scary. And he was supposed to be counterpicked by that Timber. Right? Now, I mean, part of the Timber pick is just for the game in general because it is a lot of damage versus Alchemist Tiny Bristle throughout, but you were hoping to slow down this Tiny more in the laning stage, and I don't know, he was able to find enough successful rotations, 3, 0, and 1, that doesn't really feel like that part worked.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, I mean, he's dead even, right? Like, he's having a great game. And Bristleback's Aghanim Scepter is nearly done as well. Now, Beastmasters, I think, is either done or very close. So we'll see what ends up happening.
On the way.
With it. Is it on the way? Okay. Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
So that will help. But Radiant's done on your Alchemist now. 13 minutes in. I mean, it's not like it's the fastest Radiance ever, but he's having a great time.
Yeah, for how much action was in his lane, right? There was a lot of fighting. It still ended up at a pretty solid timing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Also, just note he's 0-2 and 4. So, despite all the kills that happened there, he never actually got the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tiny trying really hard to get this mid lane tower. Does have the Avalanche to get it. Ooh, he gets the Blink off instead. Now, in some trouble here. Oh, that flame break,
up to the
really
high ground.
unfortunate from Michael. Tosses him up to the high ground. KJ just jumps in, steals the rune, and will pop the egg. Now, the question is, can Schofield save him? Now, he realizes there's too many heroes. Deadshot can only fear one. In that process, though, they get a kill bottom.
I feel like he just got the Radiance, but he's already halfway to a Blink, and he's farming up a bunch of stacks right now, so that Blink is actually about to be done. That's insane. Okay.
I love how you're like, all right, 13.5-minute Radiance, 15-minute Blink. Let's go. All right.
That's exactly what you want.
Dire's middle tower is
900
under attack.
GPM or something.
Yeah, and Gyro, you know, I talked him up as, you know, he can keep up, the lane should be okay, but he's
Is under
falling behind, and I feel he's been farming most of this time.
He's so dead. Right? Yeah. Avalanche, toss back. KJ's there. Schofield's there. Pierce the veil. Even drop the fear. We'll send him into kind of a weird angle, but they got plenty of damage to bring him down. They'll know about the ward, obviously, but Yuma is gonna push in this top lane. They've actually got numbers to try and find Leo style, but he will TP out. Smart play from him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I might look at this game later, because I find it very interesting. Katara was top net worth with the Earthshaker when given space, yet on the Gyro, he's struggling here. And I feel like I mean, I haven't seen that many carry Earthshakers. Maybe the farm speed is better, but like, that was his first death. He's mostly been left alone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think this game, Heroic has a lot more of an active run-at-you lineup. Last game, they were kind of chill. Like, they made some kills happen, but for the most part, they just kind of left the Shaker alone. They didn't really pressure him too much, whereas this game, I think they are putting a lot more pressure on the Gyro. But you are right. He has not... Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like, the Gyro would have loved to go clear those Ancients and stuff, but they just got contested. Heroic took like half the stack. And they're actually just doing Roche on now. So they're going to trade their tier 1 tower for Roche.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
This is quite nice if it goes undetected. Both teams can do Roche very early. And it looks like it's going to go to Heroic, perhaps unnoticed.
I mean, how do you contest? You know? I don't think you can.
I mean, if the team was there, I think you could. You have the Ags Roar, Timber Saw. I think it's a good amount of AoE call down, but yeah, once it started, it's difficult to break into that area. So you had to already be ready to fight for it.
7,000 gold advantage.
Is under attack.
Blink just
Starting to
delivered the
accelerate.
Beastmaster, so maybe that was some
That big.
unfortunate timing, waiting for that, and then lost the Roche.
All right, here's the smoke. See what they can find. The Muerta's actually not
Fast
here.
Blink.
The Aegis being on Whisper makes it really hard to go on him. He's gonna do so much damage to Leo style, brings him very low. The lasso comes in, does get interrupted by the Yules, but there's gonna be the roar to follow. They're gonna be able to take down Tiny, but can they get Whisper? The damage on the backside, the Avatos, the Quills is way too much, and now Yuma chasing for Kataro, the Atos from downtown. It's a team wipe, baby, heroic. A 5-4-1, and you don't even claim the Aegis.
Ow, I didn't expect that to go so one-sidedly, but the Blink Lasso just ended up getting completely countered by this Yules on KJ that is so fast.
Fast.
The kills earlier, maybe not going towards the Alchemist, slowed him down, but it sure sped up the supports. So this Yules just saves... Who was it? The Tiny? Saved him for a little bit.
It was Tiny, yeah. Because they wanted to pull him back and then go for the roar, but during that, before it came off, I think he had a full Avatos, and then Bristle had Bristle back up, right? So he just quilled like 3 heroes in the stun.
Yeah, messy fight there for
absolutely nuts
Fusion.
play.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like it wasn't the wrong play call, right? They tried to jump the back line. They saw, you know, people further up in the lane, like maybe like, okay, we can try and bring him down, but dude, the damage. All right, Yuma's taking a little bit of a vacation for now. He'll be back.
I don't think it was the
We
wrong
just TP'd
call
immediately.
by Prada.
Dude.
Yuma barely got there to help.
He just threw acid spray, you know, he's like giving a little bit of armor reduction. The tree will finish him off.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're feeling real strong right now. Even the supports, right, on the side of Heroic are incredibly farmed.
Yeah, looks like they want to try to push into the bottom lane. Tormentor may not be done. Like, yes, it's up, but is Fusion ready to take it right now? Maybe not. So if you can get in here fast enough, you can take this tier 1 tower and fight over this Wisdom Rune and Tormentor. And Heroic's looking a lot stronger right now, especially because they still have 2 minutes on this Aegis.
They're already on it. It's a really good call.
Here they come.
Tier 1's gonna go down. Now, if you are Fusion, do you show up to try and stop this? It doesn't
think
look
you
like
can.
it. They're just gonna give it up. He's gonna stack up the goo here. And then Alk with acid spray as well. I mean, this Tormentor stands no chance at all. He's pinging like, come on guys, get over here.
It's like, what do you mean? There's no farm over there. I don't want to go there.
Whisper! Nearly. Okay, they're actually using this to smoke across the map. They're like, all right, they're gonna not contest, or not fight us. We'll run at them. Toss comes on in, finds Frank. He got an amplified damage. This roar is gonna do a decent amount of space making for him. Is the movement speed? Is it enough? It's not. KJ with the dive to slow him up. Yuma will burn him down. End up getting the 2 kills. Who needs Tormentor when we have heroes to kill?
I'm sure it's not what they were thinking, but I love the idea that they go to fight the Tormentor. It's like, wait, they don't even want their own Tormentor? Fine, we don't want their Tormentor either. We'll go fight them over here. I mean, it did work out. Got a couple kills, and maybe they'll just make their way back over. Although Bristleback is still quite low. Does the Aegis regen get canceled by Tormentor?
No, it does not.
Maybe I'll try to time that, do it solo.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna like just suicide to it and respawn and then try and finish it off, but yeah, you could definitely time it with the Aegis. But he's got to push that lane pretty far if they want to do it.
I mean,
They
it's
still
not
have full
like...
control on the map.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's not like Fusion can even comfortably go do their own Tormentor, so You got a bit of time to head over there.
Yeah, those words.
I honestly think it wouldn't be a bad idea to just smoke over for Fusion to smoke over to Heroic's Tormentor and do it.
It's hard because you have to take the long route, but right, you can't. There's still a tier 1 top, so you can't go through that side. You have to go all the way around by the Lotus Pool.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a possibility.
I guess their shards aren't even that good either.
Yeah, you have Ogre Bat Rider.
But Phoenix Shard is so good, so if you can try to minimize the chance... He already bought his, never mind. I didn't even notice. He's so rich! Oh my god.
Analog is the one who gets it on the Tiny. That's the state of the game, right? Both shards have been purchased on the supports. Or wait, no, Schofield has his? Schofield does not.
No,
So it was
no.
between Schofield and Tiny.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So, I mean,
bet
this is such a
Schofield
value
has-
shard.
I bet Schofield has quite a few Pierce the Veil stacks. They should get him his shard.
Go do their own Tormentor now, right? They're first going to smoke across the map. They're going to run into Michael, or rather Michael blink dodges away from the Alk, instead blinks into the hands of the Tiny.
Looks like they want to play top, clean up the last 2 towers on the side of Fusion. Isn't it weird? Last game was a Huskar game, but this one feels more one-sided.
Radiant
It's just
Maybe
Alk,
that's the
dude.
power of the Alchemist, yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason this hero is contested in every single game. They actually scan the outpost,
Radiant's top tower.
or not the outpost, the Twin Gate. So they know that this Gyro is coming bottom, and Alchemist is looking to
Peekaboo.
intercept. He's gonna find him. Yeah, corrosive
BKB.
weaponry makes it impossible to get away. He's just dead. This is just a solo kill from Yuma. This is an insane play call from
Take
him.
it, Schofield. Take it, Schofield. You know you want to.
Dude, imagine he pops Pierce the Veil and does it, dude. That would have been hilarious.
That's what I thought he was going to do. He's like, dude, I need the stacks. Come on, man.
That'd have been good. Yeah, I mean, he scans, immediately TP tier 2. That, the heads up play there is so sick.
Yeah, give them no space. Oh, Beastmaster's trying to head out. Better be careful. Blank
Oh, look at the
lasso.
lasso. I mean, this is
Bit
a
of an
big kill
overlap.
if they can get him. They've got the damage. Beautifully done. Analog with a haste rune will just delete the Bat Rider. He does have a BKB available. Will pop it in comes Yuma. The Alchemist doesn't need his BKB. He's just going to finish the job. 2 heroes down now, looking for Leo style, and he's got nowhere to go. The toss to clean it up. 3 dead as the Gyro's getting ready to respawn. They thought they might get a quick pick and back, but no. Heroic giving them nothing. Avalanche toss back. Goodbye, Prada.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like it's back to the drawing board on the draft. Once again for Fusion.
I mean, you can just take the lane of barracks here, right? Like, mid and bottom are exposed. I think you can probably just take both lanes.
I
don't
think if they
know.
didn't want to leave the base, they wouldn't have to, but they'll play much safer than that.
You just wait for Alcolt, maybe?
Yeah,
Actually, they're just
the
gonna
second
respect the
Roshan
respawn.
should be up soon, so you're just gonna wait for Whisper to come back,
Dire's bottom tower
join up
is
together
under
again, get the next Rosh.
Alex got money to print real quick.
He does. What's he going for? Bloodthorn? Oh my goodness, that is so much damage when he has that.
attack. Dire are scanning.
One of these days, they'll catch him for tax evasion. I don't know how he does it.
Dude, can we do the Tormentor? I gotta see how many stacks Schofield has. You don't really need to do it though. You know, jokes aside, it's just giving up map space to Fusion. So
Yeah. I think the right choice is definitely just stay aggressive on the map, find pickoffs, and continue to pressure Fusion, like forcing them either back to their base entirely or... Well, hold on. There's smoking topside. Roche is up. I don't think you have the ability to take it super easily. You do have the Beastmaster, who...
I think you gotta try though.
Yeah, we saw this before, right? You know, them getting 3rd Roche and when we thought there was no way.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, they got it. Roshan's down. Dyer grab it. Aegis as well as the banner now available for Fusion.
This might be something Heroic needs to... Like, they're clearly winning, but everyone's always trying to improve. I feel like this is twice now that a Roshan has been snuck away from them, and that shouldn't happen. Getting that Rose should be how they close it out very cleanly. So props to Fusion. I do think you need to take a big risk like that when you're this far behind. I don't know if it'll be enough, but I certainly appreciate the effort. All right, now there's no excuse to go. Let's go get a Tormentor, guys. Come on. I don't know if you really even need to be scared of this Aegis.
I don't think you do. I'm pretty sure you can just kill the Gyrocopter in an Avatos.
Whisper certainly doesn't seem scared.
Nope, you're just going to keep his back turned, stack up a ton of damage here. Michael, look at the lasso. Avalanche toss just deletes the back line. They're going to be able to grab the gyro and now Alchemist is in. Just beats down this Beastmaster. Silence here onto the Timbersaw. Just slowed up to a crawl. Is now Katara with the BKB trying to crawl his way back to the base. He can't do it. They fall one by one on Fusion. And it just looks so easy for the side of Heroic.
Maybe it was a 5-head play. Fusion hasn't been fighting us, but maybe if we let them take Aegis, they'll be willing to try to fight us, and then we can kill them and win the game.
That is definitely a thought process.
I'm sure it was the thought process, and it's worked. You win the fight right outside their base, steal the 28-minute Wisdom Rune, and boom, 2 sets of barracks. It should just be the third. Maybe you respect the gyro respawning. Not sure you really have to, but I guess you could wait for your cooldowns. Oh, actually, I didn't even notice the tier 2 top is still up, so guess you gotta back out here.
The good spray. I like that thumbs up.
Yeah. All right, Bristle's finally on it. He's gonna get the Tormentor. I think you're actually hoping Yuma gets it. Berserker Potion's actually pretty good. Let's see, Schofield's got 10 stacks.
Nice. Very nice. All right. Well, you were at the point now where the gold lead is borderline insurmountable. This is probably the last fight we're going to see. Fusion's got to find something, but it's going to instead be Heroic smoking in, looking for Frank on the Beastmaster. The stun's going to come out. The Bloodthorn deletes him. That is it. 2 heroes die in an Avatos, and just like that, Heroic clean up the game. GG comes out. They know this one is over.
Back to the drawing board.
Did Tiny have an amplify damage, or does he just do that much damage?
I missed it. It's hard to see with Tiny. On some of the skins, when he gets hard, it's he just like blocks what he has. I didn't even notice.
Dude, he Avatossed the supports, and their health bars were gone before the toss or avalanche animation finished. They're just so far ahead. A really good draft once again from Heroic, man.
Yeah, I think well played. It's gonna look silly. I know people are gonna say, why give him Alchemist? But what do you give up instead? Now, personally, I would have banned the Alchemist, so I guess Fusion thought they had a plan for it. You saw them pick the Beastmaster pretty quickly, right? So it was their idea. You saw them move over, try to get the wards down, things like that. But Alchemist is so strong for a reason. It was really tough. I will say, though, with that exact same draft, I thought the Timbersaw should do a little better mid, and I thought the Gyro should be a bit more farmed. And I didn't exactly see why that wasn't the case, but maybe that draft does work if those 2 heroes have a better game.
I think a lot of it was the fact that he never got to take the Ancient side, right? Like, it was constantly being invaded. Beastmaster was not having a great game, so he was also like kind of struggling and resorted to try and like contest for his own farm. Yeah, this is one of those things. I think they had an idea on maybe how to approach an Alchemist draft, and I do give them credit for that because most teams aren't even willing to give the Alchemist up and to see if they can address it. But when you are already struggling on your own first pick, this is like, an option for sure. Analog is just still a beast, man. I don't understand how he does it. It ends up the game with 11, 1, and 9 as a Timbersaw mismatch in mid. Top damage, absolute master performance once again from him.
Yeah, Analog's been performing very well for Heroic for a long time. And it seems like Heroic wants to prove that it might be a new year, might be a little bit of a different team, but they are still the top dogs of SA. I'm going to see if they can finish it off in game number 3, right?
Yeah, we'll see. It is a best of 5, so Fusion down 2, but not out. They could come back with a reverse sweep, but for now, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with that third game of this grand final. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. It is the grand finals for South America here for Dream League Season 25. And right now, Heroic are on path to clean sweep this, man. They have been absolutely dominant this whole tournament. They are now up 2-0 over Fusion, and both games have been an absolute masterclass. I don't know, man. What can Fusion do to really stop this? Because I'm at a loss. Like, these guys look so good.
I'm not sure. I don't think you're letting the Alchemist go through again. I appreciate the idea. Instead of banning the Alch, they ban the strong supports, because that way you know they're going to take Alchemist, and you're going to try to not let him have a strong enough lane and shut him down. Didn't quite work. I think Phoenix was strong enough. Maybe instead of picking Beastmaster, you have to pick another strong support as your counter pick, and then ban out more strong supports so that like you're taking them all out of the pool. At that point, I think you just ban Alchemist. It's less bans at that point. But I appreciate they tried it. It's now in a rough spot though. 2 games down in a best of 5. So they need more impact from their first pick. I think they have priority now again, right?
Game 3, I think, goes to
coin
toss.
flip again?
Yeah, I think it goes back to coin toss.
Ooh.
So we'll see. I don't remember exactly, but we'll find out in a moment. We have eyes on the lobby, so we can see.
Mhm.
But typically, I think game 3 is a coin toss again, and then game 5 is also a coin toss.
I think you want
Something like
first
that.
pick, and you need to get your own high impact hero in the same way that Alchemist was. You need something like that. Last game, they took the Phoenix. I like the Phoenix. It keeps things open, but there's a lot of strong supports right now, right? I don't think you can really ban them all out. Well, every team's got a different drafting style, so I can't say it's wrong, but it's not working against Heroic right now, so something's got to change.
Yeah, that's the thing that's just really scary is like Heroic seem to have so many different like ways of drafting,
Hmm.
and every single time you think you've got the draft going your way, they just pull out a weird pick or they move a hero. Similar like what we saw in game 1, right? They're like, oh, we'll just move Tiny off lane. We don't need to ban the Tiny because we'll pick it, put it in a weird role that you guys aren't anticipating, and then we get our counter picks. So it's just a very hard team to deal with on paper, just in the draft. And part of this comes down to the coach, right? Heroic's coach is an expert drafter. He's one of the best out there, and he's very good at preparing for teams. And when you come from the upper bracket and you have a little bit more time to research, you're going to have that advantage, right? So we'll see what happens. Turns out Fusion won the coin toss, and they will choose first pick. So that is the best scenario for them, because you were saying they need to have first pick, and they need to have a powerful hero to open up the game with. We'll see if it makes a big difference and what heroes make it through the draft. But there's definitely some that have to be banned out, right? The Mag, the Alchemist, the Earth Spirit. You cannot let Heroic get their hands on these heroes.
Yeah. I think that first draft was looking better. They got caught off guard by the Huskar. This is the tricky thing about playing versus Heroic. And although I think generally first pick is considered better right now, some teams that have the cheese players, it's scary to give them second pick. And actually, Heroic is one of those types of teams. So that's why, to a degree, I don't think you can go into a draft versus Heroic hoping to, like, oh, we'll have the better draft and we'll outplay them in the lanes and whatever, right? They'll do something wacky, throw you off. Your own draft has to be strong. It has to have a clear identity that has some wiggle room and flexibility for whatever cheese comes your way, but you have your recovery tools to get back into it, and you have to play your own game. If you try to predict too much from what Heroic's going to do, some fourth string cheese hero is going to come out and you're like, I didn't prep for this. I don't know how to deal with this.
Yeah, I think that's, again, we'll see to try and deal with this, but it is an inevitability, it seems like, when you play against a team like Heroic. As we jump into the draft, it is going to be the overall first ban of the Earth Spirit again. Heroic will probably ban out the Alp. There it is. At this point, they have a couple different options. Magnus or Doom are some of the other big ones.
10
Heroics
seconds remaining.
turn to ban.
The Invoker. Okay.
Has to be Doom, right? One of these two.
10 seconds remaining.
Heroics.
Yeah, I think you
turn
can
to
take
ban.
out Doom and like
Dire
Gyro.
team back.
Oh my god, we're so good
Dude.
actually.
Okay, I think you ban Monkey King. And then
10
pick.
seconds remaining.
They've been banning a lot of Clockwork. He's a great hero, don't get me wrong,
5
but
seconds remaining.
I don't think it's worth it. Having said that,
It's
Monkey
so
has
cool,
actually
though.
been going ignored in a lot of this draft. But I think picking Monkey or banning Monkey early and then picking
Dire
like one of those
team
power
back.
picks we were talking about
Turn to pick.
prevents you from getting counterpicked. But they're gonna go back to what they did in the first game: ban the clock, take the Phoenix. Last time Heroic responded with the Morphling,
Worked, yeah.
it worked. I mean, you can just run it back. It's on Fusion to change the draft up.
10
The thing
seconds
is,
remaining.
I think the Clockwork ban is a respect ban. Schofield might be the best Clockwork player in the world. He is unbelievable on this hero. Like I can't. It's pretty nuts. Like every time you see him have Clockwork, he just completely dominates a game. So I think they just don't want to risk it. They come back with the Morphling here once again for Heroic, and like you said, the pressure's now on
10
Fusion to
seconds
make the
remaining.
adjustments from game 1.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, last time they banned Timbersaw and Snapfire. So we've already got an adjustment. They're going to take out the Lion that was picked by Heroic in the first game. Snapfire, we really don't see much Snapfire. It's pretty much just as a response to Phoenix and when a ton of supports have been banned out. So you're looking at the C tier supports to grab.
5 seconds remaining.
The other thing too is Heroic banned the Nyx Assassin here last time, and I think it's a very smart ban, unless it's something they want to pick for themselves. It's just one of those heroes that's kind of weak in lane, but it's so good against Morph that you kind of don't want to risk the
Heroics turn to ban.
Nyx Assassin ending up on Fusion. They get rid of the Ogre as well. Okay, so they actually get rid of way stronger lane heroes as opposed to, like you said, some of the counter picks from the first draft that they went with. And I think this actually makes a lot of sense. It's smart. Ogre and Lion, very strong in the lane.
10 seconds remaining.
And now Heroic will have some options. Whether or not it's going to be the
5
Nyx ban
seconds
or if
remaining.
they will choose for something else. And then maybe they pick the Nyx themselves.
Turn
No,
to
they get
pick.
rid of the Nyx.
Maybe the
Dire
Bat
team
Rider. Back for the Muerta.
Muerta,
Good versus
why
the
not?
Phoenix. The calling is very good to randomly silence the Phoenix. Get him killed. Or sometimes you double shot the egg. That's also nice.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Bristles available. But this is where you have to... I mean, they changed up the support ban, so we are literally in a different draft already, but was the Bristle versus the Morph really all that great last
It did
game?
look like it.
I guess he did stay pretty farmed, right? It was the Huskar that kind of really threw that game through a loop.
You got to pick something here that can win against the Morphling lane. And maybe the answer's the Enigma, and it doesn't like win the lane, but at least pulls the lane back and allows you to maybe farm and have a more of a roaming 4.
Dire team pick.
Okay, they just pick the counter. They just pick a carry matchup. The Dragon Knight wins early, loses late when it comes to these two heroes. So Fusion need to have strong lanes. That's what we're looking at here.
10 seconds remaining.
Probably the safe lane revealed there. I do want to point out, Heroic,
5 seconds remaining.
at least in these recent drafts, they almost never reveal a lane in the first two picks.
Heroics
So like you have the Morphling and the Muerta, those are two separate lanes. So you can still adjust the hard support to make Morphling's life easier, or you can pick an offlaner based on what you see. I think that's something that's been giving them an edge in a lot of these drafts. For example, you see Fusion here has revealed the full safe lane, which, I mean, by the third pick, you can't fully hide.
Hard not to.
But,
Yeah.
yeah, but a lot of teams have not been doing the same thing. Sometimes you're like revealing the full off lane and stuff.
Talk to me about this Tusk though, because this hero we saw a little bit early on. It's kind of fallen off. It seems like he's been struggling a lot in lanes. So I am curious the idea here, because I don't feel like it's fantastic against Morphling or Muerta. So I'm guessing maybe they're looking at like some sort of off-lane pairing that goes well with it, like Visage or something. I'm not really sure.
Me neither, because like you said, usually you want to have a really strong tag team plus Ice Shard combo, and Morphling will just waveform away.
Yeah.
Muerta, the calling and Deadshot, very annoying. Lately, what we see a lot of Tusks, because he did get nerfed, some of his best impact is back to the Snowball save. But Snowball save is actually kind of tough into the calling, and the quick burst from Morphling, you just don't react in time. So I'm not too sure on that Tusk. I hope they have a strong combo idea in mind. We're going to see Timbersaw, a Whisper classic, but you can move this hero into the mid lane as well. But if it is the off lane, I think that's fine. Timbersaw Muerta versus Dragonite Phoenix sounds pretty decent.
He's such a good Timber player. Like, he was crushing tournaments as Whisper Timbersaw for quite a while, with like a really interesting build too. Like, rushed a Blink Dagger and Kaya a lot of the time, and was just chopping down enemy heroes.
It was cool.
Yeah, before it was cool. Like, he was pretty much the one who did it, right? And I think now it's a little bit less likely he goes that build, but it's a very good Timber game at the moment. 3 heroes that really struggle to deal with him. Phoenix could maybe go like a Vessel, but I like the lane matchup, and now you get to reveal your next support, probably your 5 position for the Morphling lane.
If it's a Tusk, you know they want to commit hard on fights.
Yeah.
I actually don't think you have to address it that directly, because waveform is already there for you. But you could get like Bat Rider so that when they go in, you just flame break them away. Oh, or you could get a really strong 5 like Chen, KJ Classic.
Dude, yeah. KJ living up to his name. He's like, all right, guys, if we're playing a best 5, I want to play Chen at least once. So, very cool. Yeah, I mean, we already don't feel like the Morphling is going to be under too much pressure from a Tusk lane, so they go for the Chen. He now has the ability to kind of peel off once Morphling has a little bit more levels and maybe a completed Vlad's. And then the Chen will just farm up drums and mech in the jungle. And then suddenly you have like Vlad's, drums, mech, maybe a pipe from your Timbersaw. Just running at the enemy team.
I'm not sure what you go for. Alina? Well, she has a lot of AoE damage to help kill off the Chen army. Good magic damage versus the Timbersaw. Some burst versus the Morphling, so he has to come in with higher strength than maybe he would like to. I don't know if it's the kind of
5 seconds remaining.
catch hero.
Heroics turn to ban.
Like, Phoenix Egg needs to be protected, and you need to prevent people from just running away. In this case, Waveform and Timber Chain. And then Tusk, with the nerfs to Drinking Buddies, he has to farm up a Blink before he can start anything. And now Lina's not going to do it either. So now your offlaner has to do it. But it's also not going to be an easy game, because you actually want your offlaner to shut down Morphling.
5 seconds remaining.
I know you don't have last pick, so you need a fairly stable mid who can't get countered either, but
Yep, there's the Enigma ban.
I don't know. I do worry about the playmaking. Yeah, I was thinking Enigma for the offlane on Fusion, actually.
Yeah, I had kind of mentioned it earlier with the Morph. Like, we've seen it be a counter, and now that you are
10 seconds
at this stage where
remaining.
you pretty much guarantee you need an offlane hero.
5
We're not
seconds
seeing like
remaining.
offlane DK. Maybe they want to run like an offlane Phoenix Tusk, but then you're like last picking a 5, which just doesn't seem like a great idea. So I think you need a high impact hero from the offlane.
Dire team back.
Get rid of Dawnbreaker as well.
Dawnbreaker's maybe like one you can go for with the Tusk combo. It would not be an initiator, but the Tusk combo is really good, and you can kill creeps with him. The Chen army, I mean. So, okay, that one's out. Who's the C tier offlaner at this point? Like, who's left?
5 seconds remaining.
Like maybe a Tide Hunter. But it's the same thing. Like, you're never gonna threaten the Morphling. I think the idea there is you just like leave them alone. Like, both of the heroes just ignore each other and farm. But I think that like benefits Heroic because they have the Chen. So I don't really know. I feel like if you pick a Tusk like this, you have to have an aggressive offlaner that can play with you. They ban out the Tiny. Dude, Heroic are gonna have last pick for Analog, and he has so many heroes that are still available for him.
10 seconds.
Yeah, though I will say Heroic kind of needs their own initiator, which many of them do not have a great time versus Lina. I'm curious what they're going to bring in.
That's the opposite of a Tusk synergy hero, but it is at least a lot of
Trample
damage.
works with drinking buddies, I guess.
Yeah, so I was like, I think you go Drinking Buddies instead of Tag Team. It's not something that we had really thought about, but Drinking Buddies is definitely better.
5 seconds remaining.
Can you play Puck, maybe?
Against the Lina, I feel like there's not that many heroes that like beat her in lane, so you might just pick something greedy that like just can keep the lane and farm.
Choose your hero.
It's gonna be Shaker. Okay. I wonder if this can be abused by the Lina mid, but we'll see.
It's not easy because Earthshaker's so tanky, and with Slugger, he can actually hit a couple creeps back to harass. But it should be... Like, Lina will get the advantage in harass to start, and then over time, it'll balance out. But you did need a playmaker, which is what the Earthshaker brings. You'll get some help from Chen as well, I imagine.
I'm like looking at the draft again, and I don't think Fusion's draft is bad. I really don't. But I also just worry that once again this Morphling is gonna pop off, and I don't like you don't outscale the Morphling here. Your only hope is that like Leo Style gets an early Aghanim Scepter and can somehow just like pop the Morphling when he's not paying attention over and over, and then that would slow down his game. But that's like a lot of gold before you.
Yeah, it's another case where you have to have a good start, and that's where Fusion's been struggling versus Heroic, it seems. I think the last 2 games, it's been about a 3K lead for Heroic by 10-ish minutes, which, to be fair, one of them was a Huskar game, so, you know, maybe we can take that one out of the equation. But here, what I think we're about to see, like, once this game loads in, you're gonna look to cut the creep wave on the Primal Beast to just stomp through that very first one.
True.
But Heroic should meet you there, and at the same time protect the camps that Chen wants to use. So we might see some first bloods happen in that Radiant safe lane where everyone should be headed over to. And I feel like if you don't get the starting trample, then Morphling is just going to be fine, right? And then
he'll just be free farming.
Yeah, and then so will Chen. Like, shortly after, once Morphling's free farming, Chen is like, you're good, buddy. I'm going to go free farm over here. Call if you need me.
Yeah, in lanes where Morphling isn't pressured, it's just, you always go the Vlads. Like, if you don't have kill threat on this hero, you just go Vlads, and then and there's no slowing you down. This is another one of those scenarios where you're not really going to be threatened by either the Primal Beast or the Tusk. He did go tag team instead of Drinking Buddies. What? I mean, then I really don't understand, because Drinking Buddies is the only synergy with Primal Beast. Like, trample scales with attack damage and move speed, basically. It was a classic combo when Drinking Buddies first came out, but it seems that they would rather have tag team for the game later on when you have Dragon Knight and Lina attacking. So we'll see what happened.
What is Kataro doing over here, actually?
Taking the
30
enemy
seconds to battle.
Watcher for some reason. He's just walking around.
It's not like a particularly stack. Well, I guess for Whisper, he is such a carry type offlaner. I guess you do want ancient stacks for him, even when he's playing like not Bristleback. Timber can do stacks pretty early, so I don't know. You get a glimpse of people headed over there, maybe.
Begins.
Well, as you mentioned, Primal Beast is hiding in the tree's bottom. They are bringing both supports. Muerta can stop him from cutting the wave pretty easily with just a dead shot. So Boots first Primal Beast. He's going to run in, see KJ, and Blood Grenade, pop the trample, dead shot sends him away, and now no longer able to cut the wave. Beautifully done, and a great
the range
call from
creeps too.
Schofield. Yeah.
All right, lane 1.
Yeah, it really is like...
There's actually
Primal
like,
Beast
that
just
ends
lost
up being
half
a,
his health.
yeah, that ends up being a negative because not only is he damaged, you partially damage the enemy creep wave, and that's very different from killing it because now they just maintain equilibrium here, and
That's
you
four
lost
denies in the
XP.
first wave.
Yeah, it's such a good call for Muerta to be there.
Because we were talking like there's no way for Morphling or Chen to stop it, right? So you didn't really have much of a choice. They do get the
I gotta
reblock
say-
there on the small camp, which is pretty important. Blocks the hard camp on Frank so that Morph can't recombine the creep wave. All right, I mean, we're going to be doing some lane shenanigans to try and make this work at this point.
Absolutely have to. But this is, I'm going to point this out for the draft, which, is a little too late to, and I don't know if we'll see a game 4 or not, but that was a Morphling first pick, or second response pick, And they didn't respond with their offlaner until the very final pick, and now they're still resorting to creep dragging. At which point, just grab your offlaner of choice at the start, knowing you can always creep drag if you get countered, and give another lane a better matchup. I'm not sure. That is my impression. We'll see if it pays off for them, but when I'm watching them have to struggle this hard in the offlane that they saved for the end, I'm not sure if it's worth it.
The other thing too is if Tusk has drinking buddies in this lane, they could have kill threat onto at least Chen. Top lane first blood for Whispers, Timbersaw. The return for Kataro though. So at least getting something in exchange. But Whisper, we've seen what this man can do on Timbersaw in the past. He's well regarded as one of the best Timbersaw players out there. And First Blood's going to make that a little bit scarier. Nice block on the pole.
This Chen mount, this tail is so long, actually.
Oh, is that the lizard one?
Yeah, this
Crocodile?
alligator, I
Yeah.
guess.
Dude, Chen has some super cool sets. The Rat King set is one of my favorites.
They came in very recently. For a long time, he had absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Because they didn't really... I don't think the limit on... That's not pixels. What is it? Something.
Polygons.
Some limit... Polygons, yeah, was increased, so they couldn't really give him mounts. They didn't have enough polygons to make actually good mounts for him. So his sets were pretty rough.
Now they just added all the polygons to the tail of the map.
Yeah, that tail has more polygons than Morphling, let's be real.
True. Well, most of the lanes are even besides this Morphling versus Primal Beast, and that is directly off that hard read of what they were going to do.
Yeah. Heroic just seemed to have such a clear idea of what the enemy's plan is. And they've done such a good job at just slowing that plan down in every single game.
Yeah, I gotta say, and this is why Heroic is often the best team in South America. I feel like all the players have always been really good in the early game, and then they come in with creative drafts. And at the international level, where Heroic often struggles, is when other teams straight up outlane them. It's not that they got outdrafted, it's not that they got outthought, it's just when it comes down to the one-on-ones, the two-on-twos, other teams put the pressure on them, and that's where they start to fall apart. But so far, it seems, at least Fusion here in like the grand finals, they haven't been able to put that same pressure in the laning stage. A silence saving Schofield?
So close. Schofield in some trouble here. Might just go for a creep deny. He's gonna try,
the weakest.
but yeah, Katara also re-aggroes them just to make sure. So very nice kill for him. That silence, if it had saved him, would have been so sick.
Yeah, it was really close. The spirit was almost there to reapply.
Mid lane, Lina with the advantage, especially now that she's level 5. 3 points in the Dragon Slave is a ton of harassment damage, but Baker's not really struggling too much. Like, he's got a great number of CS. He'll be closing in on his level 6 as well, so gotta be careful not to get caught in the lane for an Echo. They're actually bringing the Muerta in early.
He's just
Maybe
fed him a
looking for a
tango.
dead shot.
Speaking of the harass.
All right, Laguna available now. Gotta be careful.
They do have 9 wand charge on Earthshaker, but doesn't look like a dead shot will happen, so probably just start getting those stacks going to Echo for the faster blink, go for the power rune, but Prada's actually here. Now you gotta choose if you're gonna double stack or go for the rune. Looks like it's the double stack.
Love the double stack.
I do like that Analog is going straight for the blink. Sometimes you see power treads first, but that's when you can win the lane with the power treads. He's going to get the faster blink to allow him to stop laning versus Alina and go set up kills for the side lanes.
KJ, I think, is realizing, he's like, hold on, one of these is real. The tag team's coming out. He's going to be forced to TP. Snowball to cancel, and with this, Michael almost the first. Oh my god, it was almost a solo kill, but Analog cuts him off, and now the Golem shard tosses. He just needs vision for the last one from downtown.
Ooh,
he's too fast. He's out.
Dude, KJ was probably yelling at him to come over because Earthshaker started doing the stacks and echoed them. That Chen made is like, bro, I stacked those for you. You're just gonna let me die right next to you? Like, get over here. Save me.
Are scary.
I think
for now,
lead build up for this Morphling.
Ooh. Yuma's opting to just go straight Lincoln Sphere this game. Definitely an interesting choice. You don't see that super often. Kataro here. He's in pretty deep. The Stolen Dragon Tail. Dead shot off the mark, but Whisper is going to have no problem finding these kills. So they take down the Dragon Knight. Now able to apply some pressure to this tier 1 tower. Looking for Prada, maybe. Forces the dive away.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I guess the Manta doesn't do that much for him. Like, sometimes you can Manta things off to stay alive, but there's not a silence this game. Slows aren't as big a deal to him. And it's more the punch, the tail, and the pulverize that really get him killed.
And the Laguna. Silence, Analog, a lot of damage off those 2 enchant totems, and the dead shot gives them the space to make it to the tower. They will trade. They get themselves at least a turnaround, but a really nice find there from Fusion. As Schofield, bruh. Chill.
They might have been able to, if he planted his Iron Branch, I think Whisper could have Timber chained in, and then maybe they can chase that Lina down. That would have been a really sick play.
Prada scouting these stacks. Schofield will see him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They might be able to slow him up enough. Yeah, the Timber Chain, not necessary. They get the kill. Very nicely done. And that TP is going to slow him up getting back to the lane quite a bit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Earthshaker trying to finish this without having to use Echo because he will have his blink, and you'd love to find a quick blink Echo kill on someone like Lina. Was he about 200 gold off now?
So nuts, actually. That is such a fast blink dagger.
Yeah, there's a lot of stacks. KJ and Schofield have been doing a great job doing all these stacks.
KJ is a monster at stacking on the Chen specifically. Dude, he knew. He's like, all right, the Tusk, I think, came in here and planted a ward. He was exactly correct. They're going to try and contest these stacks, but you have to be careful because he will just echo these and kill you in the process. So we'll back away.
Wild Wing Ripper, Hurricane someone into the Echo.
Yeah, dude, that's a really smart play. You're right. That would have been hilarious. Imagine the Lina's the one who just gets hurricaned up from the low ground right into the center of the stack.
Ooh, Tusk.
Nice regen
Grabs the
take.
regen.
Schofield picked off there from Leo style. Nice kill. All right, Lina's having a great game. She is top of the net worth. Pretty dang farmed at the moment. But Analog's coming bottom with a blink dagger, and he's about to just dunk Frank. Fissure comes out. There's the Echo. Goodbye, Primal Beast.
The speed at which the bodies fly from Slugger will never not be funny.
It is very funny. KJ is just dragging creeps to his mid shaker. He's like, hello, sir.
Dire's bottom
Another
tower is
D-ward in the
under
triangle. There's a lot of contest in that triangle. As there should be, considering how much stacking and
attack.
clearing has been going on.
Yeah.
Very farm-heavy game for both teams. It's like very high net worths at 11 minutes.
That's a really good point. They're going to smoke Whisper so he can take the stack. It's a classic Timbersaw move. Yuma might be in some trouble bottom, but the waveform bonks Frank back, but they're unable to get close enough. And now the TPs, they're actually looking for the Lina. Timber chains on in. He's going to pop that stun. The silence, however, out from Schofield. The slows and the body blocks even from the Wild Wing Ripper. He's on the other side of the map, this Ched, and he's just making plays happen. Analog with a nice jump on forward. Fissure to block off Michael, and now he's on the run. Blood Grenade actually off the mark there from KJ, but pretty easy chase here with the Timbersaw. Snowball. We'll just go over to the creep camp, but he's not getting out of this one. Beautiful plays from the side of Heroic once again.
Looks like Prada spent some time during that stealing some stacks, so
Under attack.
at least they're getting something out of it.
They're still farmed. It's just the Primal Beast at the moment who's not having a great time, but Lina and Dragon Knight doing well, despite that death. This is so similar to game one in that regard, right? Like, you're instead of your mid laner being super underfarmed against the Huskar, but everything looks great for Heroic, but Fusion are finding so much net worth on the map.
See who's right, because typically everyone farming is better for one team, and both of them seem to think it's them right now. See Frank trying to do a stack.
Well, he
Now it's their
gets the stack, kinda, you know? Just gets delivered to the enemy team, and these are the economic wins that Heroic needs to find if they're gonna, you know, try and stop this Fusion farm fest.
Off of that, I think they can go mid. You got a pretty big Chen army.
Dude, Analog is so hungry for kills right now. He's just gonna keep running at people. This early Blink Dagger really paying off.
This micro is great from KJ. Sends his 2 wave clearing creeps bottom to push that in, while keeping the 2 utility creeps with him to set up kills, the Hurricane and the Stomp.
Closing in on that Lincoln's. It's actually a really smart idea from the more playing. It might be slowing down his farm a little bit, but the Lincoln's is pretty sick this game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 1 mid tower. Slow but painful death here. Will be picked up by KJ.
Has fallen.
Okay, so you have armlets. You're working towards your S&Y on the Dragon Knight. We have talked about the fact that Dragon Knight typically excels
Is under attack.
in that like mid-game scenario against the Morphling. But as the game goes on, Morphling can typically take over. So what's Fusion looking for right now?
Maybe a BKB on Frank. They need him to be able to make the plays. Lina, not really that type of hero. Lina is close to an Ags, so maybe you can do something around that. Get some kills for Frank so he can get to his BKB faster.
Okay, yeah, she is actually pretty close.
Fortunately, this smoke gank is happening before it is finished. Let's see who they find.
If they get DK, they'll be so happy. This is an Arcane Rune Echo. They actually might have seen the Lina going across the lane.
The scan hits.
Oh, man. It hit for a moment, but are they sniffing this out? He's just gone so far onto the other side of the map to farm. They're not going to find him. Slick movements there from Fusion, dodging out this smoke gank.
Dire are scanning.
They're going to look for Kataro in the mid lane instead. He's under the ward they placed earlier.
Will they have the damage, though?
Absolutely.
Morphling coming in. There's going to be the chain stuns, and yeah, Timbersaw to finish the job once again. Unstoppable 6-0 for Whisper.
Usually 5 heroes going around for 1 hero is not quite worth it, but Dragon Knight is the best kill they could get.
Earthshaker is going to try and find a solo kill bottom, and I think he has. Yep.
Aftershock.
That is an Echo Slam onto the Primal Beast.
Dire's top tower.
Dude, Analog, he did this. They're so good at making these like single pickoffs, like when heroes are least expecting it. It seems he'll just rejoin his team top with a haste rune,
Tower has
coming through that twin gate.
Ags is done on the Lina.
Dire's top tower.
Even though it's been a slow game, Michael's not too far from his blink, which is, well, as a position 5, maybe it will still take a while.
Frank, they were ready and waiting. Atos to cancel the onslaught. The tower dead, and no one able to help. They might just go high ground. Michael's dead as well. They are absolutely going high ground. Chen army is here. You've got so much damage from the Morphling. And a Timbersaw who's not afraid to dive the back line. And speaking of which, they just clear up the whole tree line to make sure there is no contesting this. Tier 1 tower starting to take a lot of damage, but as the Phoenix cleans up the creep wave, they will back up. So about half the tower's health. Not bad.
Not bad at all. You just need another
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
kill. You can finish it off. And it'll get better too. Like, this is so early in the game that their tower damage isn't actually that good. The longer it goes, of course, they're going to scale up, and the next time they get that opportunity, it will be the full barracks. Not that they need to get it right now. I feel like you actually go play bottom. We've seen them do this a lot. Go contest Tormentor and Wisdom Rune. I think they'll play around this ward a little bit longer, but they might head over for that.
KJ is being so annoying. He's just sending his creeps in and just dragging waves into the jungle so that like it doesn't push. And it's not even like none of his cores were there to try and like actually take the tower. They just couldn't do anything about it. Bottom lane. They'll see the Lina coming in now, and I think they know it's time to leave. Schofield will immediately pop the Pierce the Veil, but Lina doesn't really care about that one. Neither does Primal Beast. They get themselves a kill after quite the dry spout.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now, Fusion has not been interested in fighting. They're just trying to wait for the BKB, and oh, it looks like it is arriving for Frank now. So maybe you can finally catch someone, because it really is the Primal Beast, but there are so many stuns that interrupt him. Now with the BKB, maybe you can find a play.
Remember when we talked about Chen and like sometimes he just gets 2 troll summoners and then you get Roche?
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that? 2 troll summoners into Roshan.
Dude, the
Good
boys
stuff.
are so good. This
Alright,
is the
Aegis into
objective
Morphling.
pressure. Now, okay,
Analog
so here's where
Spartax. Oh boy.
here's where the damage on the top tower really matters. You can just leave these trolls up here and just go play on the bottom half of the map where you siege the actual towers, but you keep sending the boys at the tower.
Oh my god. He gets the deny. Now mid lane, they're looking for Whisper. In comes the BKB, the pulverized Yuma. Needs to get out of here as well. He's going to stand his ground for the moment, but Schofield gets cleaned up by the Lima. The Echo Slam comes in, interrupted by a Yules. Well done by the Phoenix, but can they chase? Can they get Leo style?
Shield Rune.
Rune's going to protect him. Everything he needs, and now Analog, the one in trouble, jumps up onto the high ground. Now, Morphling stunned up down below, finishes off the Phoenix. In comes Whisper, but stunned up instead. He's dead. KJ will just be sacrificed to Fusion. They get themselves a massive win.
Top tower's
Yuma needs to be
falling.
careful. He gets in range for the pulverize. He gets stunned up instead. Now they're going to come back in. TPs. The heroes are respawning, and Morphling does have the Aegis. Schofield with an Atos. Gets the silence here, trying to zone out these other heroes, but off the mark with the dead shot.
The boys are busy.
Morphling is very strong, but your Shaker's kind of out of resources. I don't know if you can do this. Oh, Leo Style's leaving. It's time to go. Nice blink out here from the Tusk. No fissure to stop him. He's good.
Dude, that was such a bait from Heroic. So they were perfectly happy engaging. I mean, they would have liked that fight to go better. But after a certain point, they were happy engaging because KJ just finished top racks on his own with the trolls. He just sent them in. It's exactly what I said right as they were doing Roche.
You're
And
so
that
smart.
fight caught Fusion off. They were just too focused on the fight. The boys finished the tower and both barracks. So Heroic's pretty like, it's not the way they thought they were going to use the Aegis, but they still use the Aegis to get barracks. So it works out.
Lena goes top and just goes and kills them immediately. She's like, all right, can't let that happen ever again. Wow. Yup.
Dude, he's already got 2 more. It's fine. He found them. Or are these the same ones? Maybe he teleported them
Maybe
out.
he teleported him back. Yeah, he might have. That's
Well, now it's awkward. Now you would have just kept them top and you kept farming waves and like, I'm creating map pressure. And now there's no objective to take. So now what? Where are you at
Tormentor.
now? Okay, this
Your
smoke
own
play.
Tormy?
Can they steal the Tormentor?
Whisper would be a huge find. Hitting him
they
back
have
to
the
back.
damage?
His GKB is there. He's gonna pop it. Timber chains away, but in comes the Lena. The kill actually goes to the Dragon Knight. A long-ranged auto attack will do it.
They're trying to finish this Tormentor before it can be stolen.
I mean, Morph should get it, right? It's not that hard for him. Goes to Schofield.
Schofield doesn't have a stack this time. Sad.
Unlucky shard. You would have
Chen
much rather
deserves
had
it.
it on Chen, you know?
Like, I got barracks and I don't even get the shard? This is bullshit.
Look how farmed the Chen is without having a free shard, right? He's still ahead of the Muerta.
Yeah.
Classic KJ. Almost has a pipe and a mech. Overall, I think Heroic are still in a pretty good spot, but Fusion, after that last fight, are not too far behind in terms of net worth. That top lane of Barracks will always hurt, of course, but they have kind of stabilized in a way, right? They actually have an XP advantage, which is really surprising. Mid lane, Whisper just barely off the mark with that Light Striker Ray, so he's able to Timber Chain away.
Are scanning.
And Yuma, I don't think he can chase this one. Yeah, he'll be able to get away.
think the XP comes from the fact that Lena has Boots Travel, so they're getting a little bit more XP efficiency out of that.
Timber also had a couple rough deaths.
That's true. Good thing she has these bots, because she's now got to permanently deal with the top lane.
Shaker's trying to permanently deal with her as well, but she... All right, Analog. They're both playing with fire. He's going to come bottom, has the regen running. They might just look for the Dragon Knight. They saw him in the triangle just momentarily, and will smoke up. And the Morphling looking like he's going to show mid.
Pink Kataro.
Right. Kataro's who they want for sure. If they get the stun from Analog, the Blink, the Echo, the damage, he gets the BKB in time. The Sanj and Yasha status resistance does wonders, and he will make it out. Wow. Well, now, for people wondering why Sanj and Yasha is picked on nearly every single core in Dota right now, that is why. He is dead there 100% without it.
Yeah, you should usually be able to chain stun the Echo into Enchant or Fissure, but I guess that's a case where you have to actually Fissure first and then Blink Echo, because you can do that more instantly. But I guess you at least get the BKB out of the Dragon Knight.
And they're still going to get something on
your
that
Echo.
too. Tier 2 bottom's gone. Closing in on the Conda for Morphling. They could...
They're setting up a lot of observers here. They just want to play in this area. They just want to constantly siege mid and bottom, because that's all the objectives left.
How long before KJ takes a second lane of barracks with his summons?
He needs more skeletons.
He's cutting waves top right now, actually.
Great use of it. Lena's coming to deal with him, though. She's shadow blading to gank the creeps.
He's tired of it, man. KJ's being an absolute menace on the hero. There's a reason Chen's banned against these guys quite often. See the Dragon Knight here once again. His BKB, I don't know if it's up. It's 1 second. It might cost him his life. No, he's gonna be plenty tanky. There's the BKB. Gonna TP out to safety. Now here comes Muerta. Tusk in a little bit of a rough spot. He'll be the casualty to make it out, though.
Another BKB use, though. It's getting lower and lower, down to 7 seconds now. That's going to be a pain. Earthshaker has so many low cooldown stuns that as soon as you don't have it, you might just be controlled up. And Morphling, who we're talking about, he's finished his Conda. He's fully scaled up. This is where the Morphling matchup is better than the Dragon Knight, outside of, how the other heroes interact. It's painful to have to use your BKB so early.
Mid tier 2. That one's gone, so there's nothing protecting your high ground now outside of your lives. And I think we're in a similar situation as we were in game 1. It's pretty close in net worth, again, right? Like, this is what we keep seeing out of Fusion. They're really good at finding farm. I just realized Frank actually had the Aghanim Scepter completed, and it died on Courier, so that is super unlucky. I thought, like, maybe it was just, like, a random component, but he did have everything available. Analog goes in, Walrus Punch, does get the Wisdom Rune, the BKB immediately, and a quick kill. Egg is out as well as the Dragon Form, full disengage, but Frank isn't going to let them. They'll take down the Muerta in the process. 1 for 1. But who's looking for the next one? It's the Echo backside from Analog, gets brought up, finds Frank. There's going to be the LSA. The damage from the lead of the BKB from Frank will lock him down long enough. A big win for Fusion, but can they find more? Yuma hiding in the trees here as a Shadowblade Lina is hunting for more.
I thought that Echo was going to go better. I guess Yuma wasn't close enough.
Maybe they didn't realize the BKB was still up for Frank.
Yeah, maybe.
Oro? He has to BKB this. Yeah, they're just going to get another BKB out of the Dragon Knight. He will TP home. I feel like every single one of his BKBs has been the Nightfall, right? Just BKB TP.
Yep.
Hey, can't argue with the results. It's working. They're now just 2,000 behind. This game is Still very much winnable for Fusion.
Roche is up. Whoever gets there first, both teams can do it pretty quickly. So, I mean, if you just head over, that'd be pretty
Or do you
good.
set up for bottom? Because it's going to move in 40 seconds.
Ooh, that's true. That seems to be Heroic's plan.
Yeah, they scanned it. Otherwise, I think they would have ran there. They scanned the Roche pit, saw no one's there. And I think now they're going to try and play for the Radiant side Roche.
I like this idea, though. They push in bottom and mid, but still move into their triangle. And that way, if they think it's happening top, they can get there as quickly as they can. Otherwise, they at least have the map advantage for bottom. They are going to try to smoke and find a kill before... Well, of course, they don't know. I don't think they know Roche is up. The Hellbear scouts it now. See if they turn around with that information.
They could. I think they're looking for a pick, like you said. Getting one kill on like an important hero would pretty much guarantee the Roshan. Yeah, it looks like they are slowly making their way down there. Now, that being said, Fusion does have a ward in place to try and gout it out if they do make the attempt. And Fusions will smoke. They've got to know that it's the Roche attempt, right? They're heading bottom. Yeah, they see everything now. Here we go. I mean, this is a big fight.
Lina might need to go top. Hellbear's gonna go push that lane in.
They need to check for a ward there. There's no way they don't check for a ward on the Twin Gate, right? It's about to expire, I guess, but it has already paid off. It's given them all the information in the world, and now he actually breaks the smoke on the Dragonite here for Analog, so nice movement from him.
They know that if they wait a little bit, top lane's going to push in, and Fusion's going to start feeling a lot of pressure at that time.
Yeah, they actually don't mind. I think you're right. You just kind of sit back and chill, bait Fusion out of their base, and suddenly your tier 4s are going to start dying. Your Lina with Boots of Travel can be the one to deal with it, but this is so obnoxious. Everything KJ has been doing on the Chen this game is so annoying to deal with. He's just pulling creep waves. He took an entire Rax by himself. And now giving vision to his team, trying to scout where these players are. Roche attempt is starting, but they know.
Yeah, I mean, Lina showed top, so they know it's go time. They're going to get in here. Now with the roar, they're going to be a little careful, but they still see Lina, so they're not that scared.
Did they get the D ward? They did not. So there is still a good ward here from Fusion. I will say they've had really good warding around the Roshan pits this game, or this series.
Under attack.
One thing you kind of need to deal with on Heroic is your mid lane as well. Lina's going to rejoin them bottom. They're going to make the play now. Katara wants to go in, gets the Dragon Tail, finds the Timbersaw. There's going to be the Walrus Punch. The damage is there. Can they finish him off? They do. They go on the backside. And can they actually bring down the Lina? They get her so dang low. They finish the job. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Lina's dead for 70, but the cleave will finish off the Shaker. Fusion looking for more now is Frank trying to get eyes on KJ. The slow, it's there. He's going to grab him. Dragon Tail out, and now Kataro will finish him off as well. Now Phoenix, a rough spot. Nice Walrus Punch there from Michael. The link is going to get broken, but a nice silence, though, from Schofield. Finding two. He's in trouble. Has to fear away the DK. He will give up his life. A 4-for-1, an ultra kill for the Dragon Knight, and Fusion will take their first lead of the game.
So if the series almost, I swear.
It is a series, I think, yeah.
Yeah, they had to work real hard for it, but finding the Timbersaw was such a good pickoff. He didn't get to contribute anything into that fight, still has his BKB, and he adds a lot of damage versus these tanky heroes. Right, signs of life.
This AC pickup on Kataro is so good as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, Phoenix. Giga dead. Quick little one shot from the Morphling. Here's the thing. Yuma still has not died this game. He is 7-0-3. Now, is that going to change from this Lina? It's hard to say because of the Lincoln Sphere, right? It makes it very difficult. Oh, Analog. He has vision, trying to finish off Alina. The chain stuns. He just needs to follow up with one other hero, and they got him. What a gem purchase. That is huge.
Weird to say, but the team without Aegis is actually maybe going to look to siege high ground off of that. She's dead for quite a while, and if you can get her to buy back, that's fantastic. But spoiler alert, she doesn't have it.
Can you even pressure the high ground against these guys, though? That is the problem. Like, Dragon Knight is at a point where his damage is pretty substantial.
You can at least keep him in the base. Like, as long as you're pretending to push, they all have to be here.
Ooh, Tormentor. That looks kind of nice.
This for KJ, perhaps? Analog.
Nope. Goes to
KJ's
Analog.
had to work so hard this game, man.
It's like,
Let him have the
alright.
shard.
Are scattered.
Buy it later. I mean, they could definitely back to their own side of the map and take it. Fusion is looking for a kill in the mid lane. They have their eyes set on Whisper, but he does back away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
3 minutes left on the Aegis. Lena's alive. She'll be rejoining her team shortly. Ooh, that's a good scan. Analog.
He's got to get out of here.
Where's he gonna go? Oh, he just guesses right, you know?
KJ drew a line too. He was just suspicious of that.
I mean, they were all missing, right? You didn't really see them anywhere.
Dire's bottom tower is
Morphling has done a really good job at split pushing and actually gets a decent amount of tower damage in. Pops the Shadow Blade to just walk away.
That's
And
scary.
yeah, that is playing with fire, dude. That is so scary.
Where's the gem? Frank has the gem. Fortunately, not in that area.
Yeah, really good moves there from Yuma. How much damage did he get on the tower?
It's pretty low. There's only about let's see, 364 health left. So it's time to go find some troll summoners and send the boys down there. Finish up the job. Unfortunately for KJ, he does not have any right now. And he's looking around. I don't see any, actually. Sometimes you get unlucky or lucky, depending what team you are.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That is a Silver Edge nearly done as well on Yuma. It's not the best break game, right? Like, you get a little bit of armor reduction on the Dragon Knight, but he's also itemized for this specifically by buying the AC. So he's a lot tankier than what we've seen in previous matchups between these two heroes.
I think it's still pretty helpful for reducing the splash damage he has because of the Worm's Wrath, but also still the Dragon's Blood, classic
True.
armor. It does make it easier, at least. And I think it prevents you from getting Uproar stacks too, right? So Primal Beast also a little squishier if you break him.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That was sneaky. Yuma sent in one illusion and himself as if it was just two illusions hitting the building, but he actually snuck in a good chunk of tower damage on that mid lane because of it.
20 seconds. Guitaro's gonna find a freebie here on Chen. He's actually surprisingly tanky. Does have Hand of God.
Oh,
What
no,
is
Death Shot
this?
missed.
How is he alive?
Dude.
What?
Ye of
Divine
little faith.
Favor is a ridiculous spell. How much
I mean, he's-
armor is that?
He's only built auras, and he also has a Vindicator's Axe. So
Yeah,
when he
the
got stunned by
Vindicator's
Dragonite, he got 20 armor, and then he has all the regens and the Divine Favors and all of that, so...
A lot of times you see a DK find a position 5, and you're like, yeah, that hero's dead. I guess not KJ. You gotta work harder for that one.
KJ's rich,
Dude, he really is.
though. Phoenix pretty rich, too.
Yeah, it's without Guardian Greaves, too.
So that fight from Fusion earlier really did give them a little bit of life here, but they're still on the back foot because they lost that top barracks and they're slowly getting ratted down. Like, even pros struggle with this. The Morphling illusion spam, the Chen creeps. It's not easy. You can see them trying to find fights, but Heroic's being very smart about it. It's like, why fight? We drag this on long enough, we outscale with the Morphling, and we're probably going to rat another set of barracks at some point.
I'm so impressed at the fact that they managed to get this much gold going back their way after they had finally taken the gold lead back. Frank gonna get spotted here, jumped into the trees, he immediately gets the BKB. The Lincoln's gonna stop the pulverize. He's gonna onslaught through, does catch 3 heroes, gets the break as well. They're taking down the Huerta on the high ground, but Frank, he needs to run. Yules comes in, catches the Timber Saw, the Dragon Tail, can't do much. He pops the BKB, Timber chains away. Yuma gets the break, the Echo, but Katara with a BKB once again is gonna save him. You can't get the chain stuns. The status resistance is too good.
Went a little early there. If they wait a bit longer, the Chen creeps would have finished pushing in top, and you can line it up to either get the same result that we saw earlier, or someone gets baited to go top to clear out the creeps, and then you take that fight.
Amplify damage rune on a Morphling. He deletes one, but gets caught himself.
Deleted.
Oh no! And now your Earthshaker's in the wrong neighborhood. 2 big kills for Fusion.
That's a gem too. Maybe the totem blocks it. Wait, haven't noticed yet. Okay, there we go. Right, Phoenix has the 2nd gem now. Fusion finding some huge kills there. They're running it straight down. Where are the creeps? Someone needs to go creep cut. Timber's pushing bottom. This is 2 catapults down here, actually. Someone has to deal with that, because that tower's really low. You'll lose it to this creep wave.
Lina can definitely be there. Her TP is pretty much always up at this point. KJ, or not KJ, sorry. Timber, Tusk gonna get found in the jungle here, trying to go on a warding mission.
Tower is under attack.
That was really well timed. Even though they're dead, they bait the Lina to go back and then immediately look for a quick fight in here.
Super fast Roche too. But
oh yeah.
10 or 11 second respawn.
Wait, if they scout that, Fusion can do it with the 3 of them. But I don't think they expect this. They're watching mid for a kill. I think they're sending Frank to go check after he deals with the top wave.
Schofield's Muerta build this game is so different from some of his previous ones. Like, a lot of times he grabs the like Mjolnir, or goes like a little bit, not Mjolnir, sorry, Gleipnir goes a little bit of a greedier build, but he's gone Drums Lotus.
Radiant
I mean, Lotus is fantastic against Primal Beasts, so need to have one this game.
You just got a lot of money banked up. 5,000 gold. She's trying to save buyback, but make her way to a scythe, which will be very good. You could catch the Morphling off guard, though someone has to break the Lincolns first.
There's the smoke pop. Who's gonna find who? Kataro's got a shield rune, man. This guy is untouchable at the moment, and they see that, immediately back away, but there's gonna be the jump in. Analog with a nice chain stun from the Echo. They take down one, but the buyback's now coming through. Can they actually disengage on Heroic, or now, with the Earthshaker coming back in, can you find the fight you want? Atos comes in. Oh, they TP into the outpost behind enemy lines. They've caught the Lina. Kotaro now standing his ground on this Dragon Knight. Blinken, nice Walrus Punch, holds Whisper in place, but there's the Hex. Lina's gonna buy back into this game. Can they actually bring down the DK? Yuma's gonna pop his BKB, the break is there, the damage isn't enough, he turns into Lina, he gets him, the damage is there, finally. Dragon Knight goes down, Prada trying to TP out, is the damage enough? No.
The outpost
Unbelievable
TP,
buybacks, that's such a sick call.
that is going to secure them the Roche. Maybe you could have pushed with that actually, but it does get scary that they buy back and then you lose a hero and then you lose Roche. So, considering that this game has started to go back and forth, Heroic's going to play it safe. This is the third Roche, so we got a refresher. Double Echo sounds pretty good to me. Maybe some of Morphling's spells could be refreshed as well. Nah, okay, yeah. Refresher Echo. Aegis on the Morph. And he's still got time to push, actually.
This game is so close. Fusion has put up a hell of a fight here in Game 3, and you know, they still definitely have a chance. They're only down 5,000 gold. The Aegis might make a big deal here. Lina was the one that bought back, so Heroic, that's their prize. If they find the Lina, they might be able to end the game. The Morphling Illusion should finish off this tier 3 almost. Morphling himself will finish off the tier 3. Time to start scouting with these summons from KJ. You're gonna drop the... Oh, the Hex comes out. They get the counter onto the Tusk, and Yuma survives. Great response from Whisper at the ready. That is a full lane of barracks. Dude, the Lotus and the Lincolns being thrown on Yuma is huge there as well, because they might have been able to pop them.
I feel like maybe you should have waited for the Dragonite. Oh, reflects the stun onto
Dragon
Dragon
Tail. He's still got a Lincoln's.
There's actually so many Lincolns. They have 3 Lincolns. They're just all taking turns throwing it on Yuma.
Right. You
And
can't
what can you
stack
do?
them like you used to. You know, there was a patch that was a thing. The Lotus reflects Hex. He just full heals back on the other side of the fight. And now they're going to be able to get their hands on the wares of the Pulverize, doing some work. Maybe they just take Schofield and accept, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Maybe looking for more. But for Heroic, they force a buyback. They'll disengage.
Yeah, you just wait. You got 3 minutes on the Aegis, so it's fine to wait for the Muerta and then go again with full strength. Plus, they did successfully get bottom, and they chipped mid again, so you just repeat it again. Keep sending the illusions, the creeps. Eventually, you will get this. But if you find a kill on the Tormentor, maybe you can just go end the game right away.
Dude, this is such... I don't know how many times we've seen this, like teams going for Tormentor and then being really low. And they're going to fight Katara. There's the break. Does he get the BKB off? He does. He's going to run for his life, but that is a BKB down.
Heroic expend nothing on that.
Yeah.
And Muerta's about to be up, so I think you can go poke
She
a
is
little
coming
bit.
Yeah, she can TP right to her team again. That graph really telling the story, dude. Back and forth. All right, 2 minutes left on the Aegis. They absolutely want to use this.
Wait, where's their gem?
It's like, do they have one? Yeah, there it is.
Okay,
The Analog's walking up. I was like, there's no way this ward survives. All right. Lincoln, Spears once again protecting him. The Lotus comes out as well. Yuma didn't find Tusk. That's going to be the dieback. They've tried this play so many times, and, well, eventually hoping it might pay off. But Yuma, he's sitting on so much HP, too. Like, he's not sitting low. Lina might be able to do it with pokes and prods from these spells, but there's so many defensive tools to keep this Morphling alive. This is the last lane of barracks. Mega creeps. Spell disaster. I think they got him. The Fissure from downtown actually saves him. Analog tries to jump away. And Frank's going in. Pops the trample. They get the Earthshaker. He dies on the backside. That's a dieback. They hold Mega Creep.
Yeah, what can you get done with this? You run it down. Unfortunately, Fusion has not taken a tier 2 this entire game, so there's not a real risk of throwing, like, getting your own megas. But I think you should go get a tier 2 at least, right? If not multiple. But instead, they're kind of split up, so Heroic is still looking for a fight.
They get the Aeon Disc out of them. They're going to try and chase Whisper, caught from the Yules. He's got a BKB. He's going to be forced to use it. Timber chains away. So they get... they're just trying to waste Fusion's time right now. And it's kind of working.
Two Shadowblade heroes pass in the night. Time wasted. Earthshaker's at 50 seconds. I feel like they should have just gone for a tier 2.
It's so hard is the problem, because you have these side lanes just pushing and only a melee barracks. Like, you have to have multiple heroes ready to TP back, and they are. They're going to find Whisper here on the Timber Saw, but can they actually kill him is the question. He's getting low. Okay, yep, he's dead.
Oh, staggered another death timer, though he at least has buyback if forced. The Earthshakers was the much more dangerous one.
The staggered death timer is pretty huge still, though. Like, because you don't want to have to buy back, but
Yeah.
you just can't do anything now for 80 seconds.
At least he will be back before Roche can start to spawn, so as long as no one else dies, they should be able to fight for it. And I think with this many barracks down, it's so easy for Heroic, right? You'll just wait a little bit until creeps are pushing in the base, and someone on Fusion is going to have to go back. Otherwise, they're going to lose their last barracks. So as long as you're patient on it, you should be able to get Roche if you are all alive. So really important not to get picked off here.
Yeah. That's a Divine Rapier.
Ooh.
Kataro, Dragon Knight, has a Divine Rapier, Daedalus. He is ready to just try and end the game. To be fair, if he attacks freely in any of these fights, he can do it. Schofield with a quick Lotus reaction there. Not going to let Frank go for the Pulverize.
All right, one tier 2 down. This guy's own Aeon disc queued up. I think he might keep it locked in his backpack. Where are we at? 60 minutes is still a little bit away. Divine Rapier Dragon Knight is very scary.
Yeah, that is an absurd amount of damage. A single, like, good cleave could just, like, wipe a whole team.
Yeah. I gotta say, in a lot of these later fights, Schofield has been found and killed right away. It's been really good for Fusion because the dead shots, the calling, all the utility items, they're very annoying for them.
Yeah.
I can't
The Lotus,
believe it.
It's really just the Lotus, too.
Speaking
they
of
found
which,
him. Yeah, that being said, they get the counter stuns. Now, Snowball's going to come out. A Snowball counter will save the Muerta in the end of the day. But Schofield now pops to pierce the veil. Gonna try and chase, give some vision. They get the Fissure, but a stun actually catches the DK. The Echo slam, the double Echo, but he pops that. Aeon Disc, like you said, he's gonna turn around the Divine Rapier, try and just beat down this Timber Saw. He's gotten the damage, maybe a couple more auto attacks. Whisper will survive with the Timber Chain away, and Kataro needs to run. Yuma, he's looking for these heroes, gets caught on a nice LSA. Whisper on the front line as well, holding Frank back, but the fight, it's scrappy. Another Light Strike away from Leo Style. Will buy the space they need to get back to the base, except the Phoenix. Not going to be as lucky. 2 heroes dead without buyback.
Dire's middle
Creeps in the meantime have chipped down the tier 4.
has fallen.
It's so hard for Fusion. The fights are hard enough, but the whole time you're gonna be watching your own base. Do you even wait for Roche?
It's a little bit away. I mean, it's 50 seconds for the Phoenix. I think all you try to do is split push with the Morph Illusions, and maybe you get the melee barracks, but
Yeah. Heroic wants to play it safe. They're gonna wait for the Roche. I think it's the right decision. It's unfortunate that it's a long spawn for them, but it's close. It's really coming down to who finds who, and you do not want to mess up a fight on their high ground and then they get the Roche and continue to drag this out. If they get the Roche, we're going to 60 minutes. And at 60 minutes, who knows what could happen. Also,
Someone actually-
I cannot believe Schofield is only at 2 stacks of Pierce the Veil in this game.
to be fair, he's hardly ever used it except defensively to just not die. And this is just not a great game for, like, Pierce the Veil anyway. Like, you have like some of the highest magic damage heroes in Dota that can just not care.
Got the creep scouting the Roche. It's going to spawn top, just barely though. So they will have to head over there.
That will be a free Aghanim Scepter. The question will be, who do you even give it to?
How good is Dead Shot this game? Or what's it called? Parting Shot.
Parting Shot's a pretty nuts spell, but
You can
people
still
just
use your
don't
spell,
care.
right?
Yeah, you can
But
still.
can't
I mean,
attack.
yeah, it's a hard disable on an enemy.
I mean, that might be kind of good against a Dragon Knight, right? Because he's all about right-clicking. So if you could Parting Shot him and he can't use spells, that's pretty significant. Maybe it's a decent save. I don't know. It's kind of tricky to use this save.
It's a weird save for sure because yeah, it gives you damage reduction, but you're still stunned and you can like throw some spells, but it's mostly used offensively. I think at one point it might have pierced BKB, but it definitely doesn't now. It is a very heavy lockdown though, so the problem is like Muerta is probably not the one to survive or to be able to do this. Like she's just sitting behind people. It's like who else do you give it to?
Okay, see, I didn't know it because no one ever gets it, but Chen Ags actually makes Divine Favor global? Oh wait, just the HP. Oh dang, I thought it was the armor as well, because I was gonna say that's actually really good versus Dragonite for your whole team to have that armor, but it's just the HP regen, and now I'm much less interested in that. Rip. I guess you're just giving it to. Gosh, is it even good on Morphling? I guess you get your illusion of Dragonite. That could be okay, maybe.
I don't know, bro. I don't feel like anyone has gone Ags on Morphling since the change.
Dragonite Illusion is a really nice one to have, though.
They're literally deciding. They're like, who wants it? It's gonna be Schofield. So Parting Shot is gonna be the deal. Like I said, it's a really hard lockdown, but it's just not something that you see all that often. We'll see if it makes a difference in this game. Because it's like, otherwise you're selling your Ags on Timbersaw or Earthshaker for another item, and I don't think they really even need that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, where are the creeps at? KJ, sending one. He's just like dragging creeps around. KJ's micro has been so good this game.
Yeah.
It's a big part of why they're in this situation right now.
What's the net worth on some of these Euros, actually, while we're paused?
High.
Yeah, okay, the supports are pretty much where I expected. I was like, I imagine them to be quite a bit above the side of Fusion, and yeah, they definitely are.
Yeah, Tusk has been struggling, though. He would have loved to get into free Ags, and then he could replace his with his Aeon Disc, because kickbacks are one of the way you could recover this game. Isolate a target, finish him off.
What in the blazes?
It's 55 minutes, 2/10 of a section of the game to talk about lore? Or what?
We've waited all day for a long enough pause to talk about hero lore. I don't know. We could talk about Parting Shot here, I guess, because this is like the most interesting thing that has happened, right? So muted, disarmed, and vulnerable for 4 seconds.
And untargetable.
Yeah, so like the hero can still cast spells, but the body is stunned with 35% damage reduction. But it is, again, a 4-second stun.
I think you're probably hoping to just use it on Dragon Knight to take him out of a fight.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe if someone gets pulverized and dragon tailed, you could use it on them. But it's tricky because you can't end it early on teammates. And
it's
at that point, yeah, and at that point it's like, oh, we were trying to stun Morphling for 4 seconds and you did that for us. Thank you. Right? It's really tricky on that front.
The thing with DK is if you happen to hit him with it and his Aeon Disc procs, I don't think it removes the effect, right? Like the Aeon Disc will prevent him from taking any more damage, but he's still going to be stuck in Parting Shot. We'll have
If you
to see
use
how
it
this
on
works.
yourself, you can still move your spirit in, right?
What do you mean?
I was just thinking he's been killed so often on the Muerta. Could you parting shot yourself so you can actually get your spells off? Like you're behind a tree, parting shot yourself, move the spirit in to do things so that you don't keep getting jumped and insta killed.
I don't know how far. I don't know if you can actually move. Is the thing. I think it just like knocks you back and you're like stuck there. But maybe
I
you
really
can
don't
move.
see this very often. When it got added, I saw people try it out, and then since then, everyone decided it was bad.
Yeah, maybe you
Doesn't
can
do it.
move.
Or it's just like
It's-
way too conditional.
Yeah, it's picked up on Muerta as a carry late game because it is kind of just a I delete hero button. But it's like your 7th or 8th item because you probably go like refresher even, and then at that point you're going for like the Ag's Blessing. AoE Dragon Tail. Is there any like noticeable talents that are gonna make a difference here right now?
I think it's mostly getting gold onto the supports. Because the Tusk and the Phoenix, Muerta, they all have a lot of scaling
Yeah.
still available to them. Chen, he's decently farmed, and he's kind of at where he's going to be. Like, he doesn't do much more after that. Discord.
Right? Looks like we might be... Yeah, unpausing. All right, so we're back. A little bit of a calm the nerves moment for both teams while they kind of sort out some technical issues, but this is a big make or break moment for these teams. You've got the Aegis into the Morphling. He's going to find a shield rune. This is one of the best runes, dude. You can just morph full strength, grab the rune. Yep. This is a classic.
I thought Analog was about to take it from it.
This shield is gonna have like 3,000 health, 3,400 health shield. Yeah, that's nice.
There's so many ticks on that yellow bar, it looks full.
All right, you definitely want to put this shield rune to use. They're gonna smoke up on the high ground. And maybe make a play top for the Lina, or they try and jump the base, but fortification is available for the side of Fusion. They're going to make a nice wraparound into the enemy base. Do they have a ward that they can place here?
You need to play something. They don't know what's happening here. They could easily kill this Phoenix. Or at least get the Aeon. There's the
Jumps
Aeon.
in, gets the Aeon, absolutely. Like you said, now jump on the backside. They're trying to get the Tusk. Pulverizes there, but it's not enough. The Silence actually catches in the BKB. Not present now. Gofield on the run. Frank will finish the job. That's a dieback on the Muerta. A lot of spells committed. Fusion, get the buyback on the Tusk. And we'll back away on Heroic here once again.
Unfortunate. The one hero without buyback is Muerta.
Aeon. They get the Hex, the stun. They actually have the damage. They jump in.
He's
Katara's dead.
Divine Rapier
The
on who?
Divine's on the deck. No one picked it up quite yet, but Yuma, he's got bigger plans. It's the enemy team. He's going to get one kill. Aegis gets spent. He's going to grab the
Dude, Oscar
Rapier on
covered it.
Michael. He just walks in and yoinks it, but guess what? Yuma dances back along the fight. He's got the Rapier if he wants. Surly, he's going to pick it up now, and Prada finished up on the backside here, potentially trying to get chased down by the Timbersaw, the Pulverize, doing some work, but the Ags actually protecting him for a little bit. This game is scrappy.
Blinks
Oh,
in.
Yuma, the damage! He dodges the Adaptive Strike just barely, and now the onslaught in. Frank, you gotta be careful. This Morphling does so much damage. He's got no BKB, no Lincolns at the moment. Timbersaw's gonna buy back into the game. They think this is their window to end it.
I think he picked up the Divine next to the barracks, but they were caught up in the heat of the moment. I think he probably could have just hit the
Shot
melee
the door.
barracks a couple times, yeah, and finish it off. Can't
still
blame
have
him, though.
forts.
Tensions are high. Pretty big win to steal the Divine Rapier. Does Dragon Knight have... Oh!
Oh, wait,
He was gonna-
what?
He was gonna try to waveform, hit it a couple times, but he so happened to go straight into the Dragon Knight, so he blinked out immediately.
That's the Dragonite BKB.
Well, I mean, he thought he was getting killed by
Yeah.
a Morphling with Divine Rapier.
I mean, I don't blame him. Like, he does have a refresher, so he's going to have a new one in a moment. But they're doing a really good job here on Heroic, just baiting out some responses. And now Frank actually starting to fall low. The jump in there from the Timbersaw is not going to be able to kill him, but that Rax, it's almost dead. Stun out, they jump for the Lina, the Echo slams, got her. She's going to buy back in the game, the refresher's out, the second Echo takes down the Tusk. They've caught the Morphling deep into the base, and he's gone. They're trying to finish the Rax. Well, they get it, they do. Mega Creep's secured, but you gotta get out of here. Morphling holding his buyback for now. Schofield gonna be a sacrifice here once again, it seems. As the Pierce the Veil will end, the Light Striker Ray comes through. Frank, wait a minute. The Morphling's gonna buy back. He's TPing in. He's looking for his targets. He's got him. This game is insane, dude.
You just can't
60-minute
leave. Because Dragon Knight recovered the Divine. You have 2 minutes without
Dire's courier has been
this Primal Beast. A full
Whose
refresher
refresher
just died
died?
somewhere. Oh no. Double Laguna is so much damage if he had that. He could insta-kill some people, but gonna have to wait 3 minutes for that. That's really painful. Okay,
Here's your
Heroic.
tier 5s.
Heroic used some really dangerous buybacks. Like, Morphlings is down. On one
And
hand,
Timber.
we kind of just want to go for it to win, but if you screw up into this Divine Rapier, you just lose. Maybe take a
Horse
moment
Boots
to
is
get
pretty
the...
big here.
Yeah, they take a moment to get the tier 5s.
This game is so tense, dude. Ooh, jumps in, trying to just force something out of Kataro. Still trying to show him who's boss.
Take out a random couple buildings here and there.
It's a big timber saw. Ooh, okay, really nice Seer Stone scouting out the back line and gets some vision on Michael. He just baits him and dumps away. They're just gonna finish this game off. They've got a fortification. Analog trying to just stun them back. The Fissure continue to hold in place. The Echo they're taking down the Dragon Knight. No buyback this time, and Heroic trying to end this game in style, farming the enemy fountain, and they've done it. A 3-0 sweep. They will be the ones to make their way to Dream League Season 20.
Woo! That was an exciting one.
They're so good, man. Absolutely beast mode.
Props to Fusion. I know they lost 3-0, but I think game 1, Huskard, and yet it still looked like they really fought it out. Game 2, game 3, same deal. It's unfortunate. I know they'd like to at least get a win, right? It feels kind of bad being 3-0'd, but I think that was promising from their side. Heroic, though, gonna feel real good about that. 3-0, 3 fairly different strategies. Had to work for it, but it did feel like they dictated the pace of the game for all 3 games.
Yeah. This game was so close for Fusion. Like, this was the one where I was like, man, they're actually going to get the win. You can't underestimate enough how big of an impact that first lane of Barracks made when he's just takes it for free on the Chen. Like, they force the fight on the other side of the map, and then Chen just takes a whole lane, and you're like, wow, okay. That changes the whole pace of what was going on here. And Fusion almost pulled this back so many times, but Fusion's late game performance and their shot calling just is on point, it seems.
Yeah, I think this game, special shout out to KJ. Like you said, got the free barracks, but also just so many scouting missions, lane pushing missions, creeps, not just the whole clump of creeps. He'd have like 2 creeps in one spot, 2 creeps in another spot.
Yeah.
He was everywhere with the the micro. So really well done. But of course, everyone doing a great job in a very tense moment. The final game gets scary in 60 minutes.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's such a fun way to end it, right? A 60-minute barn burner, very back and forth, crazy fights, really good play from both teams. And Heroic really just showing, I think, here in these qualifiers that they are the team to beat from South America. This new roster, people are a little bit unsure what was going to happen. They look slick. I'm a big Whisper and Yuma supporter. I think joining these team, I think they offer a lot. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they do at the main event.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's maybe another year of Heroic being best SA team, perhaps. The other teams will have, clearly, based on this qualifier, a bit of work to do. Some of it is drafting. Maybe they're just hoping for a patch. I don't know. But
Yeah.
some of it's drafting. It feels like Heroic always coming out with, at minimum, an even draft, if not like, oh shit, they've been Huskard, right? Like, you can't let them win every draft. I know that's tough, but that's one place to start. And then just the straight up laning. It feels like Heroic just outlaned situations where they weren't supposed to, and that always just, not only do you have a good draft, but you start off on the right foot. It's a good formula for success.
Yeah. The other thing too is like this is a patch where Meepo is terrible and Yuma is such a really
Oh,
good
yeah.
Meepo player. You know, it's like if some of their other like niche heroes become viable, like drafting and playing against Heroic is gonna be such a nightmare. So I don't know. I really like this team. I think they have a lot of talent and a very high skill ceiling. So I'm very, happy for them. We'll see what happens as they move on to the main event. They've got to have their work cut out for them playing against the best of the best. Unfortunate for Fusion, of course, but their run here will come to an end. And much like you and me, our run in the qualifiers comes to an end. This is our last day of casting, but we hope we'll see you guys in the main event. Zach, any final thoughts tonight before we wrap things up?
I'm satisfied. Got my Cheese Huskar pick. We got a late game as well. Divine Rapier, 60 minutes. We covered the spectrum. So I'm happy. It was a good one. Good grand finals, even though it's 3-0, right? But
Yeah.
the games are fun.
A little bit of everything. You're right. All right, everyone. Thanks again so much for tuning in. My name's Cryptic. Been here with Z Quixotics. As always, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time.
Bye.